This guy is a broke, washed-up loser. No talent, no money, no prospects, but there's one good thing. That's about to change. Kim Junsu is addicted to a mobile game called Arcane Soul. He grinded 10,000 hours into a pay-to-win game without spending a single one. And when he finally pulled the rarest character in the game, he did the only thing that made sense. He sacrificed every single one of his warrior Kims. The tutorial character, the weakest unit in the game, the one every player throws away the second they get something better. He never imagined that throwaway character would end up being him. A hit and run, a hospital bed. And suddenly our guy wakes up inside the exact game he used to play, in the body of the exact character he sacrificed. No fixed power, no talent, just a hospital bill he can't pay, a broken body, and a world where God walked out on humanity and monsters took over the streets. Except he had one thing nobody else in this world had. He knew exactly how the game worked under the hood. Every trait he needed, every hidden condition, every broken combo, it was all already in his head, from thousands of hours of grinding. While everyone around him was fighting blind, he already knew his next move before he even made his first one. And that's how a tutorial character, the most disposable unit in the entire game, turns into something nobody in this world can explain. To understand all this, let's go back to the beginning. When the MC wakes up in the hospital after getting wrecked, confused about what had happened and why he was in a hospital. His head throbbed for a moment, and the memories came flooding back in a flash. The truck hurtling towards him, his attempt to swerve, and the crushing impact. He remembered he'd been hit by a truck. A nurse suddenly entered the room and asked if Warrior Kim had finally woken up, saying she'd go get a doctor. The young man was confused, not understanding why she was calling him that. He looked at his medical chart and read the information. Warrior Kim, a 22-year-old male, hospitalized for dislocated and contused limbs from an accident. Junso felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being punished for using his characters to power up the celestial demon. And now, somehow, he'd become one of them. When he tried to touch his foot to the floor, excruciating pain shot through his body, forcing a terrible scream from his lips. The nurse rushed over, telling Warrior Kim not to move, but all Junsu could do was cry out that it hurt so much. The doctor explained that Junsu had been hit by a truck and passed out, and that he'd now need to undergo some tests, including an MRI and a magic X-ray. Confused, Junsu asked what they meant by Warrior Kim and magic. Later, at the hospital reception, an employee calculated the total cost of the procedures, adding up the emergency room, hospitalization, the magic X-ray, the MRI, and other tests. The bill came to 22 million won. Junsu was outraged, questioning why he should have to pay so much for just 4 days in the hospital. The woman explained that since he didn't have insurance, the amount was the full price. Annoyed, he retorted that every Korean had national health insurance, but the receptionist didn't understand what he was talking about. She asked what national government was, since he didn't have a Legion plan or insurance from the Magic Tower, leaving Junsu even more confused by those terms. Suddenly, those names sounded familiar. Junsu struggled to remember where he knew them from, and realized that Legion, megacorporations, the Divine Tower, and the Divine Order were the 4 dominant factions of Seoul in the game Arcane. He'd been transported to a world where God had abandoned humanity. Arcane science developed. The land was overrun by monsters, and humans modified their bodies to survive. In short, it was a terrible world to live in, and he'd been thrown right into the middle of it. Moments before, he was happy about winning the celestial demon in the game, but now he'd become a tutorial character, perhaps as some kind of divine judgment. Looking around his room, he noticed it was even smaller than a student's dorm, which made him wonder why this Warrior Kim was so poor. With his body all broken and no money, he didn't know what to do. If this place really was the Arcane Soul from the game, then terrible events would soon happen, like nuclear wars, dimensional rifts, and the resurrection of ancient gods, turning everything into a living hell. He didn't know how he'd gotten there, but he was sure of one thing: if he just stood by, his death was guaranteed. It was then that he noticed something different and had an idea to test his theory. Grabbing a pen, Junsu pointed it at his own hand, determined to confirm his suspicion before it was too late. Without hesitation, he pierced the skin, drawing blood. Immediately, however, the wound emanated a green glow and sealed itself completely, as if nothing had happened. Junsu smiled, because he'd already figured it would work. He had acquired the wound regeneration trait, the same reason he'd evolved so many Warrior Kims in the game. As a tutorial character, he didn't have a base ability, but in return, he could freely unlock and change his traits. For a strategist like him, this versatility was much better than having a rare skill. This meant that, now in the body of a Warrior Kim, he could obtain any trait he wanted, starting with the regeneration that was already healing his body. In Arcane Soul, being poor or weak was a death sentence. With luck, he could try to escape, but that wasn't an option. Junsu decided he wouldn't run, and he wouldn't lose his life. He was going to survive because he had the knowledge of 10,000 hours of gameplay as a free-to-play player who reached the 9th overall rank. With this advantage, he prepared to begin his adventure in the body of a warrior Kim. With his plan in mind, he went to a place called Player Personnel. There, a bearded man asked if it was his first time in an office like that. Junsu confirmed and explained that he planned to get into the mana purification business. As he spoke, he reflected that he urgently needed money, since life's lottery had only given him a warrior Kim's body, and this seemed to be the only way to make some cash. The bearded man then put his feet up on the desk and remarked that you could even call it mana purification. The director of player staffing, Choi Seon-soo, asked if Junsu really knew what dungeons were like. Junsu confirmed, but the director insisted, pointing out that there wasn't anything on his resume to prove he had any dungeon experience. Internally, Junsu reflected that he knew all too well how terrible the job was, because the real problem was the contaminated mana, the same energy that allowed monsters to take over Arcane Soul. Dungeon cleaning was all about clearing out the filth that emitted high levels of this harmful energy. Prolonged exposure to this mana could be fatal, causing the victim terrible agony until they mutated and turned into a demon, which made the job even more dangerous. Seon-soo said he'd call him for a team as soon as he gathered more people, and Junsu thanked him. Still, the director pressed on, wanting to know if he was sure, since he'd seen plenty of rookies like Kim chase after money and come back completely empty-handed. Junsu, however, just told the boss to relax and assured him he'd be better than them, leaving Seon-soo surprised. After all, working hard was Warrior Kim's specialty. He had racked up 10,000 hours of playtime. Upon meeting the team leader, a man named Deer, immediately questioned why a rookie wanted to join his group. Junsu replied that he didn't know. He'd just shown up for work and this is where they sent him. Annoyed, Deer grabbed him by the shirt, asking if he took him for a liar, and demanding to know where the determination in his eyes was. He threatened him, saying not to ask to be saved if he started to mutate because he'd kill him at the first sign. Junsu just said he'd keep that in mind, reflecting that this was just another attempt to scare off a rookie, something he was all too familiar with from his reality. He also found it strange to see an R-rank character there, since that was their appearance before awakening, back when they were still normal. Just then, another man approached and asked Deer not to be so hard on the new guy, reminding him they were already short on people. The man, who had 5 years of dungeon cleaning experience, tried to calm the situation down. Deer, however, just questioned if he really looked like any help, finding it strange that someone with so much time on the job hadn't mutated yet. Without waiting for an answer, he turned and walked away, announcing they had exactly 4 days to clear the contaminated site. As they walked, Junsu thought that Deer was even more annoying in real life than in the game. The same man from before tapped his shoulder and reassured him, saying that Deer could be a bit rough sometimes, but deep down, he was a good person. Junsu just confirmed that he understood. Soon after, the team arrived at a large gate covered in a disgusting slime, and some members commented they'd never get used to the sight. Deer then shouted that he was opening the doors and told everyone to get ready. He pressed the access button, and as soon as the gate opened, they stepped into the contaminated mana environment. Immediately, the leader ordered everyone to get into position. Throughout the basement, trails of contaminated mana crept along, emanating from low-grade monsters known as contaminated slimes. Junsu reflected that these creatures were the foundation of the entire purification process. Although they were weak in combat, the difficulty in dealing with them came from a specific ability. Even if they were hit with a shovel, they'd just split in two and fly off. The only way to kill them was to hit their mana core. Otherwise, they wouldn't lose any health. The other group members started warning each other to find the mana core quickly, since they risked contamination if the fight dragged on. Unexpectedly, Kim charged toward one of the slimes, shouting for a teammate to back off. He readied his shovel to strike, warning that he wouldn't be responsible for any collateral damage. With a precise movement, he plunged the shovel into the contaminated slime, piercing the golden fragment deep inside it. Instantly, the monster began to dissolve, to the astonishment of the other man who cried out in surprise. With a smirk on his face, Kim remarked that it was perfect. Kim announced he was going to start warming up for real, and then he charged forward. He sliced through every contaminated slime in his path, splitting them in half to find the mana core inside each one. He repeated this process over and over until not a single monster was left. One of the group members was shocked, wondering how it was possible since Kim was taking down the slimes with a single strike. As his teammate tried to make sense of the situation, Kim approached the giant slime, thinking to himself that it was, in fact, completely possible. This was all thanks to an event from 2 days earlier. At that time, Kim was lying on the ground, searching for something he felt should be there. Suddenly, he noticed a strange object in front of him, and when he picked it up, he saw it was a coin. Upon finding it, he finally acquired the treasure hunter trait. Kim was overjoyed, declaring that this was the most important trait for warrior Kim. He celebrated excitedly for finding 501, which made the other people in the square look at him strangely. And that's how, even before entering the dungeon, Kim learned important things and acquired new traits. On another occasion, he even threw up in a trash can, screaming as he expelled all the impurities from his body. Despite the suffering, that's how he obtained the contamination resistance trait. Kim reflected that, although that one was tough, the process was the same as in the game. He just had to meet the conditions to gain a new skill. He then admired all the traits he'd earned through his hard work. It was possible to have a total of 6 of them, with the option to swap them out whenever he wanted. The treasure hunter skill, for example, allowed him to find his opponent's weak spots, and it's thanks to that skill that he could locate the slime's mana cores so easily. Back in the present, Kim used this ability to dissolve the giant contaminated slime, which formed a skull-like image as it melted away. Deer shouted for everyone to be careful not to get hit by the splatter. A moment later, covered in contaminated filth, Kim declared that all his effort was worth it, because warrior Kim's ability, with its resistance to contaminated mana, was truly incredible. Later, as a bus drove through the city, Kim reflected that even with the help of his traits, working all day was still exhausting. Hedgehog approached and commented that, thanks to the warrior, everyone was leaving early. He said it was amazing to watch and asked if Kim was waiting for his awakening, just like Deer. Kim simply replied that he knew how to use a shovel because he'd already served in the army. His colleague insisted that he was amazing anyway. Meanwhile, Kim noticed that Hedgehog's mutation symptoms were getting worse, which indicated he'd been exposed to too much contaminated mana. Because of this, Kim suggested he rest the next day, but Hedgehog replied that he'd rather become a mutant than stay in debt. Kim thought the answer made sense, since there weren't many other reasons for someone to take this kind of job, and then he slammed his shovel into the ground. 4 days later, the job was finally over, and Kim sighed in relief, noticing that everyone looked exhausted. Suddenly, someone threw up on the ground. It was Hedgehog, who knelt down, complaining of a headache. Kim just thought to himself that he'd warned him not to push his limits. Deer approached and commented that Hedgehog seemed ready for the next stage, explaining that this was common with newbies. Then, Deer congratulated Kim on a job well done, admitting he never thought he'd be able to finish the contract. Kim joked, saying he only managed it thanks to him, but he thought that, in reality, the credit belonged to the traits he'd gained as a cleaner, which made the job way too easy. Kim also noticed that Deer seemed very used to this, and wondered if he was really an R rank, while the man muttered about being tired. Suddenly, they heard a scream, and Kim turned around. Hedgehog was being consumed by contaminated energy, and his friends asked in fear if he was okay, pointing to the spikes that were beginning to sprout from his body. As Deer moved forward, asking what was happening, Kim thought this couldn't be real. The team leader tried to tell Hedgehog to hang on, promising they'd get out of there, but it was already too late. The man transformed completely into a mutant, unleashing a massive explosion in the contaminated area, leaving Kim stunned by the impossibility of it all. Hedgehog's body was now completely modified, turning him into a gigantic creature that rose up against the warrior. In his new form, he seemed to have lost all sanity, and Kim realized that if they defeated him, they could all lose their lives as well. To make matters worse, he felt that his new traits, designed for cleaning dungeons, wouldn't help him at all in this fight. No matter how hard he thought about a strategy, the only answer he could find was that winning was impossible. Suddenly, the mutant Hedgehog braced itself to attack and hurled Kim away with brutal force. The young man slammed onto the ground, back first, and realized the power difference was just too great. If things kept up like this, he'd definitely end up dead. But just then, he gained the resistance trait. Kim thought this was exactly what he needed, because it was still too early to give up. He started organizing his abilities to survive the monster. The strength trait would be useful, while the mana heart would help him control his energy. Resistance would reduce all incoming damage, mana absorption would allow him to recover, and deep breathing would grant him greater regeneration. And the final piece of his strategy was corruption resistance. Kim was now equipped with the basics to fight back. Hedgehog charged at him again, but this time Kim was ready. He imbued his shovel with a green energy, using the strength trait to amplify its power tenfold. With a single strike, the warrior launched the creature into the air, feeling that his tactic was working and that he could win. As the monster fell toward the wall, it suddenly transformed into a ball of spikes, startling Kim. The creature then shot towards him in a rapid spin, using a rock to launch itself off the ground and prepare to smash into the young man's head. Kim only had time to think, "For God's sake!" before he was violently struck by the attack. The creature then backed away, digging its claws into the ground and grinding its teeth at him. With a leap, the young man got back up, complaining that even with his resistance activated, the blow still hurt like hell. He knew that if he stopped now, he'd lose his life, so there was no other choice but to keep attacking. Just then, one of Hedgehog's spikes bent back and was fired directly at Kim's face, followed by several others. The warrior fell to the ground, injured, but thinking that he just needed to hold on a little longer. All he wanted was one chance to land a punch on the creature. Kim's blood gushed out again as the spines tore into him. The creature, even more enraged, fired a projectile that ripped the warrior's fingers apart. Lying on the ground, he screamed in pain. He remembered playing Arcane Souls as Junsu, completely surrounded by enemies. Back then, he'd tell everyone to bring it on, certain he could defeat anyone with just his warrior, Kim. Everything seemed so easy. It only took a single click to hunt monsters, and he'd never once thought about how his character would feel going through extreme situations, all under the guise of efficient training. Now, however, he understood firsthand all the suffering it took to gain even a mediocre trait. With this newfound determination, Kim slammed a powerful blow into the hedgehog, sending the creature flying. He had activated the trait called Mutant Muscle, the only way to win this fight. The warrior realized the reason he'd attacked so recklessly was precisely to push past the limits of his other traits, mana, heart, and strength, and awaken this new power. Everything had been planned for this very moment. The hedgehog fell on its back, but quickly recovered. Using his new mutant arm, Kim blocked the creature's next attack, declaring that he didn't feel pain anymore and challenging the monster to hit him back. In response, the creature covered its own fist with spines and slammed it right into Kim's stomach. The young man wondered if the hedgehog still wasn't using its full strength, as he felt his stomach corrupting from the inside, starting to form something strange. Suddenly, Kim gained the mutant body trait, and his entire body began to grow, becoming gigantic. He thanked the monster because thanks to it, he'd grown even stronger. With both of them now on the same level, a violent collision of force erupted. From a distance, a man named Stag heard the noise and wondered what was happening. He then saw Kim and the hedgehog trading blows as equals, and was shocked by the warrior's presence, wondering if he was some kind of superhuman to be able to fight a mutant like that. The exchange of blows was so intense that both were thrown back, landing flat on their backs on the ground. The warrior thought that even though his size now matched the monster's, he'd be at a disadvantage if the fight continued at this pace. The creature got back up and roared, ready to continue. Seeing he had no other choice, Kim decided he needed to believe in himself and activated the contamination resistance trait, giving a mental command to erase his limits. Stag watched the scene, even more surprised as Kim's hand began to deform and his face became monstrous. He was transforming into a mutant monster, ready for the final battle, but suddenly a mysterious circle formed above his head. A spell was unleashed against the mutant, gradually disintegrating the hedgehog as the attack slammed it into a structure. Deer watched the scene, wondering what it was, and if Kim was also a monster, since he transformed into a mutant to fight another. He wanted to understand how that was possible as he watched Kim take on the mutant trait. Confused about what the hell was happening, Deer decided he needed to get out of there as fast as possible. However, Kim's shadow blocked Deer's view, and he saw the warrior extend a hand in his direction. With nowhere to go, Deer just closed his eyes, but soon noticed that nothing had happened. Kim sighed and to Deer's surprise returned to his human form. Then, the warrior fell to the ground, gasping, telling himself that he'd done it. He knew that because he'd possessed the mutant form and muscles, and had deactivated his corruption resistance, the common belief was that he could no longer return to normal. Despite that, Kim was sure he could do it, because he could swap the mutant trait as long as he was able to think rationally, even if just for a moment. That's how he endured the transformation, and managed to replace the mutant trait with corruption resistance again. All around them, the stadium was completely destroyed, and Kim felt dizzy after the fight. The sensation felt like all his bones and muscles were shifting inside his body, an experience he never wanted to repeat. Even so, he got back on his feet. Inside the hedgehog's mouth, there was a purple sphere, which Kim picked up. He had obtained a level 1 mana core and thought that all the effort had been worth it. The warrior was grateful for getting such a valuable core, concluding that this cleanup job was definitely very profitable. Meanwhile, Deer approached and asked if the young man was okay, wanting to know what had happened when he became a mutant. Kim, thinking it'd be annoying if a strange rumor started spreading, explained that he just took a risk, betting that he could turn back, and that it was all just pure luck. Deer was surprised by the explanation, finding the situation very strange. To change the subject, Kim placed some mana cores in his hand, saying they were going to head back and that he needed to get some fresh air. The colleagues thanked them for the level 0 mana cores, and the warrior reflected that since he'd saved their lives and even given them the cores, they'd probably keep his secret. Deer, for his part, remained silent, just watching Kim. Later, in the Seonsu Force's office, the chief thanked Kim for the job, saying it must have been terrible and that he'd gone through a great ordeal. Kim confirmed it was hard work, but wondered why the chief was flattering him so much. Seonsu then commented that Kim should have told him he was a superhuman, because then he would have received a proper job instead of a simple cleanup. The warrior realized the chief thought he was a superhuman. In the world of Arcane Soul, a superhuman is someone who awakens an ability, obtaining powerful mana. In a place where strength is authority, superhumans are like nobles. It made sense for Seonsu to think that, since you'd have to be a superhuman to defeat mutants like that, Kim knew he'd only won because of his traits, but he let the misunderstanding continue. Seonsu said he should pay him for the cleanup, and Kim agreed, thinking it would be good to let the chief think he was a superhuman for now. The agency leader explained that Kim had cleared 5 regions, and that they would take 20% in fees from a total of 50 million won, which would come out to 5 million for each member of the group. However, Seonsu said that this time, he'd do things a little differently. Seonsu says he'll only take a 5% fee and will even throw in a bonus, which makes Kim happy to receive a total of 12 million won. The boss comments that he enjoyed working with him, and Kim thinks to himself how good it is to be considered a superhuman. As he leaves the room, already imagining how he'll spend all that money, he runs into a bald man. The man notes that the warrior seems to be in a good mood, guessing he must have gotten a good payout. Kim confirms that the job went well and remembers that this man was one of the people he worked with last time. The man then reveals why he approached him, explaining that he's there to ask for a favor. He says his wife is sick and asks if Kim could lend him some money, apologizing for making such a request to someone he's only worked with once. Kim hesitates, reflecting that it's not a good idea to help others in this world, since anyone can betray you at any moment, and it's already hard enough to get by. Still, feeling bad about just ignoring the request, Kim takes the man's hand and gives him a few level 0 mana cores, saying that while it isn't much, he should use them. Later, in a dark alley, the same man shouts that Kim was an idiot for falling for his poor old man act. An accomplice named Stag asks if Kim is new to this sort of thing, and the scammer bets he could have gotten even more if he'd made up a story about a son. He's annoyed that Kim, a fake superhuman, got paid more than the other workers, and Stag sighs, commenting that since Kim isn't even a real superhuman, it would be a good idea to teach him a lesson. The old scammer asks if Stag has any ideas, and the leader replies with a malicious smile, asking if he isn't seeing the obvious. Stag states that although Kim isn't a superhuman, that idiot must have some kind of strange ability. He declares that they already know Kim's secret, and they're going to teach him a lesson, shattering the level 0 mana cores in his hand as he promises to show him just how terrifying the world can be. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building, Kim is enjoying his money and comments on how good it feels to get a massage in a place like this, thinking that the game is better than reality. However, he feels a sharp pain when the masseuse presses on his arm. Kim reflects that even after 3 whole days of rest at the hotel, his body still aches, and he concludes that he'll need to think twice before using his mutant abilities again. He realizes that changing his traits isn't that simple, as his body alters along with them, and the severity of the side effects increases with the intensity of the transformation. The big problem now is figuring out how he's going to survive while limiting the use of his power. Suddenly, Kim notices something out the window and recognizes members of the Iron Fist gang, who are still walking around with an air of arrogance. He ponders how Arcane Seoul is dominated by local gangs instead of the law, which is natural in a place full of monsters where people depend on superhumans for protection. Kim knows he survived the first stage, but he understands it'd be foolish to rely solely on his traits in such a dangerous place. With this realization, a smile spreads across his face as he concludes that the solution to his problems comes down to one thing: items. Following his plan, Kim goes to an item shop in Seoul. A clerk asks if he's there to sell something, and he confirms, saying he has some monster byproducts. The woman explains, a bit sheepishly, that they don't buy level 0 cores, but Kim reassures her, saying he already knew that and would like to sell something else. He then presents an item that leaves the girl surprised. She asks if that's a level 2 mana core, and Kim confirms, asking her to appraise it. As the clerk analyzes the item, Kim thinks that it was worth the effort he put in at the hotel to fuse everything he owned and create that core. He knows the price changes depending on the level, so this was the best way to get the highest value. The girl finally offers 4,770,000 won for the core, and Kim thanks her. Then, he asks if the shop also sells weapons or armor. The woman confirms and invites him to follow her to the stockroom, where Kim heads. With a smile on his face, Kim looked over the stock and thought that, despite having everything, it was all just the basic gear he used to use in the game. The attendant let him browse freely, and he took the opportunity to gear up, filling his backpack with various weapons. Stepping out onto the street, he finally felt like he was truly playing Arcane Seoul. That's when a woman's voice called out, asking if he was a mercenary because she needed help. Kim said no and suggested she find someone else, but the girl insisted. She offered money and explained that she was in town on business, but the Iron Fist gang was scaring her. The woman wanted to know if he could protect her on the way to her apartment. Kim figured that 500,000 won for a bodyguard job sounded like a daily quest, so he decided to accept. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he said he couldn't just ignore a woman in danger and, pointing ahead, asked if they should get going. They walked up an alley on the outskirts, and the girl said they were almost there. Kim found the place very strange, as there wasn't a single person or or even an ant on the ground. His suspicion grew when the woman turned into an even darker street, saying it was this way. Wary, Kim turned his head to get a better look and saw her in the darkness, repeating that they were close. The warrior commented that it was too dark and he couldn't see properly. Unexpectedly, he acquired the night vision trait, and with it he spotted a gun in the darkness. The girl was ready to shoot him and commented that the mercenary was more careful than she'd expected. Kim wondered why she had a gun and if this was all a trap. Before he could run, Stag appeared and blocked his path, asking where his junior was going and saying it was good to see him again in a situation like this. Confused, Kim asked what he'd done to deserve this. Stag replied that Kim hadn't done anything, but he was stupid enough and there was no other reason. Kim tried to flee by running in the opposite direction, but the gang leader questioned how he could start a conversation and just run off. Then, Stag ordered the woman to shoot. The bullet slammed into Kim's back, sending him tumbling to the ground at the bottom of a staircase. Stag complained, saying she should have shot him in the legs, not the back. The girl defended herself, claiming it was better this way than letting him escape. The leader assumed Kim was dead, commenting that he'd turned back into a human after becoming a mutant, and that some mage would surely buy the corpse. As one of his companions offered to grab the bag and gear, Stag agreed they should do that first. However, when they went to look, Kim's body was gone, and they wondered where he'd gone. Suddenly, a glass pane from the ceiling shattered, and the shards pierced the back of one of Stag's partner's necks. The group wondered what that was, and Stag yelled, wanting to know if Kim was still alive. The young man replied for him to bet on it, because he wasn't going to lose his life to someone who repays kindness with betrayal. It turns out Kim had already left the shop wearing a bulletproof vest, and thanks to that, he gained the trait he needed, called Play Dead. Stag yelled, complaining that Kim had broken the streetlight and now he couldn't see a thing. Little did he know, Kim was already right behind him, asking if the leader was looking for him. In a menacing tone, Kim said that Stag had saved his life, and now he was going to take his. Kim slammed a punch into the man's face, knocking him to the ground. While Stag tried to get up, he only managed to sit and attempted to kick Kim, who dodged it easily. The warrior then said that Stag should have been grateful for being saved, and that trying to take his savior's life wasn't the right thing to do. He then slammed another punch into his face. As Kim prepared to stomp on Stag's head, the girl from the group fired a shot and asked if their leader was okay. Kim looked at his own wounded arm, thinking he'd been too careless. He realized that in Arcane Soul, the scariest things weren't the monsters or the mutants, but the people themselves. Kim admitted to himself that he was naive and trusted others too easily, a mistake he wouldn't make again. His mind made up, he drew a gun and shot the girl's hand, sending her weapon flying and striking another group member in the shoulder. He warned them that it was over, then fired another shot into the wall. Kim declared that he should take Stag's life just as a precaution, but the man on the ground tried to kick him again. The warrior didn't expect the move, and while narrowly dodging, lost his grip on his weapon. At that very instant, Stag's legs finally transformed. He had successfully gone through the superhuman awakening. Kim thought the developers did a terrible job. The superhuman awakening was something all playable characters could achieve, making it a basic growth system in the game. According to the rules of Arcane Soul, a level 1 superhuman was already strong enough to threaten a civilian armed with a rifle. In other words, Kim would now have to deal with a superhuman using nothing but his own body. Suddenly, Stag vanished from Kim's sight. Kim wondered where he'd gone. The newly awakened man was using his new abilities, stereoscopic movement, and the kick. This movement power allowed the user to use the incredible elasticity of their legs to move freely. Soon, Kim noticed that Stag had used this ability to scale the building's wall. From above, Stag yelled that he'd send the warrior to hell and dove in for an attack. Kim rolled away, managing to dodge the blow. Surprised, the awakened man asked how he'd managed to escape and leaped from the ground again towards Kim, yelling that this time he wouldn't get away. With a smirk on his face, Kim replied that he had no intention of dodging. He then used an expandable baton to block Stag's kick, calling him an animal. As he blocked the blow, Kim thought that it had been a great idea to make that purchase. The scene flashed back to a few hours earlier, at the armory. At that moment, Kim was wondering if it was worth it to buy a firearm. He concluded that, since he was a warrior class, even if he got stronger, there'd be a limit to how well he could use a weapon like that. That's why he decided that, as a precaution, he'd also buy a class-specific weapon, picking up the baton. Back in the present, Kim knew that each character had weapons and traits that were most effective for their own class. To defeat Stag, he needed to use a short-range weapon with the right traits for a warrior. With that thought, he extended the baton again and launched into a vertical attack. Kim lands a blow on Deer's shoulder, and with that, he gains his first class-specific trait, Attack from the warrior class. Immediately he lunges forward with a flurry of strikes, a downward slash, an upward swing, and a piercing thrust, finishing it all with a sweeping sideways cut. Deer manages to dodge at the last second and counters with a high kick to Kim's head. Kim sees the opening, but he knows he can't stop now that he's come this far. Determined to press the attack even if it means breaking a bone, he ignores his defense and slams the staff into Deer's thigh. Deer's kick connects with Kim's forearm, but the warrior's staff also wounds the awakened's thigh. An aura envelops Kim's weapon once more, signaling that he's acquired the combo trait. Using this new skill, considered the best for the early stages of the warrior class, he combines attack and combo to pressure Deer. The awakened begs him to stop, but Kim doesn't hesitate and delivers a final blow to the stomach, leaving Deer unconscious on the ground. As the rain begins to fall, Kim feels relieved to have defeated the awakened. He notices his hand is slightly red and wonders about a strange sensation. Even though his entire body ached, he felt something overflowing inside him without understanding what it was. Suddenly, an explosion erupts nearby. That was the day he discovered the cruel truth of the world of Arcane Soul, awakening as a superhuman. Kim, the level 1 warrior. Kim opens his hand, now surrounded by an aura, and closes it again, processing the fact that he's now a superhuman. A cry of joy escapes his lips as he thinks about his new status. After all, this meant he'd start getting offers for high-paying mercenary jobs, and could also get low-interest loans. His celebration is cut short when a man with a cigar asks if he got what he wanted. Kim turns around and comes face to face with a large man standing right in front of him. He recognizes him as Iron Fist Kim, the second basic character in Arcane Soul after Warrior Kim. He's an enhanced soldier with a prosthetic arm, specializing in firearms and precision shooting. The big problem, however, is that he's also the leader of the Iron Fist gang. Kim realizes he fought inside the gang's territory and must have caused a major provocation. The soldier asks if Kim knew where he was before causing all that commotion. The young man replies that he was attacked and couldn't just let them take his life. The gang leader then cocks his gun and asks if Kim's attackers were scarier than the Iron Fist gang. Kim understands that if he continues this fight, he'll end up losing his life for nothing. Ignoring any justification, the soldier presses the gun against Kim's chest and says he made a horrible choice, promising to show him what happens when someone messes with his territory. Kim stares back at him with a defiant expression and asks if he's sure about that, stating that the soldier missed something. With that, Kim grabs the gun with his own hand, declares that he's not the type to lose his life so easily, and pulls the trigger himself. The soldier is stunned, realizing the kid just shot himself with a gun. As he gets up, Kim wonders what that was, since the shot just felt like a tickle. He realizes his body is healing rapidly thanks to the regeneration trait. Watching the scene, the soldier remarks with a mocking tone that Kim has a very interesting ability. Kim wondered about his new ability, regeneration, realizing it was an evolved version of wound recovery, a trait you could only get by becoming a superhuman. He decided to use a bluff, believing it would all be over the moment the soldier underestimated him. With confidence, Kim asserted that he hadn't survived by luck, and warned that anyone who messed with him should prepare for the consequences. The soldier repeated Kim's name and said he liked his courage. So, he'd let him go for now, but made it clear that Kim now owed him. Tapping him on the shoulder, the soldier warned him to understand exactly what that meant. Kim replied that he'd remember it, while wondering if the gang leader had recognized him from somewhere. Then, the man, known as Iron Fist, held out his hand and proposed they work together next time. Kim reflected that Iron Fist wasn't the type to betray someone, so building a connection there didn't seem like a bad choice. He agreed to the proposal, shook the man's hand, and said they'd see each other soon. Later, at the Jamsil Superhuman Tower, Kim was amazed by what he saw. He thought that, although he'd already seen the place in the game, reality was a stunning spectacle and completely different from his city. A girl approached him, thanking him for visiting the tower and asking if she could help. Kim found her very beautiful, and even wondered if she was an NPC. The receptionist, noticing his rookie appearance, deduced he was there to get his certificate and instructed him to use the nearby machine to measure his mana and his trait circuit. Kim thanked her, thinking that she had guided him without him even having to ask, which only confirmed how much of a beginner he looked. He concluded that once he got the certificate, his real life would finally begin. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention. The people around him clasped their hands in prayer, announcing that the saint had arrived. Kim saw a single airship in the sky and a rune forming on the building's floor, recognizing the symbols of the Order of the Old Father. He was confused, wondering why a stage boss would be there, since he was still in the tutorial timeline. He remembered that, although she was called the Saint, The order was actually a cult in disguise that, as the story progressed, began to attack citizens indiscriminately. The people around them whispered, guessing that the saint was there for a mana measurement, probably to renew her level. A powerful aura enveloped the woman as she smiled at the sky, and Kim thought that this was a rather noisy mana measurement. The machine's circuits turned yellow, and soon after, the aura began to dissipate. The saint kept smiling, while the citizens prayed with fearful expressions. The result appeared. She was a priest class, with level 8 mana and a 6-layer circuit. The murmurs continued, now about the saint's 6 abilities, but Kim reflected that this wasn't the time to be impressed. He knew that a level 8 superhuman was comparable to a carrier strike group, a true walking, national-level power with the strength to decimate Seoul in the future. However, if he told anyone that now, he'd be treated like a madman. For now, he decided he would just measure his own mana, but planned to reduce the display of his 6 abilities to just 3, so as not to attract too much attention. Unexpectedly, the saint turned her head and looked directly at him. Her subordinates asked what the problem was, and she replied that Kim was unusual. She then walked toward him and commented that he had a rather intriguing ability. Startled, Kim backed away, asking himself what the stage boss had just said. He realized she had sensed the exact moment he swapped his equipped abilities. As a soldier questioned why the saint would speak to a seemingly ordinary human, she ignored the comment and grabbed Kim's hand. The saint asked for his name, and the young man introduced himself as the warrior Kim, already guessing why she'd approached him. She then confirmed she was there on behalf of the old father to baptize him, explaining that the lord of the black gold throne always coveted rare powers like his. Finally, she asked Kim to submit and find peace in this hellish world. The people around them commented with envy about him being personally baptized by the old father's first daughter, but Kim cursed the situation in his thoughts. He knew that if he accepted and received the baptism trait, he'd be forced to become a paladin of the order. The problem was that this very same order was destined to lose the war against South Korea in the future. With this certainty, he used his strength to pull away from the saint and declared that he refused to be baptized, leaving her in disbelief. The saint said he must have misheard, but the warrior confirmed he was being completely serious. She then replied that he was free to accept or refuse, but that the old father had already set his eyes on him. Grabbing Kim's shoulder, the saint warned him not to forget that a sacred seed was rooted inside him, and that if he couldn't overcome it, his fragile free will would be meaningless. Immediately, Kim felt his body ignite, and he collapsed to his knees. The townspeople watched, wondering how a novice dared to refuse a baptism and feeling sorry for him. He was suffering from the divine fever, a punishment that inflicts an infinite searing pain. Kim thought he was prepared for this, but the sensation of being burned alive was excruciating. The divine fever was one of the worst debuffs in Arcane Soul, as it prevented a person from living normally, and the only cure was baptism. He'd refused thinking about the future, but now it felt like he was going to die right then and there. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he felt water being thrown on his face. It was the girl who had guided him earlier, asking if he was okay. Kim was grateful since no one usually helps someone with the divine fever, for fear the negativity would spread. With her help, he decided he would endure it a little longer. In that instant, Kim acquired the divine resistance trait. The flame in his body began to subside as he thought about how he hadn't refused the baptism without a plan. The first condition was to obtain this resistance, and now he needed to gather more mana. He equipped the new trait and felt an aura expand in his mind's eye. The girl kept throwing water, which to him felt like the water of life, and Kim focused on the contrasting sensation of fire and water at his core. Using the searing pain and his cold reason to channel his mana, he finally managed to extinguish the fire completely, unleashing all the energy from the divine fever in a powerful gust of wind that blasted the guide away. With that, Kim acquired the mana barrier trait, an essential skill for a defensive warrior. The guide approached to ask if he was okay, and Kim confirmed, saying he'd made it thanks to her. While the locals wondered how he'd overcome the divine fever without the baptism, Kim reflected that his solution was only temporary. He was using his mana barrier to contain the problem, but at least he was free from the burning pain and found the black flame interesting. With that settled, he decided it was time to measure his mana. After the measurement bar was fully charged, the result was in. The panel showed that the warrior Kim had a mana level of 1 and a 6-layered circuit. The people around began to comment that he was a super rookie, speculating that this was the reason for the Saintess's interest. However, the warrior thought he'd drawn too much attention, since his goal was to get strong quietly. The guide congratulated him, saying she'd never seen anyone start with a 6-layered circuit, and then suggested they go get his superhuman license issued. Over at the superhuman tower, the guide handed the license to Kim, congratulating him on officially becoming a certified superhuman. He reflected for a moment on all the hard work it took to get there. The guide offered to explain the special level 1 privileges, but the warrior declined, stating that he already knew everything. He was aware of the tax reductions, the right to carry weapons, the future tax exemption with level increases, immunity from arrest, and access to all transportation and benefits. Impressed, the guide commented that he knew a lot about the subject, and Kim joked that he was a doctor of superhumanology. Not wanting to waste any more time, he asked if there was a way to get out of there discreetly to avoid the crowd that had formed outside. The girl readily agreed, revealing that she'd already prepared an exit, which surprised Kim with her proactiveness. She told him he shouldn't worry and just follow her. The warrior thanked her for all her care, especially for giving him a stealth cloak and showing him a secret passage. The guide replied that it was no trouble to help others. With the cloak, Kim acquired the stealth characteristic and thought to himself that he'd gotten a skill for free. The guide then pointed to the exit, explaining that due to the rules, she could only accompany him this far. The warrior thanked her, saying her help had already been more than enough. As he walked away, Kim reflected that he didn't know anyone so kind in Arcane Soul. Besides being helpful, he found her beautiful and promised himself that when he got stronger, he'd repay the favor. It was then that he wondered what her name was and remembered he had her business card. Kim was completely shocked when he read the name on the card, as the guide's name was Beck Soren. She was one of the 3 strongest characters in the game, a berserker known for her terrifying appearance. He found it strange that her face had seemed familiar, but in the game, the character always had such an intimidating look that he never would have guessed. To think that Beck Soren was actually someone so kind left him confused, and he wondered what the hell could have happened to her to cause such a drastic change. Later, after slicing through the last slime of his quest, Kim thought about how awful it was to be a superhuman. He'd been clearing out the same monster cave for a week straight, and he felt completely exhausted. Sitting on the ground, he lamented that he was finally done, as his efficiency was terrible for him to be this tired already. The problem was that he needed to focus all his characteristics on maintaining the mana barrier. If he could customize his stats just for clearing the cave, he would have finished hours ago, but he couldn't take on any other jobs because of that damn debuff. To get rid of the divine fever for good, he needed a potion called Nectar, but the item was so expensive that the money earned from this cleaning job wouldn't even cover a fraction of the cost. Suddenly, Kim's phone vibrated in his pocket. He wondered how many more times Director Choi was going to call, finding it a real pain, and thought about just ignoring it. However, he stopped himself from ending the call because he just had a great idea. A short time later, Kim arrived at the Seonsu agency. The director greeted him enthusiastically, saying it was an honor to meet the man who overcame the divine fever without baptism and started with a 6-layered circuit. Kim just agreed, stating that things just happened that way. Kim asked if Director Choi had found the job he'd asked for. Choi complained, explaining that the task was incredibly difficult, as Nectar is a remedy that can only be obtained from requests made by level 5 or higher superhumans. Kim threatened to leave if the director couldn't do it, but Choi stopped him, assuring him he'd find a way, since the contract was involved. Deep down, Kim had already expected this. He knew the director would find a mission with Nectar as a reward, so he simply asked what the job entailed. The director placed a tablet on the table and asked if Kim had ever heard of Number 1 Security. Kim said it was his first time hearing of it and assumed it was just an ordinary security company. Choi clarified that it's a private military company, one of the largest in the industry, and that the president and vice president are a couple, both from traditional martial arts families. The warrior found it strange that such a wealthy family would need something badly enough to make this kind of request, and Choi revealed that the problem was their son. The director continued, explaining that the boy was already past 20, but he still hadn't awakened as a superhuman. Kim was surprised, questioning how that was possible if both his parents were from martial arts families. Choi told him that their son had accumulated level 8 mana, but even so, he didn't awaken. The condition of the request was to hire a level 1 or higher warrior, which was a perfect fit for Kim. Hearing this, a smile spread across the warrior's face, and he said he'd go check them out. A short time later, in a beautiful, bright mansion, Director Choi was impatiently shaking his leg. He commented that the president and vice president were busy people and weren't usually late. Meanwhile, Kim was just thinking about how expensive that house must be. Just then, a woman approached and apologized for keeping them waiting. It was the clients, Seo Jungju and Lee Miri. Director Choi bowed, saying it was no problem and thanked them for their time. Kim did the same, all while thinking that the couple had to be at least level 6 superhumans, as they both possessed a considerable amount of mana. Jungju, the husband, complained that you could tell Kim was weak just by looking at him. Miri, the wife, told him not to talk like that and suggested it was better for him to go back to his room. The man sat down grumbling, and the woman then asked Kim and the director to sit as well, since they must be considering the deal if they came all this way. Kim said that first, he wanted to check their son's condition and know if there was a special reason preventing the boy from awakening. Irritated, Youngju slammed his hand on the table, asking if Kim really thought they'd tell something like that to a rookie. Miri intervened, asking her husband to calm down, explaining that he was on edge because it was about their son. She clarified that it wasn't something they could tell an outsider, but if Kim accepted the request, they would call their son and explain the situation, adding that she was sure he desperately needed nectar. Kim thought about the situation. There was a problem with their son that needed to be kept secret, and the couple knew exactly what he needed. With that, he became more and more certain of what to do, so he announced that he would accept the request and that they could call their son. At that moment, the living room door opened and a boy introduced himself as Seo Woo-jin. Kim stood up, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, while noticing that he couldn't feel any mana coming from the young man. The warrior noticed something different and commented that the boy had a really cool glove. Woo-jin agreed, saying it was more than he deserved and that he wore it with gratitude. Kim replied that he figured as much, since he would need a very strong mana seal, which surprised the family. With a smile on his face, the warrior explained that he was sure of it when he saw the gloves. He deduced that even though it was a critical matter for a noble family, they purposely chose to request a level 1 warrior-type superhuman. The nectar was used as bait to lure him there. Kim revealed the truth. Mr. Woo-jin was also baptized by the order of the old priest. The reason he couldn't awaken was because he rejected the baptism. He sealed his own mana to avoid the divine fever, all while suffering in silence, unable to publicly announce his situation. Kim deduced they must have heard the rumor about a level 1 superhuman who overcame the divine fever, which is why they decided to seek him out. Woo-jin was completely stunned by the warrior's insight, remarking that it was incredible and that he didn't need to explain anything further, almost as if Kim were a detective from a show. Kim, in turn, simply said it was a matter of reading the situation, while reflecting that there's nothing to fear when you know the future. The moment he saw the photo, he had already understood everything. That's because, in the future, Seo Woo-jin would become the paladin of the vanguard for the order of the old priest. Although he initially resisted the baptism, he eventually succumbed and joined the order after his parents lost their powers. Seeing this, Jongju approached, addressing Kim as Sir, and asking if there was any way for his son Woo-jin to escape the baptism. The warrior reflected on how the man, who was so arrogant just moments ago, was now acting so kindly, and then confirmed that he had a solution. He thought to himself that after playing Arcane Soul for 10,000 hours, of course he knew how to escape. Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, Kim said he knew that pain, as he had suffered from it too, and asked Woo-jin to trust him because he was going to get him out of this situation. Overcome with emotion, Woo-jin began to cry, calling Kim Sir. The warrior thought that he didn't care if the woman was a saintess. She had dared to try and baptize his future subordinate into a disgusting cult, and now Woo-jin was on his side. Stepping back from the hug with a smile, Kim said that, however, before starting the treatment, he'd like to add one condition. The boy's parents questioned him, but his mother said she understood. She realized this was no longer about awakening, but about overcoming the divine fever. Kim then requested, as an additional condition, that they teach him the mountain-shattering swordsmanship. He kept smiling, while Director Choi became visibly apprehensive. Miri approached Kim and asked if he fully understood what he had just said. The warrior was startled by her aura, wondering what that killing intent was. The vice president seemed far more terrifying than the president at that moment. He understood she would be angry. After all, the mountain-shattering swordsmanship was a very serious matter. While some might question the decision to learn swordsmanship in the information age of the 21st century, strength is authority. A superhuman's swordsmanship could easily destroy an entire tank, and high-level martial artists were equivalent to a squadron of fighter jets, worth trillions of won. If a level 1 superhuman learned and continuously trained in the mountain-shattering swordsmanship, they could reach level 4 effortlessly, which was basically a cheat code. Kim remembered that only the elites could learn this swordsmanship and wondered if he had overstepped his bounds. At that moment, Woo-jin called out to his mother, causing her to dissipate her killing intent. Finally, Miri accepted the deal, saying it was all right. She promised that if he succeeded, she would give him a memory chip containing the mountain-shattering swordsmanship, along with the nectar, which left Kim in complete disbelief. He thanked her, while thinking that Miri genuinely looked like she was about to take his life, and now he had secured the swordsmanship as well. Miri, however, added that if he were to fail, she and her husband would be very disappointed and angry. Kim assured them that wouldn't happen, and said it was best to start as soon as possible. They went to a room that contained a mana focus circle and 200 intermediate-grade mana potions. Miri explained that she had prepared everything he asked for. Kim agreed that this should be enough, and said he'd prefer to be alone with the patient during the treatment. The woman then apologized for what what happened earlier. She explained that her son Wu Jin was forcibly baptized before he even started school, and because of that, he never had the chance to make friends, let alone go on a family picnic. He had to suffer, unable to leave his room under any circumstances. Miri admitted they had become very sensitive about the situation, and that from that moment on, she would leave everything completely in Kim's hands. The warrior reflected that, in the end, their entire family had to suffer because of the Saintess's trap. Wu Jin thanked his mother, saying he was fine. Meanwhile, the warrior reflected that in the game, he would eventually oppose this family and become a cold person in the future. Feeling a little bad for them, Kim reassured the lady, promising he'd get the treatment done no matter what. Now alone, Kim announced they were going to start, and Wu Jin asked what he needed to do. The warrior noticed the boy was trembling and told him to calm down, but Wu Jin assumed he'd be terrified with injections and shocks to awaken his power. Kim then asked what kind of treatment they had done to him so far. The boy thought that the usual procedure to cure the divine fever was to drink nectar after awakening, but since he had so much mana in his body, the fever was too severe. To calm him down, the warrior knelt and said he didn't need to worry, but that he had to keep everything he saw a secret. The boy promised. With that, they began the treatment. First, Kim needed to expand his mana barrier to its absolute limit, which would make it weaker. He soon complained about the intense heat he felt. Ignoring Wu Jin's call, Kim uncorked the potions in his hand and started chugging them one after another, tossing the empty vials behind him without even looking. He opened 2 more and kept drinking, thinking how awful they tasted. After downing several vials, he activated the skill Potion Addiction. With it, his damage taken and mana consumption increased, but the effects of the potions were abnormally amplified. Focused, Kim used the skill Area of Darkness to create a shield in a specific spot. Then, he wiped his mouth and announced that the divine fever had been completely pushed outside the barrier. Wu Jin shouted, impressed, but the warrior warned him it was too early to celebrate. He explained that the next step was for the boy to take off his mana-sealing glove and put his hand outside the barrier, as Kim would need to hold it. Wu Jin warned that the 2 divine fevers would start a resonance reaction. Kim stepped out of the designated area and said his own fever would be tolerable since he was inside the barrier. He ordered the boy not to ask questions and to just follow his instructions. Thinking that this was the first time he'd ever taken off the glove, Wu Jin slowly removed it from his hand, and the resonance began immediately. As the energy emanated, Kim wondered how much mana the boy could possibly have in his body. It was terrifying. Even though he was scared, he knew he had to grab Wu Jin's hand. The moment he did, a terrible pain struck him, more intense than when the saint had baptized him. It felt like his bones were being shattered, and he had to focus with all his might just to endure it. Ignoring the pain and the power of the divine fever, Kim leaped toward the barrier, landing on top of Wu Jin. Completely out of breath, he gripped the boy's fist tightly and announced that the plan had been a success. With that, he acquired the skill Damage Absorption, which allowed the user to absorb damage from others. Wu Jin commented that even though he'd taken off the glove, the feeling was tolerable. Kim smiled, explaining that this was the whole reason they'd gone through all that. Beyond the barrier, he used Damage Absorption to take part of the boy's divine fever, which weakened it. Finally, the warrior said this was the final stage as he drew his sword. He told Wu Jin not to stop and to attack him until he awakened. The boy agreed, stating it was time to use the swordsmanship he'd practiced his entire childhood. He then took a fighting stance and attacked Kim's arms. Wu Jin moved behind the warrior, who reflected on the boy's power. He'd shattered an iron gauntlet with a simple wooden sword, and in doing so, obtained the Protect trait. Even so, Kim knew he'd be in critical condition if he took a direct hit, which was absurd considering Wu Jin hadn't even awakened yet. The boy's sword closed in, and Kim wondered what kind of swordsmanship this was, because he was having a very hard time dodging the blows. Unable to evade the next attack, he fell to his knees, and at that moment, he obtained the evasion trait. Seeing that Wu Jin was about to awaken, Kim had to act fast. The boy's mana began to gather intensely, and Kim noticed that both the sword and Sio's body were glowing with the same color. He'd reached the SSR rank with a trait called One with the Sword. Kim realized that Wu Jin had reached the state where the sword becomes an extension of oneself, a skill far too powerful for the warrior class. The strangest part was that the boy seemed to be in a complete trance. Kim knew he'd lose his life if he was hit by that blow. His only option was to use all the defensive traits he possessed, focusing the barriers on both of his arms. With the help of the room's mana focus circle, he combined 2 skills to defend against the impending attack. The impact of the collision was so strong it blasted him away, but a shield formed on the ground where he'd been. Kim had obtained the Mana Shield trait by combining the Mana Barrier and Protect skills. Wu Jin's power in the One with the Sword state had nearly taken Kim's life, but the boy only groaned a little from the effort. To the warrior's surprise, Seo's eyes returned to normal a moment later, and he simply collapsed sideways onto the floor. Kim approached, irritated, and asked how he dared to lose consciousness so peacefully after nearly killing him. He then noticed the boy was practically asleep and concluded that he'd simply lost control right after his awakening. Kim reflected on the situation. In the game, Seo Woojin was a strong SSR rank character, but since he'd awakened as a warrior instead of a paladin, he acquired the one with the sword skill as his initial trait. The warrior feared he'd created a monster by changing the character's destiny and didn't know how it would affect the story going forward. On the other hand, Woojin was born into wealth, had immense strength, and now owed him a favor, so the situation wasn't all bad. A short time later, Miri, Woojin's mother, celebrated in relief that her son had finally overcome the divine fever. Both parents thanked the warrior profusely. Kim replied that it was nothing, and that he'd expected to succeed, while Choi took the opportunity to flatter his master. Woojin was still asleep, and his mother commented that it had been a long time since they'd seen him sleep so soundly, saying she didn't know how she could ever repay this debt. Jongju, the father, smiled beside his wife, and said that along with the promised nectar and the memory chip containing the swordsmanship, he would provide an additional success fee. Kim tried to be modest, but the couple insisted that he accept the sum of 1 billion won, stating it was a small price compared to what he'd done for their son. So as not to hurt the couple's feelings, Kim finally accepted the offer. Later in the car, Choi joked that the warrior had basically won the lottery. Kim agreed, saying Woojin's parents were lovely people. As he drove, the director asked if he planned on drinking the nectar now. Kim confirmed, explaining that he intended to take a break from dungeons for a while. Choi found the decision understandable, since his master probably didn't want to attract the attention of the old priest's order. The director warned that others might covet his rewards, but lamented Kim's decision, since refining the nectar before drinking it would greatly increase his mana. Kim mentally agreed, thinking it'd be better to use the item to raise his superhuman level instead of just curing the divine fever. Arriving at a hotel, Choi said his goodbyes, telling him he'd go get the necessary equipment for the refinement and that the warrior should consider drinking the nectar later. Kim smiled and thanked him, but as soon as he was alone, he uncorked the vial. He decided he was going to drink the nectar right then and there. His decision was driven by mistrust. The stag incident had taught him just how cruel the world of Arcane Soul could be, and he couldn't guarantee the director wouldn't betray him. Besides, thanks to his skills, medicine addiction, mana absorption, and potion dependency, he was already capable of maximizing the nectar's effect on his own. After drinking it, Kim threw the vial to the floor and was immediately consumed by excruciating pain. He felt as if every fiber of his muscles was being torn apart and remade, while an incredible amount of mana was stored inside his body. Completely tormented by the potion, Kim's eyes snapped open and a blast of light illuminated the entire building. He had finally reached level 2 superhuman warrior. By curing the divine fever with the nectar, he also acquired the Black Flame ability, one of the best in the entire game. The new technique was added to his skill list, along with mountain-shattering swordsmanship. Relieved, Kim decided he'd focus on training these skills, but his phone started to vibrate. He found it strange, wondering why Director Choi would text him out of the blue. At first, he decided he wouldn't do anything and would just train, but the notifications kept coming insistently. Kim opened the messages and saw a series of strange texts, telling him to get stronger and not to listen to criticism. He thought it was just meaningless noise, since the director didn't usually send texts. However, he noticed a few scattered words and capital letters that formed a hidden message about escaping the gang. Kim realized the director had been captured by the Dagger Gang, a group that opposed the Iron Fist Gang. He reasoned that if Choi had wanted to betray him, he would have called to stall for time. The message meant the director was caught first, probably while trying to get the equipment. Kim was hesitant. For a moment, he thought about ignoring the situation. After all, he already had the nectar he wanted, and everyone was responsible for their own lives in Arcane Soul. It was then that a scream from a nearby alley caught his attention. In a dark room, a man was saying that Mr. Choi was pretty stubborn, since even after a whole night, he still wouldn't say where the rookie superhuman was. Choi replied that he signed a contract because he trusted Kim, and that he'd never talk, no matter what they did. The man then said he didn't want to resort to this, but Choi was leaving him no choice. He picked up an axe and asked which arm Choi wanted to lose, the right or the left, warning that if he didn't answer, it'd be the right one. At that exact moment, an explosion rocked the building. The man was startled, asking what the hell that was. A subordinate ran in, wounded, shouting that there was some bastard outside. From a distance, a scope was aimed at the room as Kim launched grenades toward the building. He thought to himself that the Dagger Gang had picked the wrong person to mess with. Kim thought that in this cruel world of Arcane Soul, you can't just abandon someone who keeps their promises. With that in mind, he decided it was settled. The war would begin now. He then fired another grenade, which violently ripped through the gang's area. Outside, the gang members scrambled in desperation, asking where the shots were coming from and yelling orders to find the person responsible. Watching the scene, Kim thought that, as expected, they were pouring out of the building like cockroaches. Although the structure looked like a normal apartment complex, he knew all its secrets because this was the Dagger Gang's dungeon. a place he'd already explored until he was sick of it. It was a complex dungeon, made up of 6 different buildings, but since it was a tutorial mission, he felt he could clear it with his eyes closed. Preparing to move in, he affirmed to himself that from this moment on, the veteran was going to finish the mission. On the ground, the gang members looked everywhere, trying to locate the threat. One of them even questioned if the attack wasn't from the Iron Fist gang, since they were the only ones insane enough for something like this. He promised to beat them to a pulp as soon as he caught them, but his threat was cut short by a strange noise. The man turned, asking what that was, and decided to check behind a dumpster. He found nothing, until a hand snatched his face and slammed him violently to the ground. Kim reflected on how the gangster didn't recognize him, even though he was right in front of his face. He concluded that there was no better combination than playing dead and using stealth for an infiltration. While those idiots were distracted outside, he'd take the opportunity to enter the main building using a secret passage. His plan was to avoid combat as much as possible, since the Dagger Gang usually kept their hostages on the 5th floor, right next to the boss room. There was still a long way to go. He began to move stealthily to avoid being caught, but his plans were ruined when an alarm blared, warning that enemies had infiltrated the building. All members were ordered to arm themselves and gather at a meeting point. Kim grumbled, annoyed at being discovered so soon, and hurried to a door. Inside, gangsters were already setting up with miniguns, but Kim acted fast, firing to disarm and immobilize them. Amidst their curses, they tried to fight back, but Kim simply tossed a grenade into the air. A new explosion rocked the floor. Kim thought that taking the long way definitely wasn't his style, and that a single grenade wouldn't be enough. He then threw all his remaining charges, causing a chain detonation. With a sarcastic smile, he hoped they enjoyed his little gift. As the smoke cleared, he observed the bodies scattered across the floor, wondering if he'd gotten all of them. Knowing he couldn't let his guard down, he remained alert. His caution paid off when a surviving gangster pulled a gun, screamed for him to go to hell, and fired straight at his face. Kim, however, dodged the bullet with ease, as he had just unlocked the sensitive trait. With this new ability, essential for this dungeon, he stated that it was the gangster who was going to hell. He then knocked him out, and announced that now that he'd dealt with the small fry, he was heading up. Kim climbed the stairs slowly, thinking he'd managed to reach the 4th floor without any major problems. He knew, however, that the real danger began here, as he expected the gang's strongest members to be guarding the floor right below the boss room. He peeked around a corner to survey the area, but he was shocked by what he saw. The floor was completely empty. Not even the betting room had anyone in it. Kim felt something was very wrong and knew he needed to focus, so he activated his focus trait. He expected to hear something from the floor above, but instead, he spotted a drone hovering nearby. The device quickly dropped a flashbang to the floor, which exploded in an intense burst of light. Kim cursed, realizing they were trying to blind him for a surprise attack. And just like that, an assassin crept up behind him, aiming to strike his shoulder. It was the Dagger Gang's boss who called him a little rat and said he'd finally caught him. However, Kim managed to block with his shield and ironically asked who he thought he'd caught. Surprised, the assassin fell back, questioning how his dagger hadn't pierced the shield. As the assassin backed away, Kim taunted him, asking who looked like a rat now. Kim reflected that he didn't expect to find the boss on the 4th floor, which made the situation very dangerous, since this part wasn't in the game. Even so, he managed to read the enemy's patterns. As soon as the flashbang went off, Kim had shut his eyes, predicting the flash was the standard pattern for a chain attack when entering the boss room. That's why he had time to equip his sensory and focus traits before the ambush. The boss was an assassin, and Kim would need to use all 5 of his senses to feel where the attacks were coming from. The gang boss complained that he'd blocked the ambush, but Kim told him not to be so surprised. Then, the warrior drew his extendable staff and warned that he'd make the assassin regret ever targeting him. Kim lunged forward and attempted a horizontal slash, but the assassin mocked his slowness and threw a dagger at him. The weapon flew dangerously close, but Kim managed to bat it away. He thought that, as expected of an assassin, the enemy was incredibly fast, and he'd only survived thanks to his sensory and focus traits. The man's dagger was enchanted with poison magic, and a single scratch would send him straight to his coffin. The longer this fight dragged on, the worse it would be for Kim. The assassin called him lucky, and said that if he surrendered now, he'd only lose an arm. Kim told him to cut the crap and bring it on. The gang leader laughed, remarking that he could tell Kim was a shooter just by the poor way he held his sword. The warrior realized the enemy was deducing his class as a reinforced soldier just from seeing him use firearms. Confident, the assassin charged forward, vowing to tear him apart and take his life in the most painful way possible. Kim saw he had only one chance. as the enemy had let his guard down. He raised his katana, and although the assassin called him slow once more, Kim turned his face, took a deep breath, and twisted the blade's direction, executing a reverse slash. The assassin didn't expect a shooter to use a combo attack, so he ducked to counter the blow with his dagger. Kim apologized mentally, because as soon as he'd swapped his skills, he was no longer a shooter. At that moment, he was a classic warrior, armed only with his swordsmanship, using the first style of the mountain-shattering swordsmanship. Unleashing the mountain-shattering ability, he slammed a deep gash across the man's shoulder. The assassin screamed, spitting blood as he collapsed to the floor. Kim was left standing, panting heavily. The assassin warns Kim that he'll lose as soon as he lets his guard down, and prepares to attack again, insisting the fight wasn't over yet. Kim wonders if that was his opponent's final card. However, the assassin suddenly collapses to the floor, splattering blood across the apartment window. Only then does it become clear that Kim was also wounded, with a blade embedded in his abdomen. The warrior admits to himself that he'd let his guard down at the end, and with poison already circulating through his body, he realizes he needs to switch his skills immediately. He activates his regeneration skills to heal the wound in his stomach. As soon as he recovers, Kim gets up, complaining that while the pain is bearable, it still hurts a lot. At that moment, he overhears the gangsters receiving orders to come up and deal with the intruder. With no time to lose, Kim decides he needs to get out of the building as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the Dagger Gang General's room on the 5th floor, Director Choi falls from his chair, desperately thinking of how to escape. Suddenly, someone appears in front of him. It's Kim, who asks how the director got caught, since he was so tough. Surprised, Choi asks if the warrior came to save him. Kim states that they need to get out of there first, as their enemies are on the way, and the director agrees. Choi tries to stay on his feet but can barely move. Seeing the state he's in, Kim curses the gangsters for what they did and tells the director to get on his back. Choi tries to refuse, but the warrior insists they're in a hurry to get somewhere safe. While carrying him, Kim reflects that even after suffering so brutally, the director remained loyal. He thought Arcane Soul was a hellish world, but he could still be surprised by such moving actions. They arrive at Seonsu's agency, where Kim drinks several healing potions. The effect is immediate, as he not only acquires the poison resistance skill, but also confirms that the potions have cleared all the poison from his body. Choi shows up with more cans and tells him to drink as much as he wants, but Kim refuses, saying he's had enough. The director then apologizes, explaining that the information about the nectar leaked while he was preparing it, and that he shouldn't have trusted his employees. Kim casually agrees, revealing that he drank the nectar anyway, which leaves the director in disbelief. The young man explains that if he hadn't drunk it, he wouldn't have been able to save him. Choi laments that such a precious nectar was used to rescue him. Kim thinks that it wasn't the director's fault, but decides to let him believe what he wants. Just then, a knock is heard at the agency's door. The director panics, wondering if the Dagger Gang has already found them, and asks what they should do. Kim, on the other hand, calmly turns and says they should welcome their guests. Upon opening the door, he's surprised to see the Iron Fist Gang and their boss, who is also named Kim. The warrior greets the group. The Iron Fist boss comments that it's absurd to think Kim wiped out the Dagger Gang by himself, but admits he always knew Kim wasn't an ordinary person, and then asks why he was summoned there. Kim thinks to himself that it's time to receive the reward for the difficult mission. He remembers that in the game, the Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang are rivals competing for power over the Silum area, and the tutorial asked the player to help the Iron Fist Gang in exchange for many rewards. The gang leader asks if Kim plans to create his own organization. Kim denies it and explains that the reason he called him was to say that he can have the Dagger Gang's territory. The warrior states that he'd rather be alone and has no intention of entering the underworld, so this would be the best way to pay his debt. The Iron Fist boss observes that it's an offer where he loses nothing and that it seems a bit much to settle a debt. Kim just jokes, saying it's good that they're on the same page. As the new owner of the Silum area, Iron Fist demands that Kim grant him one wish. Kim reflects that his request is something everyone likes to have, a home of his own. He explains that since he works alone in this tough world, he realized he needed a safe place, especially after getting his stomach injured in the fight against the Dagger Gang. The gang leader agrees immediately, since Kim helped him get rid of a rival group, and praises his directness. Iron Fist then asks what kind of house Kim prefers, suggesting a luxury mansion or an apartment. However, Kim says no, specifying that he needs an isolated, soundproof house with guaranteed security and a training facility in the basement. The gang leader says he's got the perfect property with those features, much to Kim's delight. The house was on the outskirts of Silum, right on the peak of Gyeonubong, and Kim recognizes the location as the exact house given to the player as their first base in the game Arcane Soul. Sitting at his new desk, Kim savors the feeling of having a real home. He admires the fresh air and the perfect view, amazed by the house's beauty and magnificence. He remembers when he first fell into Arcane Soul, not knowing what to do and with a hospital bill of about 20 million won. Now, not only did he have a house that looked like a palace, but he also had the money from Security Chief Number 1 and Director Choi, enough to stay in the hospital for a year without any worries. However, Kim knows that in Arcane Soul, there's no time to enjoy success. As soon as the game's plot progresses, evil villains like the Saint of the Old Priest's Order will appear to destroy the city. That's why he grabs his pickaxe and heads to the underground training facility. It was time to find the real reason he chose this house. He locates a spot on the wall and gets to work, slamming the pickaxe hard into the stone. To his surprise, the wall shatters with ease. He realizes his skill is working better than expected, which could speed up the process. Kim starts digging downward as fast as he can, complaining that he never imagined the treasure was this deep when he played the game. Still, he doesn't think about giving up and remains determined to get out of there soon. Suddenly, a liquid starts to leak from the stone, and Kim begins to drink it. The water slowly regenerates him with its energy. He loves the taste, as he can feel his body healing in real time. This is the effect of the Manha Spring, a place brimming with power. Even characters with zero health can recover quickly by being drenched in this spring, and most negative effects disappear, showing its incredible therapeutic properties. The house on Gyeonubong was the only place where he could access such an incredible spring for free. Kim reflects that he had to go through a lot of trouble to get here, unlike in the game, where everything was solved with a single click. The spring was so full of vitality that he could feel its effects easily. Grabbing one of his swords, he comments that the Manha Spring's properties are perfect for training. He could heal quickly if he ran out of stamina and get right back to it. The time had come to begin the first and only extreme efficiency training for free-to-play players. As night fell over the mansion, Kim reflected that it had already been 2 weeks since he'd locked himself in the training room. During that time, he'd become able to activate the black flame with ease, feeling the mana flow around his sword. He raised his weapon and executed the 3 styles of the mountain-shattering swordsmanship in sequence. First, the Mountain Crusher, followed by the lunge of the Mountain Splitter, and finally, the thrust of the Mountain Piercer. Kim was now completely used to wielding his swordsmanship in tandem with the Black Flame, not to mention the useful traits he'd acquired during his training. He felt he'd completed his main objective, but there was still one important thing left to do: obtain a mana cultivation technique. If he'd refined the nectar before drinking it, he could have reached level 3 superhuman, but since he was at level 2, there was still mana left in his body. To completely absorb the nectar's energy and finally reach level 3, he needed that cultivation technique. The problem was, it wouldn't be easy to get one. An item like that cost tens of billions. Fortunately, he was probably the only person who knew about a specific technique hidden in Kim Chunbok's antiques. With that plan in mind, he headed to the Shinwon market where the shop was located. When he arrived, however, Kim noticed something strange about the antique shop's door. He wondered why it was closed, but the situation was even more serious. The doors were locked with a monoseal to prevent anyone from entering. The Shinwon market was known for having the most shops in the region, a place where you could find anything. In the game, during business hours, that place was always open, no matter what. Besides the closed antique shop, Kim realized that most of the other stores had also shut their doors, turning the bustling market into a completely empty place. He began to wonder if the world of Arcane Soul was becoming different from the one he knew. Nearby, a man was squatting beside a door, and Kim approached him. He asked if business in the market had been bad lately, noticing that even the owner of the only open shop didn't seem to be doing well. The old man answered sharply, asking if he couldn't see the situation for himself just by looking around. With thugs fighting every day, it's impossible for merchants to work. Kim remarked that this was their territory, and the shop owner started cursing out the Iron Fist gang. He explained that ever since the Dagger gang was wiped out, the smaller gangs had been fighting each other daily for control of the area. Kim repeated to himself, they were fighting among themselves. In the game's original story, the Iron Fist gang personally destroyed the Dagger gang and claimed the territory for themselves, which naturally put the Shinwon market under their control. This time, however, he was the one who destroyed the Dagger gang. Because of that, the market had become a battlefield, with other gangs trying to seize power. Questioning the consequences of his own actions, the warrior decided to go check out the fight. He found members of 2 gangs locked in a fierce conflict. The leader of the attacking group, the vice chief of the poison gang, known as the Steel Scorpion, yelled that this territory belonged to them and told the Iron Fist gang to go back to their own turf. A member of the Iron Fist shot back a curse, but was cut off by the arrival of someone else, who asked what this mess was all about in his territory. A group of men wearing nothing but underwear suddenly appeared. The Steel Scorpion grumbled that the perverts had arrived. The leader of the new group, a man known as the Exhibitionist and vice chief of the Bear Gang, declared that this territory was his as well. The Steel Scorpion told him to cut the crap and get lost, but the Exhibitionist simply asked if they intended to continue committing this sacrilege. A terrified member of the Iron Fist Gang thought he had to get out of there as fast as possible. Just then, Kim appeared and commented on the commotion and was immediately recognized as the man who wiped out the Dagger Gang. The warrior, however, told the gang member to get on his feet and do his job. He then ordered the other thugs to stop fighting and join him. Kim told the man from the Iron Fist gang to pull himself together, promising he'd help him restore order and get the market back to normal. The Steel Scorpion, outraged, demanded to know who he thought he was to be giving her orders, while the exhibitionist asked if that was an offer. Kim reflected that if he fought with all his might, he'd probably win, but it could cause unnecessary harm to the merchants. So, he decided he first needed to show his strength in a controlled way and prepared his fighting stance. Seeing him, the Scorpion recognized his techniques, the mountain-crushing swordsmanship and the divine fever. The exhibitionist then realized he was the man who had annihilated the Dagger Gang all by himself. Kim confirmed the story and said he'd be generous, making them an offer they couldn't refuse to settle the situation, a series of one-on-one fights. The vice leader of the Poison Gang asked if he thought she was stupid enough to face a warrior in a straight-up fight. In response, Kim assured her they'd compete in whatever category she felt most comfortable with. He then positioned himself in front of the exhibitionist for the first challenge and asked if the man's specialty was mind control, stating that if he could resist it, the victory would be his. The leader of the Naked Gang, however, said it was an honor and, instead of competing, wanted Kim to join his religion of the primordial goddess. Kim questioned why he'd joined such a disgusting order, since their religion wasn't part of the 7 major ones, nor was it among the second-tier ones. It was just some random cult. He declared he'd never join a pseudo-religion that wasn't even listed in the Peace of Westphalia. Offended, the leader of the Naked Gang said that was to be expected from a non-believer, and that he would reshape his mind with the love of his goddess. He then prepared his ability and ordered Kim to kneel and receive the chance to meet his deity. Kim felt the force of the mind control, typical of a priest class. His eyes narrowed, and he felt a strong urge to kneel before the man. However, he shattered the mental control with a solid punch right to the exhibitionist's face, sending him crashing to the ground, groaning. Kim reflected that not even the Saintess had managed to influence him. Seeing their leader defeated, the members of the Naked Gang decided to retreat. Kim then turned to the Steel Scorpion, who admitted he wasn't so bad. Even so, she warned him that the Poison Gang was on a completely different level than those perverts. Kim replied that he didn't buy that, and they'd only find out when they started. Since her specialty was poison making, he challenged her to give him her strongest concoction to drink. The girl quipped that if he was willing to lose his life, she'd gladly help him. The Iron Fist Gang member warned that drinking poison was a death wish, but Kim seemed quite confident that everything would be fine. The Steel Scorpion held out a cup of poison and said that if he could withstand it, he'd win. The warrior recognized the substance as the picnic knockout, the poison that caused the most pain out of all the ones she produced. He commented that the smell was awful and warned her that he'd punch her if he survived. The woman just laughed, telling him not to beg for the antidote after he drank it. Kim downed the cup in one go, stating that wouldn't happen. Immediately, the poison began to ravage his body, causing him to collapse to the floor. He felt as if his blood was boiling. The girl asked if he was feeling the effects now, and said that if he begged for his life like a dog, she'd consider helping him. Kim, however, needed to focus. He knew that his common poison resistance wouldn't work, as this one was created with a special medicine. The plan was to endure the damage with his healing trait, to somehow control the toxin. The Steel Scorpion was stunned to see him focus all the poison's energy into his arm. At that moment, Kim unlocked the medicine resistance and realized he was ready. With this new ability, he managed to control the poison with his mana. Finally, he made a small cut on his palm, causing all the poison to pour out onto the ground. The Iron Fist member was shocked to realize he had concentrated all the toxic energy into his hand to remove it, while the Steel Scorpion, with a look of pure shock, thought it was impossible. Kim grabbed the woman's hand and remarked that her poison was awful, but now it was his turn. Then, he snapped her finger. She cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, her prosthetic knocked loose. The woman threatened him, asking if he really thought he'd get away unscathed after what he'd done. Kim just told her to cut the sore loser act and get lost. She retreated, promising she'd remember what happened. While the members of the Iron Fist Gang celebrated, cheering for Kim the warrior, he was already thinking about the future. For Kim, victory was a given, and what really mattered was what came next. Meanwhile, the merchants whispered among themselves, relieved by the gang's victory, but worried about how much they'd be hassled from now on. Kim approached a gang member, and after being thanked, made an important announcement to the market. He declared that the new protection fee would be half of what the Dagger Gang used to charge. The gang member complained that they wouldn't make a profit that way, but Kim simply asked if he was talking back. The man immediately denied it, saying his boss would understand the decision. Hearing this, the merchants hailed Kim as the savior of the Xinhuan market, thanking him with all their might. Kim replied that he only did it to get some discounts, thinking to himself that the Xinhuan market literally had everything. The merchants immediately agreed to give him at least an 80% discount any time, which increased Kim's favorability level with the NPCs. With that settled, he headed to Kim Chunbok's antique shop, where he was warmly welcomed. The shop owner said he'd heard a lot about Kim, the hero who saved the Xinhuan market. Kim tried to be modest, but the merchant explained that the gangsters had been causing a lot of trouble. He mentioned he even had to close his shop after being dragged into a fight where he broke his arm. The old man said he received a very effective Qigong treatment, and that if it weren't for the therapist, he'd still be in the hospital. Kim's interest was piqued, and he asked if there was a Qigong therapist in Silim. The old man offered to introduce them, but Kim said he wanted to buy something first. The merchant invited him to browse freely, but the young man got straight to the point, asking to see the items stored downstairs. Surprised, the shop owner asked how he knew about that, and Kim replied that he had his ways, thinking that the old man shouldn't underestimate a player with over 10,000 hours of game time. Chunbok then led them to a door for unauthorized personnel, explaining he'd make an exception for Kim, and revealed his private collection of magical goods. Kim knew that Chunbok had many unique items from his playing days. Above all, he possessed the Horn of the Elder God, an extremely powerful item that contained a sealed cultivation technique. With his top priority secured, Kim began to grab everything useful and place the items on the table. The merchant praised his keen eye for detail. The selection included 5 colored diamonds, magic goggles, a magic glove, and the Horn of the Elder God, all rare items. The total price was 2 billion won, which surprised Kim. Chunbok explained that would be the price for a stranger, but since Kim was the market's guardian angel, he could make a reasonable price of 500 million. Kim joked that he'd had quite a scare and handed over the money, thinking how sweet the 80% discount for being an NPC favorite was. Now, all Kim needed was to find a priest-class superhuman to release the Horn's sacred seal. Fortunately, he already had a lead on where to find such a person. He asked Chunbok for the address of the Qigong therapist the old man had mentioned earlier. Later, as evening fell, Kim arrived in an area full of buildings and knocked on the indicated door. Getting no answer, he pressed his ear against the wood, wondering if the therapist had gone out for a walk. Suddenly, the door swung open, and someone asked what he wanted so early. Kim noted the man's white hair and pale face, and was certain this was the person he was looking for. He joked, saying it was already evening, and the young man at the door just repeated his question about what he wanted. Kim then explained that he'd heard his treatments were excellent. Hearing this, the young man's face lit up. Realizing Kim was a client and not a gangster as he had thought, he immediately asked where Kim was injured. The warrior thought the man's reaction was exactly what he'd expected. The therapist asked him to lie down on the bed, but Kim changed the subject, explaining he wasn't there for a Qigong treatment. Instead, he revealed his true purpose, which was to ask the young man to remove a seal from an item. Confused, the man repeated the phrase about removing a seal, explaining that he was just a therapist and that for a sacred seal, Kim would need to go to a temple. Kim refused the idea, stating that the temples would charge an absurd amount. Instead, he made a direct proposal. If the young man, Priest Kim, could remove the seal, he'd give him 100 million won. The priest was incredulous at the offer and asked, surprised, how the warrior knew his name. The warrior knew this because Priest Kim was the 3rd character in the Arcane Soul tutorial. He was the priest of a forgotten religion that served a deity who died 3,000 years ago, and remarkably, he was one of the few innocent people in the entire game. With so many delinquent priests in Arcane Soul, it was very difficult to find a kind-hearted religious person, which made him very useful. The priest, still suspicious, asked how he knew he wasn't just a simple therapist, and the warrior just said he'd keep it a secret. Priest Kim commented that the task wouldn't be easy, and then they both knelt on the floor. A little apprehensive, the priest began the process, drawing the energy from the warrior's artifact. Soon, the runes began to break away from the band that sealed the item, and the warrior realized it was working. With his aura alone, the priest managed to completely remove the band, releasing the Horn of the Ancient God. This was the artifact that granted the ability of the Einherjar cultivation technique. Priest Kim was shocked that it had actually worked, while the warrior celebrated, saying it was excellent. Curious, the priest asked if that was a mana technique, but the warrior just thanked him. Next, he blew the horn, and a powerful aura filled the entire room. His body began to be molded by the new energy. Kim noticed that the mana that had been wasted in his body was now being rapidly absorbed. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, feeling the incredible effect of the technique, as if the silence of the deep North European Sea had entered his body. He calculated that in about 2 weeks, he'd be able to absorb all that mana and reach level 3 superhuman. Impressed, the priest clapped, Commenting that it was the first time he'd seen a warrior-class superhuman use a cultivation technique, Kim explained that it really wasn't common. Seeing his exhaustion, the priest invited him to lie down on the bed and rest. Kim agreed, saying his mind was overloaded with too much information and that he'd stay in the priest's care for a while. The priest joked that since he'd paid a fortune, he could rest as much as he wanted. While resting, Kim reflected that the priest was just as kind as he was in the game. It was great to have found such a trustworthy clergyman, as this would be very useful in the long run. Sometime later, Kim suddenly woke up in bed, startled by a strange noise. He saw the priest pouring gasoline over the backpack full of money and asked what he was doing. The priest then took out a lighter and began to pray, asking his forgotten God to accept the offering so he could finally be resurrected. Just as the priest was about to drop the lighter on the bag, Kim acted fast, stopping him by forcing his hand down. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and asked what his problem was. The priest explained that he needed to burn the money as an offering, insisting that his God only accepted money and that it was the only way to obtain divine power. Kim thought to himself that he didn't imagine that back then the priest still believed in this, since his God had been dead for 3,000 years. Kim knew that even in the game, this religion had almost no power at all until he revived it himself. He found it hard to believe the priest didn't know the right way to serve his God. So, Kim interrupted the priest and explained that his method was completely wrong. He didn't need to burn money, but rather to burn and vaporize gold. The priest grew suspicious, saying that sounded like a heretic's talk. Kim retorted, asking if he'd even tried it, and the priest admitted he hadn't, as his religious order had established the method of burning money many years ago. Kim explained that the old method was the reason the priest's God hadn't revived yet. Since it would be difficult to burn gold right then, the warrior suggested an alternative that made the priest curious. He then asked what this other method was, and Kim replied that just as he'd been helped with the mana technique, he would help the priest in the same way. Before them, a pot was boiling with a yellow liquid. The priest hesitated, saying he shouldn't do it, but Kim insisted that he trust him and drink the gold, promising a great increase in divine power. Feeling that his God was responding to Kim's insistence, the priest decided to try it and drank the liquid. Immediately, he felt something different in his body. His straight hair began to spike up, and he started to glow as he knelt on the floor. Kim asked what he was feeling, and the priest shouted in euphoria, claiming the effect was much better than when he burned millions of one. The warrior explained that his growth would accelerate even more with this new method. Grateful for the valuable information, the priest wanted to pay for it. Remembering an item he owned, he handed a necklace to Kim. The warrior recognized the object as a sacred artifact that contained the healing trait and accepted it, thinking this had been more profitable than he'd imagined. Kim also reflected that the priest's order always offered great quests. So, he asked if the priest would mind praying with him, saying he also wanted to pay for the service. In his thoughts, however, Kim considered that the priest now belonged to him. A week later, the priest begged Kim to stop, as he felt like his entire body was turning into gold. Kim, however, warned him that he still needed to consume more. The priest expressed fear of suffering from mana poisoning for increasing his power so quickly, but the warrior assured him that wouldn't happen and told him to get back to praying. Kim thought to himself that there was no reason to worry, since the 4 tutorial characters possessed unique resources. Just as he had the pure body, the priest Kim would never suffer from mana poisoning, which allowed for his accelerated growth. Finally, Kim announced that the priest was finished. A powerful mana began to envelop him, illuminating the entire area with a glow so intense that Kim had to cover his face. The priest could hardly believe he'd reached level 3, a stage that would even allow him to prepare an apostle. The warrior commented that at this rate, it wouldn't take long for the priest to become an apostle of his God. The priest Kim replied that he still had a long way to go, but his friend insisted that he already had enough divine experience. Now that he was at level 3, he needed to call a regional assembly to get official recognition as a bishop. Remembering his debt, the priest began to thank him, but Kim denied he was owed anything, claiming he just wanted to help people. However, he thought it was better for the priest to never forget and to become an archbishop soon to get more divine artifacts. Taking the opportunity, the priest asked for a favor. He was planning the assembly but was embarrassed to go alone, so he asked if Kim could be his bodyguard. Kim readily accepted, telling him not to worry, while thinking that with the priest's growth complete, it was time to start his own quest line. The next day, in a church, some priests were congratulating the priest Kim for reaching level 3. He thanked them, while the warrior observed that the scale of the event was small and few people would attend the meeting. Suddenly, a man threw open the door and declared it a pitiful sight. It was the bishop of the order, who arrived asking who had given the priest permission to organize a regional assembly. The priest replied that everyone in the order had that right, but the bishop retorted that this only applied to normal priests, not to apostates. The young man questioned the accusation, and the bishop explained that it's impossible to level up so much in just 3 months with common methods. He accused him of having sold out his brothers to receive a stronger divine power. The priest tried to deny it, saying he'd just found a great way to level up, but the bishop told him to shut up, stating he wouldn't listen to any more excuses and ordered his men to capture him. At that moment, Kim interrupted, saying they seemed to be afraid of a simple boy. The soldiers, surprised, asked who he was. The warrior then formally introduced himself as the priest's bodyguard. Irritated, the bishop shouted that this was a matter for the order, and they didn't need an outsider's involvement. Kim retorted that as a bodyguard, he wasn't a stranger, and that the old man's logic made no sense at all. The priest tried to explain that the method used for the purification was simple, consisting of molten gold, but the bishop considered the act profane and evil. The young man argued that there was nothing profane about it, since God had allowed it. The furious bishop called Kim a heretic and began preparing a spell, declaring he would personally purify him to offer him to God. He ordered Kim to repent for his sins in the eternal flames and then unleashed the spell, causing a massive explosion in the area. The cultists were shocked by the scene, but Kim simply complained that the bishop couldn't attack without warning, as that was blasphemy. Surprised, the bishop asked why his magic was blocked. In response, Kim questioned if he was sure it was a good idea to attack an apostle candidate. The old man, even more irritated, retorted how a heretic could become an apostle. The priest, confused, said he didn't understand what he meant by candidate. Kim then told him not to worry, just to eat the gold and pray. The bishop yelled for Kim to stay back if he didn't want to burn along with him, but the bodyguard warned him that if the priest proved to be an apostle, the bishop wouldn't know what to do. At that moment, an intense light filled the hall, as the priest had already begun to pray. The bishop, in disbelief, questioned if this was really the ascension of an apostle. Kim realized the bishop's surprise was the reason he hadn't made the priest an apostle the day before. He concluded that the old man wasn't just incompetent, but also jealous of the priest, and that's why he needed to get rid of him immediately. The condition for the priest's awakening was to swallow a golden artifact from a different order, and with the bishop being accused of blasphemy, the situation became perfect. Kim called out to his lord, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Kim then pointed his sword at the bishop and declared that, in the presence of a new apostle, it was time to teach the heretics a lesson. He asked the priest to ask God how he should punish the one who, out of jealousy, took the life of a fellow bishop and even tried to frame his own son as a heretic to send him to hell. Shocked, the bishop asked how Kim knew all of that. The priest then received a divine message stating that God had ordered him to take the life of the corrupt bishop. Kim placed his sword on the bishop's shoulder, stating that since it was a divine order, he couldn't refuse. With a swift movement, he cut down the bishop. The surrounding soldiers wondered what the hell was happening, while the worshippers whispered among themselves. Kim reflected that he took the man's life before he could cause any more trouble. The priest tried to argue that the man was still a bishop of the order, but Kim showed no pity, saying he deserved what happened. Next, the bodyguard asked what God's new order was. The priest explained that God had ordered him to go to the Levant region, where the first order began, and offer gold to him there. Kim commented that choosing the gold was the right decision, and that the priest should go to expand his influence, while thinking that this was a way for the priest to pay for what he had done. The priest, in turn, said he didn't know how to repay his debt, but that before leaving, he would give him a gift from the storeroom. Now outside the church, Kim felt good about helping the priest, especially since he received very valuable items as a reward. He finally obtained the first R-rank holy sword, which is worth billions. In addition, he also received a divine statue that grants a sanctuary around his location. The sanctuary is an ability that transforms a certain area into a safe zone, according to the owner's will. If an enemy invades the location, they are either expelled or suppressed. In other words, Kim would no longer have to worry about being ambushed during his training. With the new items in hand, he decided it was time to have some fun training in the Manha Spring bathtub. Sometime later, Kim rose from the water, completely thin and visibly tired. Kim complained that he might have trained too much, to the point where the Manha Spring wasn't healing him as well as before. Despite this, he used the time to practice his Einar jar cultivation technique and mountain-shattering swordsmanship, feeling his mana and proficiency had increased. Now it was time to check the results of all that hard work. Choi asked if the superhuman was okay, and Kim agreed, saying he really needed to move around a bit. Next, he wanted to know if there was a mission he could help with. The director then explained they had a complicated situation at the moment and asked if Kim remembered the first landfill. Kim said yes, as he couldn't forget that place. Thinking about how it was there, he discovered just how terrifying Arcane Soul could be. The director said that an entire cleanup crew was sent there and didn't come back, which meant there were at least 6 mutants in the area. Kim asked about the Keepers Association, and Choi explained that the public officials gave them the mission in secret to prevent the situation from turning into chaos. Kim commented that some people would definitely be fired if the news got out, and asked what the reward was. Choi revealed the reward was bad, because instead of 100 million per mutant, they were offering an arcane rifle with a curse debuff. The warrior wanted to know what kind of debuff the weapon had, and the director said it was related to him, since the rifle was used by the Order. Kim thought it was an offer he couldn't refuse, since the weapon used by the old priest's order applied a black flame debuff. So, he accepted the mission, saying he'd go to the location immediately. The arena was filled with black flames when Kim arrived at the center with a fire rifle. He commented that the place hadn't been cleaned in a few days and was already contaminated, feeling that there was something strange in the air. Unable to see clearly, he needed to be ready for an ambush until he noticed something moving in the smoke. Kim turned, but the figure moved to the opposite side, and he realized that monster sounds were coming from multiple directions, making it impossible to know where they'd come from. Suddenly, a purple light slammed into his face. Kim spun towards the attack and came face to face with a bat monster. Immediately, he started firing, sending the creature to hell as he pierced its chest, abdomen, and leg. The monster began to fly over the area, and Kim kept shooting, but he wondered if that was all, since the creature's wings seemed to be bulletproof. The monster charged again and fired a beam in his direction, but the young man managed to dodge. He thought that if he hadn't switched to the evasion trait, he would have been torn to shreds. Against a flying, bulletproof enemy, the fight would be disadvantageous if it went on for too long. Faced with this, Kim lowered his weapon and aimed for the monster's head, determined to end the fight with a single, precise shot. He pulled the trigger and the bullet slammed right into the bat's head. It crashed down on top of Kim, spilling blood on his clothes. With the victory, he obtained the aim trait and celebrated the fact that he'd received a high-grade shooting skill. However, a noise rose up around him. He realized the other mutants were coming because of the noise he'd made, but he wouldn't be able to face them all at once. Then, with a smile, he thought that maybe he could. Kim hid behind a pillar, going into stealth. He decided he'd first wait for the enemies using his traits, but then he noticed a type of slime approaching. Faced with an army of gelatinous monsters, Kim smiled and remarked that the cuties had arrived. He pulled out a grenade, planning to wait until they all gathered in one spot to wipe them out in one go. The resulting explosion was immense, and as he fired his rocket launcher, Kim warned that he had plenty more where that came from. Seeing the slime's fragment, he thought to himself that he should use smart tactics like this more often. However, Kim noticed something strange ahead. He wondered what it was, since the monsters hadn't made any noise as they approached, and he hadn't even noticed them. He soon understood that they weren't real mutants, but rather specters from a necromancer, and there were several of them in the area. Suddenly, one of the monsters, which was carrying a radio, called out for Mr. Superhuman, asking to talk. Kim thought a talking specter was strange, but the radio started to crackle, and he realized someone was speaking through the creature's speaker. The person, who must have been the necromancer, asked why he was causing a commotion in his territory. Kim found it strange that someone would call a contaminated facility their territory, but one thing soon came to mind. He remembered the Caretakers Association, an organization that on the surface seemed benevolent and dedicated to cleaning up contaminated mana. In reality, however, it was one of the game's most famous villain organizations. The mana cleanup was just a cover for their true nature, which consisted of committing all sorts of dirty deeds to expand their power. Kim realized they were also behind this incident, creating a situation where the government would have no choice but to ask for help, thus strengthening their influence. Furthermore, they planned to use the incident as an excuse to dismiss officials who were hostile to them. The Spectre suggested that since there wasn't a real reason to fight, Kim should join the Caretakers Association, seeing as he was so skilled. Kim mocked the proposal, asking if he should really join a terrorist organization of mutant creatures. The Spectre replied that with his skills, he'd be among the top ranks of the association. The young man simply told the necromancer to go to hell, saying that he didn't like the organization's name and it wasn't cool at all. Laughing, the Spectre said that Kim didn't know his place, and that if he didn't want to join them now, he could join after becoming a corpse knight. In response, Kim fired his flame rifle, unleashing a massive explosion in the area. He even ironically agreed with the Spectre's threat, but the radio glowed red and the specters simply reappeared. Kim complained to himself, remembering that firearms were useless against specters. In that case, he'd need another approach. Kim drew his sword, stating that the holy attribute worked wonders against dark monsters. Surprised, the specter asked about the holy sword, wanting to know if Kim wasn't a shooter. Kim told the necromancer to shut up and promised he'd find him and tear him apart. Then, the warrior charged forward, slicing through every specter in his path. Thanks to the attribute advantage, the fight wasn't too difficult, but the monsters seemed endless, so he'd have to change his strategy again. Relying on his specialized traits for resistance and his artifact's unique trait, Kim had a total of 9 active skills, which should be more than enough. He yelled, "Here I go!" and charged, launching projectiles from his sword at the monsters. The tactic seemed to work, so he picked up the pace, rushing toward the army with his sword drawn, forcing one of the specters to fall back. Dizzy as he was, Kim knew he just needed one last push. Running back to his previous spot, he felt an energy build in his steps. for he'd just acquired a new trait called Charge. The young man celebrated the new skill and charged forward, shattering the monsters in his path as he announced that a linked trait was on its way. Immediately after, he leaped as high as he could and gained the jump trait as well. With the combination of charge and jump, Kim realized it'd be easy to break through the weaker monsters' encirclement. He managed to plow through the group, striking all of them, but gasped for air right after. Most of the specters were defeated, but the problem was that Kim was completely exhausted. Over the radio, the necromancer commented that he didn't expect him to be a paladin, and now he wanted him even more. Kim challenged him to show himself, since he seemed so confident, but the enemy replied that he wasn't stupid enough to fight a warrior hand-to-hand. Instead, he told Kim to accept a gift and summoned a level 2 monster. Kim complained that he didn't have time to heal properly as he dodged the minion's attack. Suddenly, a cursed arrow flew toward him and pierced him in the back. He wondered about the combined attack, and the necromancer praised his movements, saying they'd be useful for a death knight. It was then that Kim remembered an important rule in Arcane Soul. When fighting a necromancer, you must never focus on their minion. He lunged to slash the monster, but the creature dodged beneath his legs. Kim wondered where the necromancer was, and looking up, he saw a light coming from the top of the stadium. He realized his enemy was there, and now he could go straight for him. Flying as high as he could, Kim called the necromancer a damned coward and yelled that he was going to punch him. The necromancer taunted, saying Kim had finally used his brain a little. He thought to himself that he was Karen, a B-rank necromancer, a director of the Caretakers Association, and the final boss of the landfill. Karen warned that things wouldn't go Kim's way, then seized the warrior's arms with spectral hands that began dragging him down. Karen screamed that Kim would never reach him and that he should go to hell as he unleashed a volley of arrows at him. The necromancer said he loved the sound of his screams and that the warrior should learn his place. Kim just thought that this was Charon's ultimate move, Black Fire, and heard his enemy declare that this was his end. However, Kim managed to break free from the hands, saying this was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Charon asked if that was all he had, calling it an adorable final effort. But the warrior replied that he never needed to be right in front of him in the first place. He explained that when the necromancer prepares for his big move, something funny happens, and then he switched his stats to 6 points in attack. Furious, Karen unleashed his skill and told Kim to stop spouting nonsense and just die already. Kim braces himself to deal with the blow, feeling that the time has come. After all, it was the moment when the trinity of swordsmanship, magic, and physique converged in perfect harmony, manifesting a special trait in the face of imminent destruction. It was the ultimate technique, capable of cutting through anything tangible and intangible with the sword's aura. With this ability, Kim shatters Karen's attack, making the dark mage scream in disbelief. This trait, called Flash, was the strongest form of swordsmanship, mastered only by those who had reached the pinnacle of the blade. With it, Kim managed to cleave the necromancer in two, causing a massive explosion in the area. After the impact, Kim falls toward the ground, sighing in exhaustion, as he almost lost his life. Despite everything, he managed to defeat Karen, the level 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss. He reflects that, in the game, defeating this dungeon at level 2 would have taken an entire party, and even at level 3, a player couldn't do it alone with common gear. Kim only won because he played for over 10,000 hours and, with a smile, he thinks that now it's time to collect his rewards. Upon arriving at the agency, Choi fawns over him, saying it was incredible that he actually managed to clear out that place full of mutants. Kim tries to be modest but complains about injuring his arm. The director then apologizes and says he should be more careful. Afterward, the soldiers thank him for his hard work, still in disbelief that he defeated all the mutants by himself, but Kim simply replies that he was just doing his job. Kim then changes the subject, explaining that something completely different from the mission happened when he entered the landfill. He asks if the soldiers recognize the speakers and cameras he found. One of the soldiers questions if that wasn't the mana chip that creates specters, a technology used by Karen from the Custodians Association. Kim confirms, revealing that the incident wasn't an accident, but intentional. Hearing this, the soldier slams the table, cursing the association, and the warrior comments that he can tell they don't really like the Custodians. The soldier explains that the association always charges ridiculous fees, and that they've had conflicts in the past, but they never expected them to use innocent people. Meanwhile, Kim thinks that the soldier has no idea of the truth, as the association's dark reality only begins to be revealed after completing the landfill mission. The soldier then bows and apologizes for Kim being put in danger, but the warrior accepts it, saying he needed to put an end to those villains. The man then holds out a briefcase with the promised reward, but Kim asks why he was getting 2 boxes. The soldier explains that one of them is an arcane weapon, an extra reward for him doing something so dangerous. Kim thanks him, while thinking that he just got an essential potion for free, one he would have had to buy at the temple. Finally, the soldier asks the superhuman to be careful, since they plan to press charges against the Custodians Association, based on the evidence he provided. Kim completes the thought, stating that because of this, they're going to retaliate against him. The soldier agrees, as the association wouldn't let something of this scale slide. Despite the risk, the young man says he'll be fine and will find a way to survive. Later, while driving down a street at night, Choi comments that it would be a good idea for Kim to lay low for a while to avoid the association. However, Kim thinks that hiding isn't a good idea. He explains his reasoning, based on his experience in the game. After completing the landfill mission, the player receives linked quests that inevitably put them in conflict with the Custodians Association. This was natural, since the player caused problems for them and, most importantly, took the life of the association's director, Karen himself. The important thing, according to Kim, is that the association's questline splits into several routes, and the worst one is to do nothing and waste time. In that case, the association's president attacks the player's house with dozens of superhumans. On the other hand, there's the route with the easiest difficulty. Kim then asks if the director has ever heard of a place called Gyeonubong. Choi confirms, saying it's in the forbidden area south of Silim, and that there's a large-scale poppy farm there, which would cause trouble for anyone who went. It's at this moment that Kim reveals that place belongs to the Custodians Association. Choi is confused, asking what they would have to do with poppies. Kim explains that it's not about the poppies because in reality, they were conducting body modifications and kidnappings there, being much more than a simple criminal organization. Shocked, Choi yells that they're insane, and Kim confirms, stating that's exactly why he wants to hit that place first. Completely terrified by the revelation, the director starts swerving the car. Still in the car, Kim says he needs a lot of things and hands Choi a list to prepare. The director reads the items and is stunned to see claymores and electromagnetic pulse bombs, equipment used in wars. Choi complains that it would cost a lot of money to buy all of that, but Kim reassures him, saying that worrying about money is for amateurs. He then shows the items he got from defeating the monsters in the landfill, indicating they could be sold to fund the operation. Choi admits the item's value is enough to cover the costs, but points out that even he couldn't fight the association alone. He explains that the association's president is a level 4 superhuman, and the executives are all level 3. Kim, however, reassures him, saying he won't fight alone, and that, for now, Choi just needs to worry about getting the items he requested. 2 days later, at the Gyeonubong hideout, 2 guards were on watch when a spectral hand emerged from behind one of them and snapped his neck. His partner barely had time to ask who was there before he was slammed in the chest and sent flying. Then, Kim appeared, dropping his stealth mode, and commented to himself that he loved infiltrations, no matter how many times he did them. He figured that was enough for the outer guards, and that it was time to check the underground. Suddenly someone lands a punch. It was Steel Fist, who thanks Warrior Kim for clearing the path, saying it'll now be easy to secure the underground area. Kim agrees they're villains who need to be destroyed, since they crossed the line by forcing body modifications on people. He then asks if Steel Fist has already checked the whole place, and his ally says yes, confirming it was a very complete modification workshop. Kim suggests that Steel Fist keep the workshop once they're done, since it could increase the power of his men. Steel Fist asks if Kim can really defeat everyone, since the situation is problematic. The warrior responds confidently, asking if his ally has ever seen him act without being sure of something. He notes that for a main source of the association's income, the security at the Gyeonubong hideout was surprisingly weak. Then, Kim flicks open a lighter and declares that this is the best place to start the association's downfall. The next morning, in a giant building, someone rushes to the president's office to report urgent news. The subordinate reports that the Gyeonubong hideout has been attacked. The president, Park Daeop, a level 4 superhuman, demands to know how this happened. The man explains that the one responsible was the same guy who killed Director Karen. Furious, the president slams his gloved fist on the table, questioning how the intruder dares to attack them so brazenly. The subordinate adds that the intruder also sent a picture. Seeing a photo of Kim mocking them, the president asks if he burned down the farm too. Enraged, he shatters the phone's screen and asks if the man's name is Warrior Kim, vowing that he'll take his life and cut him to pieces. Later, soldiers go to check on the Gyeonubong base. One of the men comments that the intruder must be a lunatic for burning down the entire farm. The leader orders them to capture the man and move in quickly to end this, stating he'll show the president the power of the External Affairs Department. They advance through the path of debris, and the leader warns the team to be careful, as the enemy might try to attack from a distance. A teammate agrees, saying he'll capture him as soon as he sees him. However, one of the soldiers spots a weapon in a building window. The bald leader fires at the weapon, thanking his subordinate for the good work. The shot shatters the glass window, sending the weapon tumbling down. The leader boasts that his prediction was spot on, while his teammate tries to suck up to him. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and an explosion rips through some of the soldiers. The captain yells that it's a claymore, and his subordinate desperately asks what they should do as rocket launchers fire in their direction. The captain is terrified of what's about to happen. Watching everything through a camera, Kim laughed and commented to himself that it was worth spending the night setting up bombs and mines. He knew that, thanks to his special trait, it'd be impossible for his enemies to find the traps ahead of time. As the soldiers screamed from the mines, Kim stated that he wasn't crazy enough to fight hundreds of them head-on. His plan was to defeat them all remotely from that underground control room. Several mines exploded on sight, but a mana shield emerged amidst the chaos, protecting the targets. One of the men commented that the enemy had prepared well, which was to be expected from someone who'd openly provoked their organization. Just then, another man offered to handle the situation, stating that he'd already analyzed the opponent's tactics. He introduced himself as the vice president of the Caretakers Association, an R-rank, level 3 superhuman cyborg. In response, the president ordered them to bring the target back alive, but to defeat him in the most painful way possible. Following orders, another grenade was thrown to the ground to test the area. The cyborg then guided his men, telling them the area was safe and that they should keep throwing grenades to check for more traps, proceeding slowly. Suddenly, a rocket was fired at the group, but the cyborg swatted it away with a single swipe of his hand. He immediately asked if they'd found the shooter's position, and a soldier confirmed the shot came from the right side of the cover. Then, they all opened fire on that specific spot. The attack damaged one of the enemy's rocket launchers. The cyborg celebrated, saying this was excellent, as it meant they were almost in the same building as the target. He declared they would show what they were capable of, or perhaps the enemy was already scared by now. Watching everything, Kim muttered to the camera that, as expected of cyborgs, they were truly inhuman. Suddenly, an alarm started blaring, surprising him. He commented that the enemies had arrived faster than he thought, and that the rookie assassin mission really lived up to its evil reputation. A shot struck the doorknob, and the door was immediately pushed open. Two women, Ebony and Viper, both level 3 superhumans, entered the room and asked why he was hiding like a rat, telling him he should come out and play with them. However, the room was empty. Viper commented that he knew they were coming. In fact, Kim was there the whole time with his invisibility activated. He thought that he already knew their plan. The Caretakers Association's tactic was to cause a huge commotion out front, like a full-blown war, while the executives attacked from behind. That's why Kim threw a flashbang grenade at the two of them, telling them to take this. The blast of light left both agents temporarily blinded, and they screamed that it was a trap. As he fled, Kim agreed that it was a trap and said he wanted nothing to do with them. In response, Viper shouted that she'd take his life as soon as she caught him. The young man ran, thinking the assassins would catch up to him soon and that he needed to move very quickly. A bullet hit the wall near him, and Kim realized he needed to defend himself first. Crouching down, he created a protective mana shield to block the assassins' attacks. As they fired at the barrier, Kim taunted them, telling them to shoot all they wanted because he'd block everything. However, Ebony drew a revolver and challenged him to block these bullets. One of the shots pierced through the mana shield, which shattered instantly. Kim glanced to the side, surprised, and tried to run, but he fell to the floor right after. Ebony then asked what he thought, revealing that her bullets were imbued with explosion magic. Cursing the situation he was in, Viper told him to have his dessert and threw a dagger that slammed into his abdomen. Kim grunted in pain, but the assassin warned him that was nothing compared to the suffering she was about to cause. He scoffed, saying they were just villains in cheap latex outfits, which clearly irritated them both. She moved in to fix his attitude, slamming him with a kick that sent him flying into a wall clock. Grabbing him by the collar, Viper asked if it hurt, explaining that the dagger was laced with a potent venom that attacks the arteries and wouldn't be easy to withstand. Ebony then announced they were taking him to the president, but to their surprise, Kim broke into a smile. He told them they were welcome to their doom and asked if they could hear that ticking sound, like a giant time bomb. Kim then activated the charge in his feet, telling the two of them to stay there and rot. He knew the pair was stronger than Karen and that he couldn't win in a straight fight. That's why he'd suppressed all his abilities to fake weakness, luring them close to the clock while their guard was down. Inside the clock, he'd installed white phosphorus munitions that cost him $1 billion. He wished the ladies a good night's sleep, and they barely had time to curse it was another trap before a massive explosion engulfed the area. Lying on the ground, Kim sighed. He'd managed to take down the executives, but he had to recover quickly since more enemies were on their way. He was especially worried, since he didn't know when that machine guy might show up. As if on cue, he found himself face to face with the cyborg's army. Kim got to his feet muttering, "Speak of the devil." He faced the massive troop, calling out for their leader as he gritted his teeth. The cyborg asked if Kim had taken down Ebony and Viper, and he replied that the cyborg would soon share their fate. The villain, however, told him not to dare die so easily. He would make sure to modify him until he begged to be sent to hell. Kim shot back that his villain monologue was terrible, but the vice president considered their chat a waste of time and raised his weapon. Just then, Kim asked if the cyborg knew how much he loved people who'd modified their bodies beyond all reason. "Thanks, you idiots," he said, pressing a button. A jolt of electricity surged through the cyborg's brain, who cried out, "What's happening?" as the shockwave hit. Kim then opened fire, explaining that $1 billion worth of EMP bombs and shotguns were his best friends for dealing with machines, hitting the entire army. But to Kim's surprise, he narrowed his eyes to see the cyborg still standing, glaring at him, completely enraged. Kim asked just how much money he'd spent on that body, since the bombs didn't even work. Without a word, the cyborg charged forward, screaming that he'd end him right here and now. He unleashed a strike that shattered Kim's shotgun and lunged again, asking if the kid planned on dodging forever. Kim knew the enemy's power was immense. He had to be faster. He managed to strike the cyborg's hand, noticing that his entire body was metal, except for his eyes. It was bizarre. The cyborg, in turn, simply remarked that Kim's sword was pathetic. The cyborg activated a thruster on its shin and unleashed a kick, complaining that Kim's attack didn't even tickle. The impact slammed Kim back against a building wall, and that's when he realized the enemy's body was covered in mana, making his blades completely useless. Then, the cyborg stomped on Kim's chest, asking what more you could expect from such a weak body. Kim called his enemy a dirty RoboCop, realizing it was a mechanical body powered by mana. The cyborg readied its blade, warning that he was going to cut off Kim's arms and replace them with umbrellas. He then mocked Kim's pistol, calling it cute. But at that moment, as he looked at the robot's body, Kim got an idea. The enemy asked if he still didn't understand that mere bullets couldn't hurt him. Kim replied that it wouldn't be a mere bullet, and as he fired, activated the black flame. The projectile struck the cyborg's thigh, which asked what it was as its body began to burn. Kim explained that since its mechanical body ran on mana and the black flames burned mana, the fire wouldn't go out after entering its system. He added that the cyborg should have stopped its modifications at a certain point. Scorched by the flames, the soldier began to kneel. Kim then raised his sword, saying goodbye to the monster. The cyborg closed its eyes, groaning slightly before falling flat on the ground. With the enemy defeated, Kim got to his feet and said that now, only the final step remained. Outside, a rifle shot echoed, and he declared it was time to eradicate the Caretakers Association, calling them cowards who run without their executives. The remaining soldiers tried to flee, screaming that there was no hope left, but Kim commented that their screams sounded like music to his ears. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the young man's ears and he cried out. A war cry erupted, and Kim wondered if he was finally going to show up. The red eyes like a tiger's belonged to the president of the Caretakers Association, who ordered Kim to wait right there. The president crouched, preparing to jump, and in an instant he leaped toward Kim's location, landing on the rooftop ready for a fight. Kim was shocked, not understanding how the hell the man managed to jump from the ground directly to the rooftop of a 5-story building. The president stated that he'd never experienced such a great humiliation, and that he would gladly punish Kim for messing with the Caretakers Association. He lunged forward to punch, and Kim tried to draw his sword to defend himself, but the blow sent him flying off the building. As he fell, the young man thought that he would have lost his life if he hadn't switched his stats to defensive ones, but he also realized he couldn't win fighting like this. He then unleashed a slash with his sword, but the president dodged it with ease and commented that he used interesting skills. Kim fired his black flame gun and asked what he thought of that, but the attack was blocked by a mana shield. The president said he liked it, leaving Kim stunned that he had blocked his flash and the black flame so easily. Then, the president charged forward again and began to pummel the young man, sending him crashing to the ground. Defeated, Kim thought that his opponent was unbelievably strong and that, as expected, the fight was impossible from the start. After all, the president was like an SR character from birth, while he was just a beginner character with a much lower level. The power difference between them was insane. While the president, Dayop, questioned if that was his final effort, Kim asked if he knew how his subordinates had been defeated. Kim revealed that he'd defeated Ebony and Viper with white phosphorus and the cyborgs with EMP bombs, but Chairman Dayop thought it was impossible for him to be so prepared. Faced with Kim's smiling denial, the chairman's disbelief only grew. Suddenly, Kim's body was slammed by invisible blows, his clothes ripping apart. He understood that the only way for a level 2 superhuman to defeat a level 4 was to activate his mutant body. Immediately, his arms and legs shifted, growing larger and stronger as his entire body expanded, and his face was completely transformed. As he activated the mutant warrior ability, Kim took on a demonic appearance. Seeing this, Dayop asked why he'd chosen to become a mutant. As a new eye opened on his face, Kim thought he'd lose his mind at any moment. But fortunately, he'd prepared for a situation just like this. He had the Berserker's goggles, an item that granted the user the frenzy trait for a limited time. That was exactly what he needed most. Kim crushed the goggles in his hand and gained the frenzy trait, which cleared all distractions from his mind, allowing him to focus solely on the battle and unleash his power beyond its limits. With his brain now filled with thoughts of violence and combat, he felt he could finally relax and give himself over to the bloodbath. The demon lunged at the chairman and slammed into his robotic arm. Daeyop commented that he didn't know what ability Kim had used, but things had just gotten much more interesting, and he wanted to start experimenting. The two agreed they were going to have fun, and Kim declared that was exactly what he wanted. Then, they began to exchange a flurry of powerful blows. Daeyop declared that it wouldn't be enough, and Kim agreed the same went for him. After an intense exchange of attacks, Kim managed to land a blow on the chairman's side, forcing him to stumble back. With his super strength and iron armor traits activated, the thrill of the fight overwhelmed Kim's senses, and he roared that he could do this all day. Daeyop acknowledged he hadn't had a fight like this in a long time, but declared that he'd already finished analyzing his opponent and that victory was his. Kim charged forward, telling the chairman to stop bluffing, but was caught by surprise when he glanced to the side. Daeyop explained that Kim was just throwing punches wildly, without any real technique. When Kim threw a horizontal strike, the chairman dodged by, dropping to the ground, and prepared a counterattack. He said Kim's strikes were like those of someone who doesn't know how to fight, and then he slammed a devastating punch into the monster's chin. Kim crashed to the ground barely conscious, and thought that in close quarters combat, the chairman had the clear advantage. On top of that, the effect of the frenzy was already wearing off. He realized he had no choice but to pour everything he had left into one final attack, abandoning close quarters combat. Meanwhile, Daeyop moved in to finish the fight, wondering what kind of trick his opponent was planning now. At the last second, Kim grabbed the chairman's forearm. He admitted that Daeyop was better in close combat, but revealed that he wasn't a brawler, he was a swordsman. Immediately, Kim transformed his own arm into a sharp bone blade, leaving Daeyop utterly stunned and vulnerable to the unexpected weapon. Kim uses the gleam of the blade to slash into the president's abdomen, who screams in pain. Impressed, Daeyop remarks that the kid can use the ability even with his bare hands. Kim says it was a good fight, and Daeyop calls him a monster before collapsing to the ground, defeated. Kim thinks he pushed himself too hard, as his body was giving out and taking damage from the transformations. Suddenly, a red dot appears in his eye and starts to move, making Kim cry out in pain. However, a yellowish aura surrounds him, and his face returns to its human appearance. He had reached level 3 superhuman. Relieved, he's thankful for leveling up right on time, considering himself very lucky. Shortly after, Kim collapses to the ground, his hand still a blade, and loses consciousness. He's taken back to his mana spring, where he rests beneath the healing water. Suddenly, Kim regains consciousness and asks if he's home. Choi calls him Mr. Superhuman and hugs him, asking if he's okay. Confused, Kim asks what happened. The director explains that he thought Kim had died since he found him lying on the floor with all the men from the Janitors Association. Choi says he noticed Kim was still breathing, so he put him in the mana spring, where he was unconscious for a whole week. Kim remarks that he healed up a lot in that time. The director praises him, saying he's incredible for defeating the janitors all by himself, and that the office has been getting a lot of calls with requests. Kim agrees that he's special, but stays modest while Choi keeps praising him. The director tells him he's gathered the loot from the fight for Kim to check out later, but Kim replies that he needs to heal first. He then thinks that now that he's level 3, he has a place to visit. A week later, at the association building, Kim approaches the mana measurement machine. He confirms that he's now level 3, and that he'll finally get his official certificate with all the benefits. Soren congratulates him, remarking that she's never seen anyone level up so fast, and even asks, jokingly, if he plans on founding his own country. Kim replies that he doesn't plan on going that far. He then asks if he can get his certificate, and Soren leads the way. She hands him the official document, and Kim thanks her. The girl then confesses that she's envious of him. Kim asks why she's envious, and Soren replies that there are many reasons, but mainly because she'd like to be as strong as he is. Kim finds it strange to see her show this kind of emotion, since it was something unimaginable in the game. He thinks that he has nothing to do at the moment, and that he might as well help her. So, he offers to help her become a superhuman, and Soren accepts right away. Kim asks if she'd like to be his student, assuring her that he can turn her into a superhuman. She asks how that would be possible, and Kim just asks her to trust him, because he can see Miss Bag's potential. Soren gets excited to hear she has potential. Kim confirms and thinks to himself that he can see her potential to become an SSR rank warrior. He asks what she thinks of his proposal. Soren is silent for a few seconds, but finally accepts, saying she feels like she can trust him. Kim says it was a good decision and reflects that it's about time he trained an SSR rank warrior. He tells her she doesn't need to pay any tuition fees, and that she can repay him once she becomes a superhuman. Soren agrees, but warns him that it won't be an easy task, since she's already failed to awaken before, even after taking dedicated classes for it. Kim tells Soren to just trust him, because he already knows all about her awakening. Soren's unique ability, Heaven-Shattering Star, is a trait that embodies a killing intent so powerful it could stain the world with blood. This power gives her a 1000% bonus to combat experience. However, the ability also has dangerous side effects as there's a risk of her mind being corrupted, turning her into someone uncontrollable. Baek Soren's awakening story is directly tied to this unique ability. Aware of the risks, Kim says he'll need to prepare well. Soren immediately asks if he needs money for it, but he says no, explaining that all she'll need is mental strength. Their conversation is interrupted by a secretary, who informs Mr. Kim that someone has invited them to a meeting in the 5th floor lobby. As they ride the elevator up, Kim thinks about the invitation. He knows the Tower of Superhumans is organized by levels, so being called to the 5th floor means the host is a level 5 superhuman. He tries to think of who it could be, but no one comes to mind. When they arrive, Woo-jin calls out to his teacher, surprising Kim. The young man says he was expecting him, and congratulates Kim on receiving his level 3 certificate. Kim replies that he's also happy to see him, but wonders how his student reached level 5 so quickly. Woo-jin then hands him a box, explaining it's a congratulatory gift. Kim tries to refuse, but the young man insists, saying it's an item with a mana focus attribute, perfect for a warrior. He touches Kim's shoulder and asks how he could refuse a gift from a friend. With a serious expression, Woo-jin reveals he has another reason for the meeting and asks for a favor. He asks if Kim would be willing to help his friends who are also suffering from divine fever. Kim wants to know if they also received the curse from the elder priest's order, and Seo confirms it, explaining that his 4 friends have suffered from it since childhood. Hearing about the 4 people, Kim wonders if they could be the characters he knew. If they were, it would be a perfect opportunity to make things easier. He agrees to help, saying he can't ignore people in need, and Woo-jin thanks him profusely. Kim asks to meet with them before starting the treatment, and Seo promptly agrees to arrange the meeting. They go to the first security mansion, where Woo-jin introduces his 4 friends. Kim confirms his suspicions. They were the side characters who supported the paladin Seo Woo-jin. They were children of wealthy families who had been taken hostage by the elder priest's order. There were 2 young men and 2 young women, all suffering from divine fever. Kim decides to get straight to the point and asks if they were all baptized against their will. The group confirms it and asks if it's really possible to cure their condition. Kim warns them his method will be painful, but he guarantees that if they can endure it, they'll awaken their powers, just like Woo-jin. He then asks if they have what it takes to face the process. The 4 friends look at each other, and with determination, state they'll do whatever it takes to get rid of the divine fever, begging for his help. With a smile, Kim says they'll start immediately and unleashes his black flame. A week later, in the same mansion, the 4 youths have successfully awakened their powers. Kim reflects that due to their innate talents, they all went through the process without any major issues. The 4 of them cry with gratitude as they thank their teacher, but Kim tries to be modest. Then the parents of the 4 youths approach to thank him for everything he did for their children. They show him a table full of gifts, saying it's a small token of their gratitude. Kim thanks them, but says it wasn't necessary, attributing the success to the youth's talent. However, he thinks to himself that he could benefit greatly by targeting only wealthy families, feeling like he'd hit the jackpot in a paid lottery. Among the gifts, he receives boots of extreme speed, a detection helmet, an axe of fury, an Acropolis shield, and 2 nectars. The parents explain that they chose the gifts together and hope he likes them. Kim turns to them and expresses his sincere gratitude for the reward. Kim considered himself a very lucky man, but beyond all the gifts, it was time to claim his true reward. To do that, he went to speak with a young man who was waiting for him. The man approached and asked if the professor wanted to talk to him, and Kim confirmed, explaining that he had a favor to ask of the Galaxy Mall representative. The representative promptly offered to do anything for him. Kim then asked if he could grant him access to the underground gold mine located beneath the Hanam branch. The representative tried to deny the mine's existence, but the warrior revealed that he knew its exact location, between areas A1 and A2 on the 8th underground floor. Shocked, the man said he couldn't authorize entry, even for the professor. However, Kim promised he wouldn't tell anyone what he saw inside. Faced with this promise, the representative fell silent, and Kim insisted, asking for just 1 day to keep everything a secret. A short time later, now in the building's parking garage, Kim and Baek Soren positioned themselves between areas A2 and A1. Together, they smashed through a wall, revealing a secret passage. Baek Soren couldn't believe there was really a hidden space there. Kim explained that this was the place where she would awaken, and that he'd gone to great lengths to get access. The girl asked if they would be training in such a secret place, and the warrior confirmed, saying it would be fun. He explained that characters with her kind of power don't awaken normally. They need to be put in extreme life-or-death situations. Kim revealed that the place was an undiscovered dungeon, the same place where Soren would awaken in the future. The girl commented that the area was dark and had a strange smell that made her anxious. Suddenly, a skeleton lunged toward her. Soren managed to dodge by throwing herself to the ground and desperately cried out for the warrior's help. However, she noticed a katana by her side. Kim simply said it was time to train, leaving her confused. He ordered her to defeat the zombie and fight for her life, as that was the only way to awaken her powers. As the zombie advanced, Soren wondered what kind of madness this was. In a sudden move, she spun around and sliced the creature's head clean off, screaming for it to get away from her. Kim was impressed, as even her clumsy slash contained immense power, proving that Bake Soren's talent was beyond his imagination. He congratulated her on a good job, but the girl yelled, accusing him of being cruel for forcing her to fight without warning. Kim just reinforced that she had done well. Still shaken, Soren agreed. The young man, in turn, reflected that this was to be expected from one of the top 3 warriors in the game. Even without having awakened, she already fought like a character with the sky-shattering star trait. Soren asked if she had to fight alone, and her professor confirmed, telling her not to worry as he wouldn't let her die. The girl complained that this wasn't reassuring at all, even as she decapitated another zombie with her sword. Kim asked if she had ever learned swordsmanship, but the girl denied it, saying she'd never done anything like it. Annoyed, Kim thought about how she had so much natural talent, while he had to go through so many hardships to gain a single skill. The girl wanted to know how far they were going, as the place seemed very deep. Kim replied that there was an exit at the other end, but thought to himself that they would only leave after she awakened. Suddenly, something rushed toward the two of them. It was a zombie wielding a power drill which tried to attack Soren, but she dodged just in time, wondering why a zombie would have a weapon like that. Kim thought that these opponents were also tricky in the game and considered helping. However, Soren acted first. Complaining that a zombie should fight with its bare hands and not dare use a weapon, she ripped the creature's arm off and sliced it in half. The body slammed to the ground in front of her. Kim praised the clean victory, and Soren explained that it felt like her body was moving on its own, automatically. In the middle of their conversation, the girl let out a sharp scream as the zombie on the ground managed to bite her leg. Kim kicks the fallen zombie, calling it a damn nuisance. Desperate, Soren asks what she should do, and the warrior explains that common sense dictates a bite would turn her into a monster. The girl then begs him to take her life before the transformation can happen. However, Kim calls her name and reassures her, saying he has a solution, thinking to himself that in this world, a cure for the virus had already been developed. They sit against the wall to recover. Soren confesses she was terrified at the thought of becoming one of those monsters, and Kim simply comments that it's a complicated world. The girl notes that the zombies here looked strange, from their clothes to their equipment, almost as if they'd been artificially created, and Kim agrees with her. He then reveals a dark secret about the place. The Galaxy Mall was built in record time thanks to a huge number of workers. However, the tight schedule caused many accidents and deaths, but the official victim count was 0 because the construction companies simply buried the workers' bodies right there. When the mall's representative found out what happened, he decided to seal off the area to avoid damaging the company's public image. Soren is shocked and asks how Kim knew all of that, but he tries to change the subject. In his thoughts, Kim remembers that the Order of the Elder Priest had unleashed the zombies in Seoul, and the dungeon that opened that day was this exact forbidden area of the Galaxy Mall. To Soren, he just says he's got a special ability, and she jokes that he seems to have a lot of them. Kim reflects that this was the ideal place for Soren's awakening, as this is where she originally awakened after being attacked, yet there was still no sign. Looking at their surroundings, Soren laments that the construction victims had to suffer even after death. She says the least they can do is help them find peace, and Kim comments that she seems to have found a new resolve. The girl confirms, explaining that she feels a strange urge to keep fighting. Kim approves of her attitude and says they should press on, thinking to himself that the process was finally starting. The pair ventures deeper, reaching an area that looked like a gold mine. Suddenly, Soren comments that the temperatures dropped drastically, and Kim agrees, warning that the place is sinister and they need to be careful. They spot the entrance to a shed in the distance, and near it, a rock with a radio on top. The device was broadcasting a story about 3 bears in a house: the papa bear, the mama bear, and the baby bear. Soren finds the fairy tale creepy, and her impression worsens when the radio starts to glitch, repeating the same phrase shrilly and hurting their ears. In the midst of the confusion, an ice spike materializes out of nowhere, flying at high speed toward the two of them. Kim reacts instantly, throwing himself in front of Soren and blocking the attack with his back, shouting for her to watch out. The girl asks if he's okay, and the warrior admits he didn't expect an ambush like that. The enemy was a level 3 mutant monster known as the Twin Phantoms. Kim orders Soren to run, insisting that this monster is too strong for her right now, but she hesitates to leave him behind. The spirits fire more ice spikes, but Kim manages to deflect them, joking that he doesn't want any ice cream right now. However, he notices a massive concentration of energy gathering above him. The monster prepares a powerful blast and unleashes it directly at Kim, who is struck square in the chest and violently slammed against the wall. Soren screams his name, but Kim, struggling, tells her to run, saying he'll buy her time. Crying, the girl refuses to abandon him, but the warrior insists that at least one of them has to survive. Seeing her hesitation, Kim reveals the reason for his confidence. She is the Skybreaker star. Confused, Soren says that can't be true, but Kim encourages her to trust in herself, telling her it's the key to her awakening. He declares that this marks the end of her lessons, just as more ice spikes shoot toward them. The ice spikes surged towards Soren and Kim, but at the last second they were pierced by other spikes erupting from the ground. As she mulled over her decision to trust herself, Soren endured the blows and was frozen solid. Even so, she told Kim to leave the rest to her, saying she'd trust him and herself. Just then, a yellow aura enveloped the girl, and she urged the warrior not to give up. Seeing this, Kim cracked a smile as the ice in his path shattered. This was the awakening of Bayek Soren, who had reached level 1 as an SSR rank warrior. Soren wondered what this power was, surprised that she'd actually awakened as she watched Kim advance with his sword. The warrior then commented that it was time to stop acting. Confused, the girl asked him what he meant by acting. Kim explained that the trait of a Skybreaker star requires a life-or-death battle and the mental strength to overcome it. Soren asked if he'd put himself in danger on purpose, just for her to awaken. Kim confirmed it, saying she did a good job and that now it was time to fight for real, calling her by her title, Skybreaker Bayek Soren. The ghost continued its attack with more ice spikes. Soren commented that it seemed really angry, but Kim reassured her, saying they'd be fine as long as she dodged the attacks before they touched her. He began to parry the spikes with his sword, joking that it wasn't hard at all. However, the girl was still frozen. Kim asked if she was okay, thinking that even though she'd awakened, she was still level 1 and couldn't do everything perfectly. Soren sneezed and replied that she'd been hit several times, but it didn't hurt that much. Kim agreed, explaining that everyone gets an initial trait, and hers was Indomitable, which grants strong resistance against all abnormal conditions. Kim reflected that it made sense for a strong character like her to get the Indomitable trait, which is a grade 1 defensive ability. He also revealed that because he'd already awakened several others, he himself had obtained the Insight skill, which lets him see his opponent's traits, a skill he considered seriously overpowered. Soren lamented that she wasn't much help right now, but Kim told her not to worry because this was exactly how you train a Skybreaker star. More spikes were launched in their direction, and Kim used his dash to move beside Soren, who, to his surprise, had also acquired and used the same skill. The young man commented that she learned fast, thinking about how incredible her growth speed was. Soren replied that her body felt lighter, but she soon noticed the creature had hurled a giant boulder of ice at them. Kim leaped to dodge and told the girl to wait while he took care of it, but Soren said it was okay and used the leap skill just like he did. They both landed on the ground, preparing for their next move. Impressed, Kim congratulated her on a job well done, and Soren joked that it felt like she was flying. The warrior wondered if she'd surpass him as quickly as Seo Woojin, but the girl just wanted to know what she should do next. Kim instructed her to use the skills she'd just learned to draw the monster's attention, while he'd use his to finish it off. He thought that he'd already taught her everything she needed, and that it was time to end this as quickly as possible. Soren said she understood, stomped her foot on the ground, and charged toward the creature, dodging its attacks. Seeing this, Kim noticed she'd already gained even more traits, confirming that her talent was truly on another level. This was perfect. Now it was time to end things once and for all, and the warrior prepared for the final strike. Kim unleashed his flash skill against the monster, and his final blow closed in on the creature, finally shattering it on impact. An explosion rocked the area, and while Soren commented that it was amazing, Kim tried to be modest, saying it wasn't a big deal. Just then, something fell in front of them. Kim picked up the object and explained that it was a cell phone, the monster's mana core. The girl was confused, asking how a phone could be a core, but the warrior clarified that it's pretty common for ghost-type monsters. He told her the device belonged to one of the workers who died there, and that before losing his life, the man thought more about his daughter than himself. His resentment possessed the phone, which was still displaying a video of the little girl talking about 3 bears, and transformed it into the mana core. Soren wished the man could finally rest in peace, and Kim agreed, stating that now he would. The warrior then released the phone, which transformed into golden energy and formed 2 stars in his hand. Kim explained that this was called a crystal, and told the girl to make good use of it to get some great equipment, thinking to himself that it was an incredible reward. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake began to shake the mall. Soren asked what was happening, and Kim explained that the entire area was going to collapse because they defeated the boss. He took the chance to ask if she'd already adapted to the movement traits she learned, which left the girl impressed. With no time to lose, Kim warned that it was time to run, and that if she didn't want to lose her life, she needed to run now. The two began to rush forward side by side, running desperately. Kim shouted that he was going as fast as possible, and that it would be the end for her if she fell behind. In response, Soren joked that this was already the fastest she could run. Meanwhile, the warrior thought that there was still a good distance to the teleportation portal. Soren was about to push past her limits when a boulder nearly struck her. Her eyes turned red again, and she told herself this was good, because she'd awakened after going through so much and couldn't lose her life here. Using her new jumping trait, she propelled herself forward. Seeing her progress, Kim noted that the teleportation portal was just ahead. He thought that he couldn't help her directly, as she still needed to receive a crucial trait. The reason Soren would become one of the best units was because of 3 powers. The sky-shattering star made her stronger, the indomitable trait blocked the side effects, and the last skill was, before he could complete the thought, a rock slammed into the girl's shoulder, making her fall to her knees. Even injured, she declared that she wouldn't give up and would survive no matter what. Gathering all her strength, Soren pushed forward once more, and in that moment, acquired the skill Runaway Train. With her new skill, she closed the distance quickly as the ground shattered around her, racing to escape the falling rocks. For a moment, Kim lost sight of her and wondered if she'd failed, but suddenly Soren appeared at his side, grabbed him, and held him close, urging him to go. The warrior turned bright red at the closeness, and together they finally dove into the portal to escape. As soon as they passed through, the rocks finished their descent, completely burying the place they'd just left. At that same moment, Kim acquired the trait Narrow Escape, which grants a second chance when you're on the verge of death. He collapsed on the ground outside, still holding Soren, as onlookers commented that the two had come from inside and looked badly injured. Kim told himself that he knew she could do it. He reflected that Soren had just obtained the Narrow Escape trait, thus completing her set of 3 essential skills. Just then, Soren's voice called out to him, "Sir Warrior," making Kim remember the girl in his arms. Worried, he asked if she was okay and if she could stand up. Soren said she was okay, but Kim noticed her face was completely red. Embarrassed, she tried to explain, asking to stay in his arms just a little longer so she could fix her clothes. As she covered herself up, she thanked him, which surprised Kim. Relieved, the girl commented that they'd barely made it out of that place. Looking at her smiling face, Kim thought that even after her awakening, she was definitely different from the game character. Maybe it was because she'd awakened in such a unique way. He then declared that they were finally leaving that damned mall and told Soren to grab one of the crystal stars. Surprised, she asked if he was really giving her the item, since it was worth at least a few billion. Kim confirmed and rushed her, telling her to just take it. The girl hesitated, saying it was too expensive and she wasn't sure if she could accept it. The warrior reassured her, telling her not to worry and to pay him back later. In his thoughts, Kim knew there was a good reason he'd spent so many resources to awaken Beck Soren. The Sword of Mars was one of the top 3 weapons in Arcane Soul and guaranteed rapid growth, but only Soren could use it, and the technique could only be learned from a memory chip. She thanked him again, and Kim told her not to worry, just not to forget to pay him back later, all while secretly thinking that his real goal was to learn her technique. When he got home, all Kim wanted was some rest. However, his plans were interrupted by Woo Jin, who suddenly appeared, telling Kim he needed to come with him. Kim wished the world of Arcane Soul would leave him alone for a moment, but he got in the car and thanked Woo Jin for coming all the way there. The boy replied that he was happy to help his friends. Although the warrior accepted, he thought he'd have preferred it if Woo Jin hadn't shown up right then. Woo Jin eagerly explained that he'd managed to arrange a meeting with the Master Armorer. Kim realized there was no way he could skip this event, given the craftsman's importance. In this world, good items led to good skills, and a master capable of creating high-level items was an extremely busy person. Woo Jin added that the contact they'd secured was with someone who could forge level 7 armor. This made Kim both surprised and excited, and he urged them to hurry. They arrived near an imposing mansion, where several men were standing out front. Kim asked if this was for real, and Woo Jin joked that a great house was fitting for a great craftsman. The warrior then asked what ideology the craftsman was devoted to, but Woo Jin was confused, not understanding the reason for the sudden question. Kim realized he didn't know anything, and thought that was only natural, considering everything he'd been through. That house belonged to Jo Chul, a devotee of the Order of the Old Priest, who, in the future, would become one of the Order's lead war craftsmen. A soldier interrupted them, asking Kim to extend his hand for identification, and then ordered him to show his black flame. Annoyed, Kim asked what the hell he was doing, but activated his magic and asked if the guard was satisfied. Woo Jin, not understanding, questioned what this was all about, and demanded the guard let go of Kim's hand, reminding him they were clients with an appointment. Suddenly, a man in a wheelchair appeared and ordered the guard to stop. It was Jo Chul. He asked the soldier who had given him permission to treat his clients that way. The paladin bowed to his master, and the craftsman remarked that even though Kim had refused to be baptized, he had awakened the black flame, which made him quite unique. Kim questioned if this was how he treated his guests, and Jo Chul apologized, calling the two of them light and savior, recognized by the saintess. The warrior was surprised, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. Ignoring his confusion, the craftsman invited them both inside to discuss the type of equipment they were looking for. Kim remained silent, a little apprehensive. Once inside the workshop, Jo Chul presented his work, saying that plate armor was his specialty. He added that since it was a request from the saintess, he could make one in any style Kim wanted. Kim looked to the side, as if searching for something, and then said he'd already decided. He wanted a suit with a bulletproof vest. Jo Chul asked if Kim really wanted that kind of vest, and the warrior confirmed, saying he loved the style. The craftsman complained that it was a terrible idea, since it'd be hard to imbue magic into that type of armor, making it impossible to create something sacred. However, Kim refused the sacred armor, explaining that he only needed the giants and extreme enchantments. From Jo Chul's reaction, Kim realized he already knew exactly what they were trying to do. The so-called sacred armor, also known as Paladin's armor, offered incredible stats for tanks but had a critical drawback. To use it correctly, the wearer needed a lot of divine power, something that could only be obtained by joining their religion. Kim understood they were pretending to offer something good to actually tie him to their order. With that in mind, he shook Jo Chul's hand and said he expected the best from the craftsman's work. Leaving the workshop, Kim commented to Wu Jin that he didn't like that whole sacred armor business, not realizing one of the paladins was watching him from a distance. The paladin approached Jo Chul and asked if his master would really make what Kim requested, since it would only be possible to imbue a few characteristics into the armor. The craftsman replied that he wouldn't go against the saintess's orders, who had said Kim was the light and the savior of the order. The soldier, however, remained skeptical and decided he'd need to confirm it with his own eyes. A week later, at Chunbok's antique shop, Kim was chugging 3 bottles of mandrake elixir at once. The old man asked him not to always drink the elixirs like that, and Kim thanked him for the drink. Chunbok asked if everything was okay, and the warrior confirmed, thinking to himself that he'd finally gotten the skill he needed, and thanking him for the gift. The shopkeeper said it was the least he could do, since Kim saved his market and now business was booming, which explained the large crowd of people. In the middle of their conversation, a gang member approached and bowed to Kim. The warrior recognized him as one of the men from the Iron Fist gang, and said it was a pleasure to see him again. The subordinate asked if Kim had been well and said he needed a moment, as his boss wanted to see him quickly. Kim asked why, but the man just warned that there were too many ears around and it'd be better if they started walking. Inside a car, driving down the street at night, the subordinate mentioned they had prepared a high-performance armored vehicle for Kim and asked if he liked it. Kim replied that it wasn't half bad, but he started to feel that something was wrong as they headed for Mayorim. He wondered if the Iron Fist gang's headquarters had always been in Mayorim, because from what he remembered, that place was a slum. The subordinate interrupted his thoughts, saying the gas was running out and they'd need to stop at a station. As they approached, Kim noticed something strange about the sign and recognized the Mayorim gas station. The man then got out of the car, telling Kim to rest for a bit while he pulled a bottle from his pocket. In that instant, Kim realized it was a trap when he saw several sticks of dynamite in the back of the vehicle. Kim asked the man if he thought he was an idiot and if he knew who he was messing with, but the subordinate just played dumb. Without wasting a second, Kim slammed his foot into the car door, blasting it open, and leaped out. He yelled for the traitor to stay there forever with the bombs he'd prepared, and then hurled a grenade right at the vehicle. The car exploded violently, and Kim used the force of the blast to get away. He noticed the detonation was much larger than a single grenade should cause, confirming that the guy was, in fact, a traitor. The pieces started to click into place in his mind. The luxurious armored car, the trip toward Mayorim, and finally the stop at the gas station. He finally understood why he'd been feeling a sense of déjà vu. All these events were identical to what happens in the story when the character Kim Iron Fist is betrayed by his own men. Although he didn't know why, a traitor from the gang was after him. Suddenly, gunshots started flying in his direction, and the shooters screamed that he was the guy from the sketch. The bounty for his capture was $1 billion, an amount that would make anyone take the risk. Kim realized that obviously, the attack wouldn't end with just the car bomb. That's why the assassins kept firing relentlessly as he crouched behind a vehicle. There were too many enemies, and that cover wouldn't last long. Determined to act, Kim leaped out from his cover, concluding he needed to get out of there first. The move seemed to catch the shooters by surprise, but they quickly resumed firing. Frustrated with the situation, Kim activated his mana shield, impressed that ordinary people with no superpowers could react so quickly. One of the soldiers ordered everyone to aim for the center of the shield to take it down at once. Under the concentrated fire, the mana barrier began to shatter right in the middle. Kim was shocked by the insane accuracy of their shots and decided the best thing to do was to fall back for now. However, one of the shots managed to get through and pierced his arm. Wounded, he realized he had to take this fight seriously. Although he didn't want to use an item he had just bought, he saw no other choice and threw smoke grenades at the group. The effect was immediate, and the tear gas grenades completely caught the mercenaries off guard. They shouted that they couldn't let him escape, since they needed to kill him to get the antidote. Kim scoffed at their incompetence, as they weren't even superhumans, and used the confusion to finally get away. Later that night, Kim walked through the vast city as he reflected on the attack. He concluded that the only explanation for a group of ordinary assassins having accuracy comparable to a superhuman's was the use of a battle drug. This substance momentarily boosted their abilities, but it had serious side effects. The mention of an antidote confirmed his suspicion. The problem was, only one person would be capable of mobilizing so many assassins like this. The only name that came to mind was the Human Hunter, a master of cowardly tactics active in Manha. His methods were always the same. First, using the betrayal of those close to him to plant a bomb. Second, a mass attack with assassins under the influence of battle drugs. And the third step would be a long-range shot, his specialty. The exact moment he thought of this, a light flashed on a nearby building and a bullet flew towards him. Kim managed to dodge by moving his head at the last second, realizing that if he'd been any slower, he'd surely be dead. But the risk of that gamble paid off, because now he knew exactly where the sniper was hiding. Spotting a house in flames, Kim leaped towards it, consumed by rage, and shouted that he'd finally caught him. He ran towards the fire, thinking that to defeat a coward like the Human Hunter, who only attacks from a distance, there was no other choice but to go straight for him. His entire body burned as he ran through the flames, but he had to endure it. The thick smoke was his only guarantee that the sniper wouldn't get a clean shot. As a bullet whizzes past him, Kim concludes that to fight a skilled sniper, the first priority is to find him. His eyes lock onto a building with a light at the top, pinpointing the enemy's position. On the other side, the Human Hunter complains that he can't see his target. Kim smiles, because right after, a bluish light appears above him, right in the center of the assassin's crosshairs. He knows he needs to close the distance and create an unexpected variable. The hunter wonders how he managed to jump like that, but the warrior's already drawing his weapon. Annoyed, the assassin asks how he dares to challenge a sniper to a gun duel. Without a word, Kim activates the black flame along with hundreds of other skills and charges toward the enemy, who also fires. The assassin's shot hits Kim's shoulder, and he acknowledges the sniper's skill for being able to react even in that situation. However, Kim's shot also hits the assassin's shoulder, and the black flame begins to spread across his neck. Kim approaches the enemy, who's groaning in pain, and comments that his bullets are lethal even if they just graze you. He then shouts that victory is his, but at that very moment his foot begins to sink into the ground. Kim wonders if it's some kind of trap magic, while the Human Hunter calls him a brat and tells him not to overthink it. The warrior realizes the situation is bad and that he can't get out. The assassin yells that he's going to fill him with holes, and Kim thinks that if the enemy extinguishes the black flame with holy water first, he'll be dead. It had become a race against time. For now, he needed to slow his sinking speed, reducing the magical damage. It was a brute force method, but survival came first. Kim plants his hands on the ground beside him and uses his mana to try and escape, activating his purification trait to destroy as much of the trap's mana as possible. It was then that he noticed something different. The hunter had already gotten rid of the black flame. The sniper says he gives Kim credit for resisting the magic, but claims he took too long. Kim shouts, surprised that he'd already put out the flame. Meanwhile, the hunter reaches for his weapon, declaring that victory was his, and that by taking Kim's life, he'd be set for the rest of his own. He prepares to finish him once and for all, but realizes Kim is already gone. Completely stunned, the assassin is met with a punch that slams into his face. Kim says that's the thrill of a comeback and thanks him for letting him get a new skill at the last second. He explains that his earth resistance trait worked. Then he states that the hunter is a sniper and shouldn't even think about attacking at this range. Instead, he should say who placed the order. The Human Hunter admits defeat and agrees to tell him everything. But first, he asks to light a cigar. Kim lets him go, telling him to talk. The hunter then takes out a lighter and lights his cigar. As the hunter lit his cigar, Kim just watched him and asked if it tasted good. The man replied that he enjoyed it, saying it had the taste of his sweet victory. And at that moment, he began to transform into a mutant. He then lunged toward Kim, but a hole had already been pierced through his chest. Surprised, the hunter asked how Kim knew his plan. Kim explained that a player with 10,000 hours of experience would easily recognize a cigar that turns its user into a mutant. The Human Hunter only managed to ask what the hell that was before he fell face first onto the ground. Kim commented that the enemy's move was unexpected. He knew the Human Hunter was a sly one who usually surrendered when he was close to defeat, but this time, he chose to fight to the end, which meant he must have had his reasons. Then, Kim picked up a flash drive and said it was all right, because now they'd find out who was behind all of this. Shortly after, he arrived at the Seonsu agency. On the television, a news report announced that a gang shootout in Manha the previous night, along with a gas station explosion, had resulted in the loss of dozens of lives. Director Choi asked Kim how he survived, and Kim replied that it was dangerous, and that's why he was such a mess. When the director asked who attacked him, Kim said it was a long story, and he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Iron Fist Kim walked in, throwing a body to the floor and leaving Choi completely stunned. Iron Fist apologized, admitting he'd failed to keep an eye on his subordinates. Kim said it was good that he knew, while the director complained about the broken door. Choi then asked if Iron Fist's gang had attacked his friend, and the gang leader clarified that they were low-ranking subordinates, but that after interrogating the one responsible, he managed to get some good information. Kim wanted to know if the guy who attacked him was desperate for money. Iron Fist confirmed in disbelief that the man had lost everything in illegal gambling and was drowning in debt to loan sharks. Even so, he insisted it was his fault and apologized. Kim accepted, commenting that he understood how hard it was for a boss to keep control of every gang member. He also reminded him that if it weren't for him, Iron Fist himself would have been the target of betrayal. Faced with this, the gang leader decided he would take full responsibility for everything. To stop him, Kim pulled out the flash drive and told him to hold on because he already had all the evidence. Choi asked what it was, and Kim explained that the superhuman who tried to kill him was carrying the device. He then asked if Choi knew how to use a computer, and the director, with a smile, replied that he had a license for it and began typing rapidly on his keyboard. Choi discovered that the target was a big shot, responsible for the deaths of at least 20 superhumans. Kim confirmed that his codename was the Human Hunter and asked him to check the most recent request. The director found a request made 3 days ago with a 20 billion reward. Hearing the amount, both Kim shouted in astonishment. The warrior questioned who would offer so much money, and Choi revealed that the client was someone from the Ascendant Group, a major corporation. The director then displayed the person's identity on the screen, leaving Kim completely shocked. He asked if it was that bastard, recognizing the face of the paladin from the house of Jo Chul who had given him a dirty look. Things had just gotten a lot more complicated. Choi wanted to know why a rich kid like that would try to kill him, and Kim, saying he had a suspicion, asked to see the man's family tree. Choi started typing again, stating that he'd find the information. Seeing the results, Kim thought that, just as he'd expected, he already knew what was going on. Ascendant Security was a private military company under the command of the Ascendant Group, and one of the 5 largest companies in Arcane Seoul. Lee Jae-yol, the eldest son, was first in the line of succession. However, after being baptized into the old priest's order and becoming a paladin, he was pushed way back in the line of inheritance. Now, the only path left for him was to succeed as a paladin. Kim explained his theory. The saint was obsessed with him, calling him her light and savior, and the fact that he'd overcome the baptism and gained prominence likely infuriated Lee Jae-yol. That rage would have been the reason to hire an assassin. Choi agreed that Jae-yol needed a lesson, but Iron Fist warned that they couldn't mess this up, since their enemy belonged to a powerful family. Despite the warning, Choi argued they couldn't just stand by, and Kim agreed with him. Kim announced he had an idea, which led Choi to flatter him. Meanwhile, Woo Jin was furious with the news, slamming his fist on the table and cursing the bastard who tried to kill his lord. Kim told him to calm down, reminding him that he was alive, while thinking to himself that there was no one more reliable than Seo Woo Jin, who was rich and at level 5. Even so, Woo Jin insisted he wouldn't let it slide, and suggested they also hire an assassin to strike back. Choi started to argue against the idea, mentioning it'd be too expensive to hire an assassin of that caliber. Interrupting the discussion, Kim told them not to worry, because his real idea was something else. He revealed that he was going to officially challenge Lee Jae-yol to a duel. Immediately, Woo Jin warned that this was far too dangerous. Kim explained there was no way to avoid the confrontation, because if he left Jae-yol alone, the heir would simply hire even stronger assassins. Woo Jin predicted that Jae-yol wouldn't fight personally and would put someone else in his place. Kim agreed, but pointed out that despite the world's unfair advantages, winning the duel would guarantee him a formal apology and compensation. Faced with these arguments, Iron Fist admitted that it seemed to be the most realistic solution. With everyone in agreement, Kim stated that with the clear evidence he had more than enough justification for the challenge. Choi took charge of sending the formal challenge and reminded them they'd need an official notary. Woo Jin promptly offered to handle it, explaining that his parents knew a lawyer who had once been a Supreme Court judge. The warrior then thanked everyone for their help. Noticing their worried looks, Kim asked why they were staring at him like that and assured them he wasn't going to die. Iron Fist questioned him, pointing out that the enemy knew his strength and would certainly call on a fighter who was at least level 4. Kim admitted it wouldn't be easy, especially since he thought he couldn't use his mutation in an official duel, making the fight harder than the time against the chairman. Despite this, he claimed he could anticipate who Jae-yol would put in his place. Surprised, Iron Fist asked if he already knew who the opponent was, and Kim confirmed it. He explained that was why he needed time to prepare and asked to train with Woo Jin. His friend accepted on the spot, promising to help in any way he could, and Kim thanked him, asking him to go easy while remembering he'd almost died the last time they fought. 3 days later, in the arena, Woo Jin and Choi were cheering for the warrior's success. Kim thanked them for their support, thinking about how hard he'd trained for the past 3 days. He was exhausted, but thanks to the effort, he felt his preparations were complete. He was ready to face his opponent, Dusik, the paladin captain of the Order of the Old Father. Upon arriving, Dusik commented that it had been a while since his last duel. Lee Jaeol tried to say the captain didn't need to come, but Dusik told him to be silent, stating that he had no right to speak. The captain declared that as long as he was in command, no paladin of the order would lose an official duel. Watching the scene, Kim thought that Jaeol, who acted all tough in front of him, was nothing more than a meek sheep before his captain, a true coward. Then Dusik turned to Kim, saying it was a pleasure to meet him and that he'd like to start by apologizing for the unpleasant matter. Kim was surprised by the paladin's unexpected politeness. Dusik made it clear that the incident was the fault of an individual and that the esteemed saint had nothing to do with it. Kim then asked what the order's official position on the matter was. The paladin replied that the saint had told them that the warrior Kim would be her light and her savior. The young man reflected on those words, remembering that Jo Chul had said the same thing, though he still didn't understand what it meant. Then, Dusik proposed a condition for the duel. If he won, Kim would have to join the order. Surprised, Kim repeated the proposal, wondering why the saint was so obsessed with him. Dusik simply replied that it was her will and the will of their lord. At that moment, the lawyer approached, announcing it was time to begin the duel. He declared that with all parties present, they should confirm the oath contract. The agreement was clear. If the paladin won, Kim would join the Order of the Old Father. However, if the warrior won, Lee Jaeol would be forbidden from harming Kim, directly or indirectly, and would also have to pay compensation. With both parties accepting the terms, the duel was made official. Kim reflected that in the world of Arcane Soul, a duel's oath was a powerful magic contract, capable of making the heart of anyone who broke it explode. Even in a chaotic world, no one would be crazy enough to break such an oath. Next, the lawyer confirmed the rules, which would follow the international standard regulations set by the superhuman federations. All superpowers and personal weapons could be used, but consumable items had to be crafted on the spot. Dusik announced he was already ready, while Kim stated he'd need some time to make his own consumables. The lawyer granted a 10-minute limit per item. Kim then created 3 vials of potions, thinking he was basically an alchemist for creating elixirs specifically designed against paladins. The lawyer identified the creations as the Steel Body Elixir, the Flash Elixir, and the Magic Dragon Elixir. Kim announced he was going to consume all of them, as he considered doping essential in player-versus-player combat. With the preparations finished, the lawyer announced the start of the duel. A counter in the arena began counting down from 10, and the opponents faced each other. Dusik said it was an indescribable honor to have the chance for Kim to join his order, and suggested he change his mind and come willingly. Kim just told him to cut the chatter. Realizing it was no use, the paladin drew his hammer. He assured him he wouldn't take Kim's life, since he still needed to join the order. Kim, in turn, felt Dusik's incredible mana and realized he was on a clearly superior level. No matter how well he'd prepared, he couldn't defeat him without risking his own life. When the counter finally hit 0, Dusik charged forward with all his might, unleashing a massive explosion that shattered part of the arena. Despite the destruction, Kim was unharmed. He hadn't vanished. He'd activated his dash ability in the blink of an eye. Then Kim yelled that the warrior Kim would become a god, leaving the paladin in utter disbelief. The burst of black flames startled the audience, and Wu Jin commented that Kim was strong too, and that the fight could end in a single hit. Soren, who was also watching the battle, simply told everyone to watch closely. When the smoke cleared, the scene revealed Kim blocking the blow with his shield. He then questioned Dusik about the story of becoming a god, calling it complete nonsense. The paladin was completely stunned. Kim thought to himself that he'd already expected that initial charge, a high-level skill used for surprise attacks, which is why he was prepared to block it. Either way, he knew that one-hit skill could shatter his third-layer shield. Dusik commented that a level 3 warrior blocking his attack made him understand the Saintess's insistence, but Kim cut him off, demanding an explanation about the story of him becoming a god. The paladin replied that it was exactly as he'd heard. According to Dusik, the warrior Kim was his order's hope, and the one who would save them from the apocalypse. Kim started connecting the dots, remembering that the god they served was lifeless. He recalled that years ago, as the game's story progressed, the Saintess performed a ritual to revive her god, which triggered a boss battle in the middle of Seoul. Suspicious, Kim asked if by savior, Dusik meant he'd be used as a vessel for their god. Dusik confirmed that was exactly it, describing the act as a noble sacrifice and a sacred dedication. Outraged, Kim complained that those crazy bastards wanted to sacrifice him. Dusik, however, declared with conviction that Kim's soul and body already belonged to the old father and his avatar, because he was going to lose the duel and join the order anyway. Kim rushes forward, telling Dusik to stop talking nonsense, but the captain blocks the attack with his shield and stumbles back, surprised by the force of the blow. Kim realizes it's because he'd switched all his stats to an offensive warrior build. He then charges again, slamming into the man's shield and planning to use his other skills to pressure him. Dusik remarks that the kid's swordsmanship is quite challenging. Kim mentally agrees, realizing that while the paladin was focused on defense, he was leaving himself open. Seizing the opening, Kim draws an axe and switches his skills. Dusik tries to block with his hammer, but the axe pierces his armor, making him remark that the fight is getting fun. Kim thinks to himself that his plan is working, and his 3 days of preparation weren't in vain. The reason he trained with Xiao Wujin wasn't just to get the skills needed for the duel, but to learn how to instinctively switch his fighting style in half a second. He knew he'd need that versatility to fight against higher-level superhumans. That's why he used defensive skills when he needed to protect himself, like when his shield shattered, and then immediately charged forward with his sword, switching to an offensive style for a surprise attack. Kim keeps switching it up, using other warrior skills to land multiple simultaneous hits against Dusik's shield. He declares that he's taking this chance and activates the Berserker skill, explaining that for a level 3 to fight a level 4, the only way is to constantly change his powers. Dusik feels like he's fighting 4 different warriors at once, and can't understand how it's possible. Kim's attacks are so intense that the paladin's hammer is sent flying. The other paladins watching can't believe their eyes, thinking the scene is impossible. Dusik is in total disbelief, staring blankly at his wound. Kim then declares that he's won the duel and has no intention of becoming a sacrifice for their order. Dusik admits his partial defeat but warns that he can't go easy anymore. He says he doesn't care about sacrifices now. He declares he's going to take Kim's life and tells the kid to get ready. With a swift move, Dusik hurls his shield at Kim's defense, and Kim cries out at the direct attack. The shattering impact sends Kim flying, and he realizes his enemy's power has suddenly surged. He concludes that Dusik was just holding back until now. The paladin charges again, demanding to know how Kim dares to speak ill of his order, and slams him against the wall once more. He demands an apology, promising to accept his surrender if he complies. Kim refuses and gets back up, stating there's no way Dusik can win unless he takes his life. He charges the paladin with his sword, and the two trade blows in a wild, insane frenzy. Dusik smashes Kim's shoulder with his shield, but Kim just grins and uses his sword to slash the paladin's abdomen. Still enraged, the paladin kicks him, sending him flying into the wall again. Both are panting heavily, Dusik from fury and Kim from pain. Then, the paladin yells that it's time to end this pointless battle. He raises his shield and calls out to the old father, summoning a massive tsunami of darkness that fills the arena. Kim recognizes Dusik's ultimate skill, and seeing it with his own eyes, he realizes it's pure disaster. He concludes that if he's hit by it, the chance of defeat is 100%, as there's no way to dodge it. To win, Kim knew he had to get through that immense tsunami. Despite his fear, he decided to trust in all the skills he'd built as a warrior, like the mountain-cleaving swordsmanship he never strayed from, and the sword style he learned from Xiao Wujin. He was also counting on the Einherjar cultivation technique he'd trained for so long, and the mana heart that accompanied him. Finally, there was the charge he gained in a moment of desperation, and the flash, the strike capable of cutting anything in the universe. Kim decided he'd use everything he had, because it was time to put all his efforts into a single attack. Charging forward with his sword for the final thrust, the young man tore through the darkness with each passing second, thinking he just had to trust himself. The spectators, like Jaeol and Choi, wondered what was happening. After the strike landed, Kim stopped, spitting blood and feeling a terrible pain. Dusik, with his back pierced through, praised the warrior, saying it was a magnificent duel. Immediately after, the paladin fell to the ground, utterly defeated. The lawyer then raised Kim's hand and declared him the winner, causing his friends to rush toward him. Kim could hardly believe he'd managed to defeat a high-level superhuman without using a mutant ability. Wujin hugged him, saying his master was truly the best. Soren joked that the performance was inhuman, while Choi claimed he knew he'd win all along. Even Iron Fist couldn't seem to believe what he'd just seen. The celebration, however, was cut short when Jaeol insulted Kim and charged at him with a hammer. Wujin moved quickly to defend his master, causing an explosion that forced the paladin to retreat and slam his back into his colleagues. Wujin told that piece of trash to get back in his place, asking if he had a death wish for being so bold as to attack his teacher. The lawyer also intervened, warning Jaeol that his heart would explode if he acted recklessly. Jaeol then knelt, accusing Kim of being responsible for his captain's death. The other paladins shouted that they wanted revenge, and that the Order of the Old Father would not forget this. Kim questioned the accusation, and Jaeol confirmed it, saying he saw everything with his own eyes. The warrior told him to stop spouting nonsense, stating that the only person who defeated Dusik was him. Kim explained that, even as an enemy, Dusik was an excellent example of a warrior. He didn't want a life to be lost in an open duel because of a shoddy assassination plot, motivated by a simple inferiority complex. That's why, in memory of Dusik's honor, Kim accepted the duel and kept his promise. Enraged, Jaeol screamed his captain's name, but the other paladins warned him they needed to get out of there. As they left, Kim thought that although the Order of the Old Father wouldn't give up on revenge, what happened there had been just. Later, during the day at the Seonsu agency, Choi was on the phone, commenting that he was right to hire the warrior Kim. He was boasting that his client had defeated the captain of the Order of the Old Father, and after understanding the person on the line wanted to make a request, he apologized and promised to call back soon. Kim mentioned to Choi that he was worried Jo Chul wouldn't get the armor, but Choi praised him, saying he did everything as requested, with the giant and extreme skills. Then, Choi offered him a gift and asked Kim to take a look. Upon opening the box, Kim was impressed by what looked like a new outfit. Choi explained it was a luxurious training suit with self-cleaning and mana regeneration. The warrior acknowledged the director's good taste and thanked him, while his boss began to flatter him and asked if he could make a request of the superhuman. Choi thanked Kim, explaining that his business was booming thanks to their short partnership, even though people still had their doubts. Kim agreed that the distrust was understandable and took the chance to ask if the director had any decent work for him. Choi confirmed, saying he'd prepared something perfect. The Sun Magic Tower wanted to study his black flame for research purposes. Kim thought about the proposal. The Sun Magic Tower was one of the 4 great magic towers in Seoul, and if he remembered correctly, it was the place to get fire-related magic. To sweeten the deal, Choi mentioned they'd gift Kim a membership. The warrior accepted immediately, since he knew the rewards would come from a specific character in that tower. When he arrived at the location, Kim was impressed by the scenery, which blended science and magic in an incredible way. He was soon approached by a scientist who introduced himself as Park Hyung-ju, a researcher. He asked if Kim was the superhuman warrior who was there for the study. Kim confirmed the information, noticing that the researcher looked older than he actually was. Hyung-ju said he didn't want to waste his time, and guided him toward a room for a basic measurement test. Seeing the equipment, Kim thought the machine looked familiar. The mage asked him to step inside and stand still in the center as the door closed. It was an ultra-precision measurement test. At that moment, Kim realized this was the same machine used in games to reveal everything about a character to the player. He understood that all his secrets and abilities were about to be exposed. Desperate, Kim started banging on the glass, shouting and asking what the hell this was. He demanded they stop the machine as he wasn't ready. From the outside, the doctor simply replied that it was a necessary process and that it was all in the contract. Seeing he wouldn't be released, Kim braced himself. With a single strike, the glass shattered before the shocked doctor's eyes. Hyung-ju questioned what that was all about, and Kim explained that the contract he signed only required him to show his black flame, and that's why he cooperated. Suddenly, someone else appeared, asking who Hyung-ju thought he was to treat a guest that way. Then, the newcomer, named Yoo Myung-sok, slapped Hyung-ju across the face and accused him of daring to ruin his project again. Hyung-ju tried to say it was a misunderstanding, but his boss accused him of trying to sell all the warrior's information, the owner of the black flame ability. Myung-sok revealed he had a camera recording everything. The researcher immediately apologized, admitting he was blinded by his momentary greed. Without hesitation, Myung-sok told him to get lost, saying he was off the team. Kim just watched the scene, trying to understand what was happening. Myung-sok gave a small cough to get his attention, turned to the warrior, and apologized, introducing himself as the head researcher. Kim noted he looked unwell, but said it wasn't their fault and wanted to know what would happen next. Myung-sok explained that the idiot had sold confidential information out of greed before, and if it weren't for Elder Joe, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. Kim complained that he'd come all this way to handle the director's request, only to almost have his personal information stolen. Yoo Myung-sok apologized again and, as compensation, said he would upgrade his membership level. The warrior asked what the benefits would be, and the chief informed him that he could use commercial potions and train his own potions. Kim thought the offer didn't sound bad, since the Magic Tower had potions exclusive to mages. With the deal sealed, the director decided they would rest for a bit before starting the research and, in the meantime, take a tour of the Magic Tower. A short while later, Kim walked into a room filled with several yellowish orbs. He reflected that he was almost tricked, as expected from Arcane Soul, but in the end, it all worked out, as he now had a great chance to get incredible skills through training. Suddenly, a radio announced the start of the electric magic training for beginners. In that same instant, the orbs emanated an incredible electricity, unleashing a barrage against the warrior Kim. The shock slammed into him, and he groaned in pain. He thought the pain went straight to his bones, but if he could just endure it a little longer with his stats, it would be perfect. And it was, because right after, he acquired the electricity resistance skill. Kim celebrated, as he had finally obtained the final resistance of the 6 attributes. He then told the system to shut down, feeling like he'd be fried alive if this continued. However, red lights filled the room, and a warning announced that the system had switched to manual mode, and the electricity's intensity had been increased. Kim shouted that he was already done with the training and asked who was outside. Looking at the control panel, he saw Hyungju, who warned him that he'd messed with the wrong person. Hyungju cranks the electrical discharge to maximum voltage, blasting Kim with an immense surge of energy. The warrior thrashes in denial, while Hyungju just watches, hoping that Kim will finally lose his life. The protagonist absorbs the entire electrical discharge, concentrating on resisting until the end to acquire another skill. Laughing, Park says that this is exactly what happens to those who care too much about their lives. However, something unexpected makes him serious, and the laughter stops immediately. Jun-soo endures the entire electrical charge with the goal of evolving. Accessing the skill panel, he decides to use Divine Resistance, acquired by surviving the baptism. He intends to add it to the fire resistance obtained when facing the sacred mana font. He also possesses the darkness resistance conquered in the intense battle against the necromancer. There is also the cold resistance he earned by crossing the blizzard, conjured by the northern ghosts. And he cannot forget the earth resistance developed when escaping the magical trap created by a human hunter. Finally, he just obtains the highly desired electricity resistance. With all these resistances combined, Warrior Kim faces countless dangers, and he is ready to handle this new challenge. The energy of all those skills strengthens his body, preparing his heart to reach a new level. In that instant, something surprising occurs and he realizes he acquired magic resistance. A greenish sphere begins to orbit his body, signaling that his natural magic has stabilized. Surrounded by electricity and protected by a magical barrier, he stands firm in the center of the testing room. A critical failure is detected on the control panel, caused by reckless handling. The system spirals out of control, and an alert sounds to warn of the imminent risk, with more electrical spheres being launched. Aware of the danger, the protagonist creates a new strategy. He dodges all the attacks using his sharp perception. Thanks to this action, another skill is added to his panel, elevating his combat repertoire. Meanwhile, his anxious enemy tries desperately to repair the error on the control panel, but it is too late. The professor enters the laboratory and loudly accuses the assistant of being irresponsible and causing trouble. Once again, the master needs to fix the damage caused by his disloyal student. After adjusting the training program, the system finally stabilizes. The chief scientist becomes furious with his subordinate, asking how he dares to hurt Warrior Kim, but Kim appears at the door alive. The researcher is left speechless. The guy is alive and unharmed. Kim even jokes about everything, saying the game was electrifying. No one there understands how Warrior Kim remains unharmed after such an energetic discharge. Even so, it is decided that the assistant causing so much trouble will be immediately removed from the laboratory. Facing the scene, Kim asks what will happen to the assistant after being expelled. He is informed that he will be magically marked on his brain, prevented from learning any new spells from then on. The scientist hands the protagonist a box, holding a special gift. Inside lies a rare elixir and a miraculous potion with immense healing power. Kim is impressed. He recognizes that this gift equals an extra life. Even so, he knows the scientist just wants to stop the incident from spiraling out of control. Holding the box, he says this still feels like too little after being attacked twice. He reveals his old desire to test the 4 great spells of the tower. This request causes great apprehension in the scientist for several reasons. The warrior expresses his desire to test the solar explosion spell. He wants the solar lamp to fire its energy directly at him. He states with absolute conviction that he can withstand the 15 seconds of the spell. When questioned about being just a level 3 superhuman, he answers by showing he is entirely different. Watching closely, the scientist realizes he carries within him the black flame capable of consuming even the strongest of enemies. He says this approach is both intriguing and extremely dangerous. The magic weapon is already in position, and the protagonist stands right in the center ready for the blast. He knows there are only 3 known ways to obtain the solar explosion trait. The first is to become a direct disciple of the Tower Master. The second involves defeating this master in a one-on-one duel. However, both options require the person to be a mage class. The anxious scientist announces that the cannon is already prepared. Kim knows there is no turning back before the blast and looks up. He notices several figures observing the experiment. He considers the possibility of a third way. He can approach the Tower Master and unlock a hidden quest. While he thinks about this, the cannon activates and the spell heads straight toward him. It looks like a grand spectacle, and he stands at the center of the platform determined to prove his worth. The solar explosion, lasting exactly 15 seconds, is about to hit his body with all its brutal force. He knows that once it hits him, he must endure that hellish spell until the very last second. There is only one way to survive this. He has to activate his equipment trait. It is the magic armor he already has full compatibility with. As he resists, he draws the attention of everyone watching his raw determination in pure shock. Nobody believes that a mere level 3 superhuman can withstand something reserved only for level 6 warriors. Finally, the timer hits exactly 15 seconds. The scientist screams for them to shut down the blast. The weapon releases thick smoke, signaling that the spell is over, and the protagonist clutches his chest. He feels like those were the longest 15 seconds of his entire life. He has acquired the desired trait. On top of that, he caught the full attention of the Tower Master. His feat is so impressive that he receives an invitation to drink tea and converse with the mage. During their conversation, the master praises his clever strategy of using the black flame to survive the solar explosion. The master mentions that the warrior could be useful in a project of great importance to the tower. Kim replies that it would be an honor to contribute to that. The mage reveals that he appreciates the way the warrior uses his words and therefore makes a special request. He calls his grandson, who steps shyly through the door, visibly suspicious. With pride, the mage introduces Kim, stating that he is a level 3 superhuman with great potential. This is how the protagonist meets the young magician Kim, the mage class character, who is part of the tutorial. The grandfather declares with enthusiasm that he believes his grandson possesses the necessary potential to become a high-level superhuman. However, the young man seems affected by low self-esteem, keeping his eyes on the floor. The mage then gets straight to the point, stating he knows that the warrior Kim healed the son of director CO2. Because of this, he places his expectations on the possibility that the warrior can also awaken the dormant talent of his grandson. Both turn their eyes to the protagonist, awaiting his response. Junsu replies that he agrees, stating they can count on him. Once again, his gentle behavior leaves a family deeply grateful. And as expected, he smiles maliciously upon hearing that he can ask for anything in return. The Tower Master never expects to hear a request like that. Calmly, the warrior Kim states again that he is interested in the solar explosion. Even though he is quite bothered by the request, the Tower Master says he can fulfill it, but questions if he can actually use it. The warrior Kim says he can, because he will receive the teaching through a memory chip they will also give him. The young man apologizes for interrupting the warrior Kim, but has a doubt about how the training will be. Pointing a finger at his grandson, the master says that his problem is having low intellect. However, the warrior Kim knows very well the problem the mage Kim is going through. That young man is intelligent enough, but has given up on using mathematics. The proposal of the warrior Kim is to make the young man use magic that does not depend on mathematical calculations. He guarantees that if he does this, he can use spirits and become a flame sorcerer. The grandfather panics, not wanting his grandson to be just a sorcerer. However, the warrior says it is not fair to the grandson to let him suffer from a lack of magic. The grandfather stares intently at his grandson, wanting to see this potential to be a flame sorcerer. Sitting down again, he wants to hear the details. It is simple, he should leave the difficult tasks to the spirit and just provide mana for it. The Tower Master finds it difficult because his grandson has no familiarity with spirits, and this could be a problem. The protagonist warns that the young man is not supposed to make a contract with a spirit. He should just inscribe a single spell on the mana circuit so he deals with the mana, and the circuit handles the spell itself. The Tower Master seems excited by the idea. The theory is incredible, and the grandfather does not know how a warrior can know such profound things. The warrior Kim stands completely still, knowing it is indeed incredible, because he stole the idea that the Tower Master himself comes up with in the future. Because he played for so long, he knew all the tricks, and since the spirit gate was closed, they could use spirit animals. It could be something like a phoenix, since it was easy to handle. The problem was finding a legendary creature. But for that warrior, Kim said he could leave it to him, because he had his own way. With this purpose, the three headed to another mountainous scenario, where countless phoenixes were flying. It seemed everything warrior Kim did was admirable and left everyone around him with great expectations. After everything, warrior Kim wanted to know about the promised solar flare. Hearing that the Tower Master would give the chip with the solar flare, he got excited. He had a question. He wanted to know how he would use the solar flare as a warrior. Showing a small flame on his fingertips, he said he would like to improve and create his own. This left that man laughing because he knew it would be a very arduous task. The warrior told him that approaching it as a mage and as a warrior could yield different results, and when the warrior told him his could be better, the man found it interesting and decided to make a bet. Within a period of 2 years, they would compare the polarizations of the magic tower with warrior Kim's. As a result, if the warrior won, the tower master would grant a wish. If he lost, he would join security. While the two talked, he noticed the young man climbing the stairs alone without any concern. After that, they moved again to a luxurious setting where warrior Kim waited for results. Bringing what he wanted, the scientist came to congratulate him for opening the path to sorcery. The warrior thought it was fair, but first they should wait for the operation to be successful. The scientist also wanted to talk about the mage who had been expelled. He thought he was a hopeless loser. The scientist said he dug deeper into the investigation, and it became clear that man had taken money from a group. It was the Kuhn Group, one of the 5 largest conglomerates known for its highly aggressive and predatory business expansion. The strangest thing was that group did not ask for information from the tower, but specifically about warrior Kim. Just thinking about it gave him chills that warrior would never join villains. While they were still talking, the surgeon came out with open arms and excellent news. Excited, he patted the warrior's back a few times, saying it was all thanks to that superhuman. Even more excited, Mage Kim appears. He was radiant and seemed to have merged with the Phoenix. He was already as strong as warrior Kim because he started right at level 3. This was the power of genetics. He was another person. That negative burden and low self-esteem had vanished. Warrior Kim told him that from that moment on, he would suggest he drank fire attribute elixirs. While several of them were paying homage and their sincere thanks, they brought his reward. The warrior could barely believe it. He had won several prizes, among them what he needed, the solar flare chip. The excited master put an allowance for him in that bag with space expansion magic. With this, he thought favorability was an incredible thing. Afterward, as usual, whenever he finished the mission, he went back to Director Choi's office. He arrived and, already throwing himself on the sofa, showed everything he won to the director. Still inside that complex, he tells the director it is time to take more nectar. To avoid side effects, he asks the director to refine the nectar. But the director knows this warrior Kim well and is already properly prepared. As always, he leaves the warrior speechless and incredibly happy. Then he shows the necessary ingredients on the tablet, since he only has the common ones. Looking at that, the young Kim knows he already possesses regeneration strength and steel armor on his shield. That is why he chooses the heart of the horned tiger. But upon making that choice, the director grows sad because the horned tiger is already an endangered species. That information feels a bit strange to the protagonist, but he refuses to give up. Having earned a lot of money, he manages to acquire a comfortable and fast car. This leads him to hunt for it himself. Inside the vehicle, he drives while enjoying the wind, since he has to hunt the beast down personally. But there is a problem. He has to find the horned tiger in such a vast area. He certainly does not want to resort to his final strategy, but he has to open his canned goods. It is something extremely concentrated. He takes a deep breath as he begins to inhale the scent. Despite the extremely unpleasant experience, he acquires another skill. Now he possesses the trait of a hound nose. Now he dives deep into the woods and can pick up the scents of all sorts of things. With the strong stench of a slaughtered animal, he knows a predator is nearby, and that could mean something. He seems to sense the presence of something. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Looking back, he sees he is being chased by hunters who are opening fire. They shoot ruthlessly in his direction, ready to chase him out of their territory. Running away, he never imagined he would encounter competition so quickly. Despite everything, he cannot lose sight of his target when he finally faces the beast. He cannot believe it has such a deep scar. Besides possessing 6 complete traits, it is so dangerous that he could be killed if he drops his guard. Having a beast charging at full force leaves minimal room for any possible evasion. Even using his trait, the warrior is still grazed across the face. Seeing the monster move, he knows he does not have much of a chance. He has to end everything with one single shot. He has to rely on his senses and instincts. In response, he launches himself into the air. He seeks support in 6 main skills, focusing purely on his aim. He launches himself upward with everything he has, fully intending to strike the monster. He notices the creature can dodge with ease. Putting momentum into his legs, the warrior knows it is not over yet. Once again, the king of the mountain is face to face with the warrior. However, Kim is quite confident in his shooting skills, despite being a warrior. It seems he hits the target. That is not just any ammunition, it is imbued with power. Even so, he stops and notices the beast has not slowed down, despite taking a direct hit. On the contrary, the king of the mountains locks onto him and launches a brutal attack. Using his skill, the warrior can do nothing but dodge the strike. Staring into the blood-red eyes of the beast, he realizes it can still move even after being struck by the black flames. He needs to find a defensive method in case the black flame is not enough to stop it. If that fails, he will have to engage in close combat with that red-eyed demonic being. The warrior now faces the strongest ability of the Mountain King. The attack is called the Inverted Charge, and it accelerates a massive body weighing over a ton. The strategy to eliminate it is ridiculously simple, as he just needs to use the Great Tiger Tiger's own strength against it. The massive beast widens its eyes in apparent surprise. This is the perfect moment for the warrior Kim to strike, since the creature can no longer evade. Just as planned, the protagonist secures his victory against the Mountain King. Sometime later, he appears at the monster exchange market. With excitement, he shouts that he carries the heart of the king inside the box. He is certain he extracted it perfectly since he did it himself using his unique traits. He announces to everyone that he will only keep the heart and intends to sell the rest so anyone interested can start bidding. It does not take long for several hands to rise as bids go from 1 billion to 2.5. Incredibly, a woman raises her hand in the middle of the crowd and offers 5 million. This instantly kills the mood for everyone else, as they realize there is no way to beat such a high bid. The buyer is interested in knowing if he hunted the king all by himself. After hearing him say it was just luck, she replies that there is no such thing as luck when it comes to hunting. Highly interested in his skills, she hands him a business card in case he ever wants to join the Hunter Association. He thinks she looks familiar, but right now he cannot focus on anything other than the money. Shortly after, his bank balance changes drastically as his luck turns completely with a king heart and an extra 5 billion. 2 days later, he stares at the nectar in his hand. Judging solely by the color, he can tell it has been perfectly processed. In that moment, he remembers the skills of the director. Even though he trusts his skills and knows there will be no side effects, he still feels anxious. He decides to define his traits in advance just to be safe. After that, he gathers his courage and swallows all the nectar. There might be no side effects, but the liquid burns like molten lava. His body begins to evolve as a distinct change in hormones is detected, and his adrenaline spikes rapidly. Enhanced bodily activation and efficiency kick in, while his mana circuits undergo a complete reconstruction. Finally, he reaches level 4 and his stats increase drastically. It feels as if his very soul has ignited, allowing his level to rise along with his audacity trait. There is a reason why he hunted the beast and then sold the items alone. He wins battles with those traits. He wonders what happens if he obtains the traits of his equipment like the diamond. This is certainly something serious to consider, especially with great traits like robust and giant. Standing before the skill panel, he seems to have all preparations finalized. He feels significant damage detected in his muscle fibers. His skeletal structure is readjusting. His trait panel resets. It is as if all the traits are communicating with each other. They finally fuse into a single trait called the strength of the giant. Looking at all that muscle mass, he feels excited. He finally succeeds. The strength of the giant is a top-tier warrior trait. Standing before the mirror, he tries to measure his raw power. His size is now that of a mutant. It is just as he expected. It shatters from the shockwave alone. The power is significant, but the damage his body suffers is not worth it. His entire body aches. Because of this, he decides to think twice before using it. As expected, he needs a body of diamond to handle that trait. The invincibility trait that increases his regeneration is top tier and requires spending some diamonds. He can learn it from his equipment just like he did before. The problem is that he has no diamonds. His excitement returns immediately when he remembers exactly where to find them. He is left speechless when he arrives at the location. He was certain he would find them, but there are absolutely none left. The shop owner tells him they will only restock next month. The frustrated warrior replies that next month is far too late. In that instant, the old man whispers that if he wants diamonds, he can go mining with him. Even though he does not remember this event from the game, he accepts the offer immediately. Soon the two of them are inside a car. The man guarantees it will not take long to reach the destination. While driving, the man mentions he is sure the warrior knows he must take risks to get what he wants. The warrior does not seem pleased with the direction of this conversation. It all feels too mysterious. They pass by a sign and the situation begins to make sense to him. He listens to the man suggest taking a look around and leaving if he does not like it. But the warrior has no intention or need to back down. They soon arrive at the place where superhumans fight for their lives. Inside, the atmosphere is completely competitive and ruthless. The center of attention is the ring. It is the ultimate combat arena of the capital. This is the infamous Colosseum where the best fighters are always put to the test. It is grand on the outside, and he expects it to be just as impressive on the inside. As soon as he arrives and sees that loud crowd cheering wildly, Warrior Kim is impressed. That place is pure adrenaline, and he wants to jump into the action right away. While looking at the arena, the old man beside him asks if Kim already knows that place. But the warrior wastes no time and fires back a question wanting to know if the man is really connected to that club. It turns out the old man is none other than Kim Chunbok, one of the founders of the famous Daeshinwan market. He sells rare magic items of mysterious origins and sometimes offers relics of the highest quality. Chunbok explains that the fastest way to get diamonds there is by fighting, but there is a catch. The loser needs to break their own magic circuit to form a diamond. In short, that basically resets their experience points completely. It is not just any fight. It is a battle where the soul is also on the line. For Junsu, it is the perfect chance to start building his diamond collection. And since the old man brought him there, he decides Chunbok will be his sponsor in the ring. The deal is simple. Half the earnings go to the warrior and the rest goes to fees and taxes. Even so, the warrior dives headfirst into the clash. As soon as he steps into the arena, he already has a solid plan in place. After a short time in the ring, a fighter lands a direct hit right against warrior Kim's skull. But even after taking the blow, he does not flinch at all, terrifying his opponent. He activates his giant strength trait, and he uses his newly acquired power to knock out his fifth opponent without any difficulty. He raises his hand and celebrates needing only one punch. The referee announces the birth of a super rookie since he is already on a 5-win streak. Satisfied, warrior Kim talks to his sponsor, saying he has already secured several precious stones. The old man, curious as ever, wants to know what he will do with the money, but hearing the answer leaves him in shock. He asks if the warrior wants to get even stronger, and Kim quickly replies with a yes. Kim knows that to survive in the world of Arcana, he needs to be truly strong, or live constantly getting scammed. While looking at his phone, Chunbok smiles and shows a notification. The warrior has just been challenged. The challenger is a level 4 superhuman, known as the Destroyer King, the #1 fighter of the Colosseum. The old man tries to convince Kim not to accept, saying it will be too dangerous, but Kim remains silent with a serious gaze. Soon after, a stunning blonde enters with the first round sign, and the crowd explodes with excitement. Everyone believes it will be another easy victory for the Destroyer King. That is the Destroyer King, a level 4 superhuman. The confident and provocative challenger points at Kim and mocks him, saying he thought the warrior lacked the courage to face him. Kim knows this is a dangerous enemy. In front of him stands an SR rank fighter with giant strength, combat technique, and 3 high-level skills. In the game, he kept this character at level 5, but despite only being at level 4, he remains incredibly dangerous. With a chilling smile, Kim thinks that the diamonds are starting to seem like an inadequate reward. The Destroyer King attacks first, but Kim dodges with ease. Circling so fast that he creates visual illusions, he claims he will beat Junsu to a pulp. Kim smiles confidently, stating he will do the exact same to the king. He prepares a counterattack and grips his opponent firmly. Just as expected, the enemy aims for his joints. Being more agile, the warrior holds his adversary tightly. But the Destroyer King is experienced and begins lifting Junsu off the ground. He prepares for a single decisive final blow. Suspended in the air, the protagonist smiles. He already has a few ideas in mind. He spins mid-air and accesses his skill panel. He activates giant strength and super strength. At the perfect moment, he activates the counterattack trait. He positions himself flawlessly. This allows him to land a highly precise attack. The strike visibly damages the Destroyer King. As Kim begins to apply pressure, the Destroyer King changes his fighting style. He nearly manages to neutralize Kim once more, but the warrior breaks free again, now determined to end things efficiently. He grabs his opponent by the collar. He hurls him to the ground with all his might. Through this action, he acquires a new trait called Suppression. The Destroyer King demands to know how he dodged the attack. Junsu replies that this is only the beginning, because now that he possesses all the basic combat traits, he will merge them and evolve them into an entirely new ability. This is the practical combat trait. After acquiring it, Kim is eager to test his new power and prepares to jump straight back into the fight. His opponent has no idea what he intends to do. Before he can figure it out, Su throws a punch, though he intentionally holds back from striking the opponent just yet. The Destroyer King asks what he did to completely alter the atmosphere around him. Kim thinks the man is right. When he first entered the ring, he was a total rookie. But now that he has obtained practical combat, he is a complete fighter. Activating it allows basic attacks to chain into combos, adding brutal bonuses to every combat movement. Angered by the barrage of strikes, the Destroyer King prepares to unleash a punch with all his power. As he attacks, Warrior Kim dodges with ease. He seizes the chance to grab his arm. He even thinks about fusing more inferior traits to reach even higher levels. After that, he lands a strike on the opponent, trapping his arm. With a serious gaze, he tells him he should give up if he does not want a broken arm. After that intimidation, terrified of losing his arm, the Destroyer King finally surrenders. The victory is confirmed, and Warrior Kim is the new winner. And to everyone's surprise, he climbs the rankings of the level 4 superhuman division. The crowd goes wild again, even knowing they were rooting against him the whole time. They call him Warrior King, a nickname that leaves him deeply embarrassed. The referee holds the arena core and announces they will begin the diamond creation process. Kim simply watches in silence. The opponent grits his teeth, appearing unwilling to lose all the strength he has conquered. The defeated Destroyer King asks to use a special contract. Even the referee is shocked by this. He informs Kim that with this contract, the diamonds would come from the organizers and not the loser, but only if the winner agreed, and he asks if he would give his consent. To make things easier, the Destroyer King offers 10 diamonds directly as a deal. Without a second thought, Warrior Kim refuses. His reaction is so unexpected that the referee and the opponent himself are left confused. Kim does not just want the 10 diamonds, he wants a higher stake. The new proposal also includes a rare accessory, the legendary Steel Fist, an SR rank magic weapon. The Destroyer King is visibly shaken when he realizes Warrior Kim knows about the existence of the legendary Steel Fist. He tries to hide it, pretending he has no idea what they are talking about, but it is already too late. Kim is direct. He will accept nothing less than what was agreed upon. With no other way out, the Destroyer King agrees to hand over the magic accessory, but he wants Warrior Kim to duel him later in the Coliseum for the Steel Fists, and for him, this will not be a problem. The moment he equips the magic fists, he feels a surge of power. That tool increases strength and resistance, and it reduces any and all damage for 10 seconds. He looks at the table and is satisfied because he won several diamonds that could enhance his traits. His next step is to apply the healing trait of the magic necklace he won from Priest Kim. As soon as the fusion begins, both start to radiate golden light, but it seems something causes him pain. And later, the protagonist begins to feel the effects. Now he has the strength and immortality of a giant. Now he only needs one more trait to complete the Trinity Warrior build, so he will protect his diamonds carefully. Just then he receives an unexpected call. It is the hunter who bought the Mountain King. She invites him to visit her guild. As soon as he arrives, she greets him personally and says she will take him to her master. The protagonist figures that since the guild leader is an NPC, he could earn substantial rewards. The master says it is a great pleasure to meet Warrior Kim. He then introduces himself as Yoon Byungjin, the leader of the Hunter Guild. Jun-soo is surprised to see him because he is not the actual guild leader. This man is the head of the assassin organization. As he shakes his hand and calls it an honor, he wonders why this man is here. The protagonist knows about an incident in the Hunter Guild, but he does not know the full story. While they talk, Director Kang arrives in a rush. The director is eager to meet the person who managed to conquer the Mountain King. He mentions that the joint competition is today, but everything happening feels strange to the protagonist. He decides not to raise any alarms and chats, as if he understands the situation. The director seems to be a good-natured person, and very different from the guild leader. The leader wants to get straight to the point. He is interested in inviting Warrior Kim to join his guild. The proposal is tempting, but getting too close to the guild leader does not seem wise. The leader explains that the guild is currently creating an exclusive hunting ground. Right now, they can only hunt freely with authorization from the Western and Eastern armies. The goal is to establish a territory where they can hunt without those permissions, and for that they need a superhuman. Everything sounds perfectly reasonable, but Warrior Kim still has his doubts. However, the director notes that it will not just be a hunting ground. The real objective is to have the guild recognized as an independent army. The protagonist asks if something on that massive scale is even possible. The warrior notices that the two men have conflicting opinions about the feasibility of this plan. The leader tells him that if he lends them his strength, he might even hand over his position to him in the future. The protagonist can clearly see that the guild leader's eyes are overflowing with pure greed. Meanwhile, the director acts peacefully and says that if he decides to join, he will personally take care of everything. But the young female hunter wants to handle everything related to Warrior Kim. As they argue, he stares intensely at the leader. He thinks it would be a shame if something terrible happened to Director Kang since he hands out such lucrative missions. After all, Yoon Byungjin is a ruthless man whose actions are highly unpredictable. Director Kang says that if the warrior joins them, he can get tax benefits and have fun at the hunting competition taking place that day. Jun-soo says he will participate then. After deciding to participate, Director Kang and the protagonist are inside the car heading toward the reserved area. Kang says he now owes the warrior a favor. He says he was worried the leader had recruited him first, but the protagonist only thinks about how the man can talk so much. He asks the director why he is against the hunting territory, and Kang says it is because of the Yunshin group. When asked about what that group is, he says it is a faction of guild members who follow the leader, but they only care about politics. Warrior Kim asks if the guild leader is really trying to bring him to his side, and Kang says yes. He explains that the leader is doing everything wrong since in a guild merit should be the most important thing, and not that nonsense. He also shares that lately everyone who agrees with him is out on missions, so his position is unstable. Jun-soo realizes he misjudged the director thinking he is carefree, when in fact he thinks deeply. After some time, they arrive at the secret hunting ground of the guild. All the hunters present belong to the Hunters Guild. He is welcomed by one of the female hunters who asks where Director Kang is. Kim says the director has gone to the bathroom. She seems to want to help him, so she advises him not to get too close to the director. Indignant, the warrior asks if she thinks he will join the director. The hunter realizes from this that he already knows about the factions within the guild. She says the director fails to see the big picture and cares too much about minor details. Looking directly at her, Kim notices her yellowish eyes and a large scar over one of them. In that instant, he remembers she is part of the guild leader mercenary organization. She adds that the director is losing his mind over minor illegal activities in the hunting territory. Contradicting the hunter, the protagonist states he likes the director because he is sincere and does not talk about others behind their backs. From that moment on, she begins to look at him differently. She stops caring and tells him he can do whatever he wants. After properly grasping the situation, he figures it is time to start preparing. He applies a lot of sunscreen on his face. Because of this, he gains another trait called sensitive skin. After acquiring it, he tries to wash his face to remove the excess cheap cream he applied until it started to hurt. It is all worth it, because with that trait, he gathers all the necessary ones to combine into a better one. After combining them all, he obtains a sixth sense. He knows the sixth sense trait is good for hunting and also for avoiding certain situations. He is now able to detect malicious thoughts. That is how he puts that trait to use. He looks around and notices that everyone there harbors malicious thoughts against each other. He never imagines that everyone around him is evil. While he analyzes the others, Director Kang returns with sodas and snacks. Two people the director considers his right-hand men appear alongside him. When they offer him a drink, he refuses and asks himself a question. He wonders why the director's right-hand man carries a strange scent. It is the poisonous stench of betrayal. Warrior Kim does not know what to do as he watches them have fun, totally unaware that a spy sits among them. He considers telling the director, but wonders if Kang would believe a guy who arrived a day ago over his own right-hand man. The right-hand man steps away and tells the protagonist to keep an eye on the director as he leaves. The director approaches him and asks if he is enjoying the party, and with a tired expression, Kim replies that he is. A short time later, the right-hand man returns with more drinks. He offers to prepare a drink for the director, who gladly accepts, saying he loves his special mixes. He hands the mixture to the director and tells him to down the glass all at once. But Kim tells them to wait, grabs the glass, and asks the right-hand man to take a sip first. Confused, the man asks what is going on. The warrior asks if he has any reason not to drink, knowing this is the perfect moment to unmask him and execute his plan. The man fails to hide his malice and starts looking nervous. Not caring what they might think, the protagonist asks Director Kang's right-hand man if the drink is poisoned. The confused director tries to ask what is happening, but before he can speak, Kim cuts him off, telling the subordinate to just take a sip if the accusation is wrong. Reaching his hand toward him, Kim tells him to quickly take a sip. In a fit of rage, the man smacks the glass away and tells Kim to get that out of his face. But right after doing so, he realizes this reaction just exposed him. Furious, Director Kang asks if he really intended to poison him. The right-hand man claims the director betrayed him first by opposing his promotion, but Kang replies he never did any such thing. Without delay, Kim kicks out the traitor's legs. He forces him to kneel while holding a blade right against his neck. He states that now that they know he is a traitor, they should just finish him off. He asks if the director wants to do the honors himself. After a moment of thought, Kang grabs a nearby axe. With a single clean strike, he executes the traitor. He says he knew about his greed from the very beginning, but never expected it to escalate to murder just to steal his title. Later on the road inside a car, Kim tells them to get out of there as fast as possible, because if the others find out they killed the spy, they will seek brutal revenge. But looking to the side, they see a truck, and inside it, the hunter asks if the director grabbed anything. She heard a rumor that they found a treasure. The director tries to claim they found nothing, but she cuts him off, saying she already knows everything. Pointing a weapon, she states that she knows he decapitated Manager Choi. Kim quickly changes his traits, and he slams his foot on the gas pedal, speeding ahead of all the cars tracking them. Seeing this, all the pursuing cars open fire on him. The director complains about how the Yanchun group has the nerve to shoot at them while he aims his modified arm. He fires his weapon and causes several massive explosions, but unfortunately almost none of his enemies are taken down. Since he failed to hit the targets correctly, he asks Warrior Kim to slow down just a bit, but instead of slowing down, Warrior Kim proposes to teach him how to do it right. In that instant, his aiming traits and all other skills necessary for large hunts are fully activated. While Director Kang takes the steering wheel, Warrior Kim shows off his skills. He He lines up some of the targets in his sights and decides which ones go first. After confirming his aim is perfect, he pulls the trigger. He hits exactly on the tires to destabilize their pursuit. He needs only a single shot to throw an entire battalion of cars off balance. While Director Kang's right-hand man marvels at the protagonist's aim, he asks if he is using a divine weapon, but they have no time to talk, because that ruthless hunter is already preparing to run them over. Warrior Kim activates his crisis detection trait to sense the incoming attack and violently swerves the car to the side. He barely manages to dodge the massive truck charging right at them, and the unlucky truck is now about to suffer a brutal collision itself. After the violent crash between the trucks, Kim easily drives his car out of the chaos. The furious hunter screams at her men to keep following them. Looking in the rearview mirror, he sees that their pursuers can no longer catch up. Right after this, he is notified that he receives 2 new traits named driving and boarding. Inside the car, he boasts about how good he is. After escaping that deadly situation, they arrive at a fortress where Jun-soo introduces himself and claims to be a level 4 superhuman. The guard finds this strange and asks what happened outside. This is because they notice several vehicles rapidly approaching the gate. The scarred hunter girl steps out of her truck and orders her men to leave their weapons inside the vehicles. The fortress guard warns that any uproar will be treated as a direct challenge to the general authority, and Kim agrees not to cause any trouble. The guild leader steps forward and insists they cannot be allowed inside because they murdered a man. But the guard calmly replies that they do not interfere with whatever happens in the hunting zone, and he should already know that. He then questions if the guild leader is daring to challenge the authority commanding the Eastern Branch. However, the leader who questioned it earlier just swallows hard. Director Kang has to hear that he is fleeing like a rat, but does not let those words shake him and gives all the credit for the escape to Hunter Kim. He says that if he had a daughter, he would marry her to him. But Jun-soo feels sick just thinking about being that guy's son-in-law. The angry president says he never thought Warrior Kim would side with the weak Director Kang. Director Kang angrily tells the leader not to forget that this is not his territory. While they are talking, trying to reach an agreement, they hear a terrifying crash. It is the great gates opening and a notorious figure comes out. All that commotion outside had sparked the interest of a level 7 warrior commander of the Eastern Army Division Gu Young-won. Both Director Kang and the president bow to greet the commander. Warrior Kim analyzes him and knows that this man is not just any commander, but a level 7 superhuman. Faced with the power of that man, neither side has the courage to go against him as he reprimands them. They have to listen in silence to what that authority has to say. While trembling, he says that if he sees that happen again, but he does not finish speaking. After this, he looks to the side and notices the presence of Warrior Kim. He fixes his gaze in that direction for a while. Then he says that this time the Eastern Army will mediate between them, and when everyone starts trying to speak, he makes it clear that he is not asking for opinions from either side because this is an order from heaven. This leaves the two surprised and terrified. Everything is decided. The next day at noon, they must choose someone to represent each side in a duel. While the commander says that only a person who is there at that location can volunteer to fight, he looks at Warrior Kim. He in turn does not understand why he is looking at him, but meanwhile the commander says that the loser will have to offer their head, and if they refuse the duel, he will condemn them. The time and day of the duel have finally arrived, and even standing in the rain, everyone gathers to watch. While the warrior stretches, Director Kang tells him that it is not necessary to go so far, even though he volunteered himself. But for the hero, there is no problem. This is a fight that for him is nothing more than a test. He knows that such a sudden duel could only be the work of the big shots. He soon imagines that behind the commander is the 8-star general. That one is a notorious superhuman who has reached the peak a level 8 superhuman. The warrior's expression shows nothing but interest in knowing what profits he will gain in a match against that person. Now he is face to face with his opponent. The protagonist holds his sword and shield. The president tells him that it is a shame he chose the other side. If he had sided with him, things would be better. But mocking the president's face, the warrior says he does not join scum. The president smiles and says that since he chose that, he cannot do anything. Showing that he is already gathering power, he looks ready to start the fight. As soon as that man begins his transformation, many are scared, not knowing if he is turning into a vampire or just a demon. For the protagonist, it is simple to see that man in his vampiric form. But for the others, the surprise is understandable since vampires are practically extinct. However, as a player, the protagonist naturally already knows this. And precisely because he knows this, he prepared as much as possible the night before. He visits various places in search of information, and with Director Kang's help, he gathers everything necessary to evolve a new trait. And after fusing them all together, he acquires the Diamond Body trait. And while clenching his fist in triumph, he realizes he finally has the Trinity build. Back in the duel, his opponent prepares to attack, but with a simple raise of his shield, he manages to block the strike. For the vampire, it is impossible to believe that a mere level 4 blocked such a heavy blow with absolute ease. Looking at that supposedly useless warrior in front of him, he knows he is plotting something. However, it is now time for the warrior Kim to demonstrate his true gifts. Without delay, he attacks the vampire to cut off his reaction time. The adversary feels increasingly vulnerable and wonders if the warrior lied about his level. But Kim is not lying. It is simply his newest power at work. In short, it is the synergy of the 3 strongest traits in the game. He can unleash a power that far surpasses a level 4. Knowing this, he fiercely attacks his opponent. The shocked vampire cannot comprehend how that attack shatters his metal claws. He knows he has reached a critical point. Having no other choice, he decides to break free and unleash his inner monster. Left with no alternatives, he begins to transform as violent spasms rack his body. His face elongates into a beastly snout and his fingers twist into savage claws. Extra arms burst from his back. Everyone is now shaking at the horrific appearance of the man who calls himself president. Following his transformation, he becomes a bizarre fusion between a spider and a bat. This is the second awakening of a transformer using the mutant trait. Using it carries the risk of losing consciousness, but in exchange grants the power to decimate an entire group of level 5 players. Kim realizes he must defeat the beast as quickly as possible and unleashes an attack of black flames, but the opponent easily blocks it with his newly acquired claws. Kim does not understand how he resisted the black flames and states that if the monster completes the transformation, he could even reach level 7. But while he is lost in thought, the monster swings its massive claw. The brutal strike hits the warrior head-on, leaving him in absolute shock from the raw force of the blow. The president attacks Junsu from all sides, stating that the situation is truly pitiful. He strikes from above with his claws and continues saying he never thought this would happen. He never imagined he would have to kill someone so talented with his own bare hands. Striking with even more ruthless force, he triggers a massive explosion. A thick cloud of smoke rises from the devastating attack, but when the smoke settles, he is left in shock at what he sees. Warrior Kim activates his steel fist, which nullifies all damage for 10 seconds. The president wonders how he survived an attack he was certain would kill him. Kim thinks to himself that the beast is right. If his black flames had not slowed the creature's growth, things would not have ended so well. Seeing that his opponent's growth has stopped, there is only one thing the warrior can do. Wasting no time, he begins his assault. He unleashes a power strong enough to annihilate the insect in front of him. The president in his beastly form is terrified to see the brutal force of the approaching attack. It is an intense golden light capable of destroying absolutely anything. As the fight takes place, the sun decides to show itself and the rain stops. While resting, Kong and his right hand praise Junsu, unlike them who are full of joy. The president's team does not know what to do next. Hunter Jung gnashes her teeth in anger, while her companions beg her to say something. Kim asks what the director will do with the association. He replies that he is not sure and asks if Kim will take the role of president. He answers that he will not take it because Kang knows more about the association than he does. However, he secretly thinks he just wants all the missions that only Kang can provide. Suddenly, Gu Hyungwon calls the warrior's attention. He says that the unit commander wants to see him, but Kim is not even surprised because he knew Kogigum was watching him. Now inside a massive structure known as the Palace of the Tiger King, Kim bows slightly and introduces himself. He glances sideways and thinks that the man is over 100 years old but does not look it at all. Kugigum says he saw the fight and wants to know who trained Kim. He replies that he does not have a master. The commander finds this interesting and concludes that he is completely self-taught. The elders say they already suspected this because his swordsmanship is raw and his combinations lack finesse. Despite all the flaws pointed out in his technique, the warrior is invited to become the commander's disciple. He knows that accepting would bring many advantages, and as a student, his accelerated growth would be guaranteed. And as a final reward, he would obtain the unit commander's technique. But he bows again and refuses the offer, stating that he wants to forge his own path. The elders ask how he dares to refuse their father's offer, and if he has lost his mind. But Kim believes that accepting would bring too many restrictions, and the easiest path is not always the right answer. Kugigum listens in silence while the elders constantly badmouth Kim, but after a while, unable to tolerate the endless chatter, he shouts for them to be quiet as he unleashes his fierce aura. The elders and the warrior are caught off guard by the sheer weight of his presence and can barely stand. Kim activates all his defensive skills and resolves to endure it no matter what. Kugigum is pleasantly surprised by the young man's resilience. Retracting his aura, he admits his surprise that the boy endured it. He asks the warrior why he refuses to become his student despite his immense talent, but Kim can only gasp for air after enduring such crushing pressure. After recovering, he explains that his sole reason is his dream of reaching level 9. The commander states that reaching level 9 as a warrior requires high-level swordsmanship, mana cultivation techniques, and most importantly, enlightenment. He warns that bad habits will limit him to level 7, but a resolute Kim replies that he will forge his own path even if it leads to failure. He insists on doing it his way because that is simply who he is. Kugigum expresses his understanding and holds the boy's courage in high regard. Following this, he reaches for a nearby sword. He tosses it to the warrior, who catches it somewhat clumsily. The elders stand in absolute shock at the sight. Looking at the weapon, Kim can barely believe his eyes. It is the SSR rank Black Tiger sword. The disciples stare at the warrior in pure astonishment as the general calls him closer to offer him something else. As the warrior opens his hands to receive another gift, he wonders what it could be. It is an invaluable treasure for the young man, the Ho Wang sword technique. This allows him to master speed, and the two skills combine perfectly. It is given to him because the general recognizes his potential to master them both. Despite his immense gratitude, the warrior feels curious and openly questions the motive. The general responds that he is giving the young man this gift simply because he sees true potential in his spirit. He naturally accepts the gift, but knowing the cruel reality of Arcadia Online, he remains deeply suspicious of everything and everyone. However, the general's disciples completely disagree with this turn of events. Their shock only deepens upon realizing the general's high expectations for him, promising to hand over the East Corps if he reaches level 8 or 9. The commander leaves all his disciples absolutely horrified. The idea is absurd, as the East Corps is a vast entity holding countless secrets. Holding ultimate authority, he decides his own successor, turning back to Kim to declare that he will hand over the power of the East to him in 10 years. Kim promises to keep this in mind and bows in gratitude. However, he boldly adds that he expects to achieve it all in just 5 years. He knows he has no real desire for the East Corps, but a wild smile forms on his face at the thought of keeping such a powerful option open. Returning to the main building, he goes straight to speak with the director. Director Kang jokes that everyone should now address the warrior as Lord Black Tiger. Deep down, Kim knows that to master the 3 great sword styles, he cannot be tied down or bound to any single faction. He can also count on the superhuman Baek Soren, knowing he just has to wait for her to awaken the Mars Gladiator style. However, it is a shame he has not managed to secure Janet or Kaylee yet. President Kang still hopes to keep the warrior by his side. Since Kim refused the presidency, he offers him the position of honorary director instead. The warrior feels deeply honored, especially after hearing he only needs to attend a few quarterly meetings while securing full benefits and profits. He promises to consider the offer. In response, a box is placed on the table, and the warrior immediately perks up, knowing a marvelous treasure must be inside. The shock hits him hard, as he never could have imagined the sheer magnitude of the gift before him. If everyone is this generous, he will gladly accept the benefits. President Kang grows excited the moment he spots the warrior eyes sparking with joy. That item is the Dasan weapon, created and developed by an arcane scientist near the end of his life. He receives not just one, but the only 2 the association has had the privilege to get its hands on. The protagonist knows this weapon was crafted by Chong Yang Yong, who worked as an arcane engineer in the game. These are priceless relics, but since he saved both the man and the association, it is a reasonable gift. In total, these artifacts are part of a 5-piece collection. The excited, chubby man explains they tried for years to gather the full set, but those who hold the other pieces refuse to part with them. But perhaps if the warrior is persuasive enough, he might manage to bring all 5 relics together. Of course, the warrior can only keep these 2 artifacts if he agrees to become an honorary director. Nothing less is expected of Kim upon seeing such relics. He immediately agrees to stay under President Kang's care. This secures his prize and leaves the door open to gain even more. After that brief meeting, he returns home. Lightning can be seen flashing from the house, visible even from the outside. The warrior continues his relentless training. Now he wants to perfect the Black Tiger sword. That technique has 4 main forms, and he struggles to master even the first. He refuses to simply give up. At a certain point, it seems he is close to achieving the mana control and technique needed to master the blade. There are moments he considers giving up or slowing down, but whenever he looks at that magnificent weapon, he watches its aura manifest. This is how he manages to master Ho Wang High Sky technique, bringing forth an overwhelming power. The sword aura is finally unleashed. He knows a bit more training is necessary to master it completely. Its raw firepower is clearly visible. He acquires 2 skills related to that power, knowing he only managed to extract so much aura thanks to the Black Tiger sword. As always, he unlocks even more abilities, and a wide smile spreads across his face. He gains powerful traits like the Moon Slash and Quick Draw. He opens his arms, knowing all his efforts are finally paying off. He knows he is not far from unlocking the Sword Specialist trait, and this leaves him strangely happy. Just like throughout this story, Kim makes exaggerated expressions, and this occasion is no different. While drinking tea outside, he spots something from his balcony. He is about to finally rest, but witnesses a scene that is hard to process. It looks like the Steel Fist warrior was ambushed. The man can barely pull himself out of his car. From down below, he screams for Kim to help his little brother. The moment the warrior rushes downstairs and sees Steel Fist in such a pitiful state, he demands to know what happened. Steel Fist is physically and mentally broken. After explaining the brutal situation to the protagonist, the two stand on top of a building to analyze their next move. The warrior can barely believe his own subordinates betrayed him for opposing their operations. It turns out he discovered an illicit project and decided to punish the leaders, but they held a ruthless grudge in return. But Warrior Kim believes that is not the only reason, especially since the other abilities are being used at that very moment. Junsu knows that this betrayal is part of the game story, but using his traits he can see everything. Warrior Kim is a great ally. He possesses traits for enhanced vision and hearing, and has incredible ease with facial recognition even from a distance. It is no surprise to him that Kim Iron Fist has been betrayed, since this also happens in the game. The traitors are the Mad Bomber and the Demolition Expert. They are likely involved in the incident that caused so many injuries to Iron Fist. Even though the situation is complicated and Iron Fist has lost his arm, Warrior Kim proposes something unusual. He says he will enter through the front door to catch everyone off guard while he searches for his brother. Of course, Iron Fist does not want to put a friend in a bad situation. However, Warrior Kim knows exactly what he is doing. Furthermore, he has the weapons and the potential. That is why he walks right through the front door in grand style. Everyone is terrified, thinking the warrior has gone completely mad. The bastard simply walks in the front, demoralizing them all. The moment he spots the traitor, Warrior Kim is ready to take his revenge for what happened to Kim Iron Fist. The treacherous bastard looks at Warrior Kim. Without a single ounce of guilt, he states that he merely gave that wretch exactly what he deserved. With that, he shouts for his subordinates to raise their barriers and help him deal with this annoying nuisance. But Warrior Kim is more than satisfied. This is the perfect moment to use his new weapon and hunt down some animals. Filled with excitement, he takes aim and starts firing without an ounce of mercy. Many of those unsuspecting men start feeling the brutal impacts of forming a barrier in front of the wrong person. Just as they showed no mercy to his friend, he will show no mercy to anyone. He never intended to anyway. But when Kim has a solid reason, he becomes especially tempted to unleash absolute destruction. The weapon he wields was provided by the Hunter Association, and it delivers a perfectly formidable impact. Its other trait is overwhelming power. It repels absolutely everything its ammunition touches. In response to the enemy trying to strike back, he simply activates a massive shield and protects himself from all incoming fire. His skill panel related to active attack and defense remains open. The incredible and incomparable Warrior Kim proves to be agile and skilled. He cycles through his 6 abilities and handles the situation flawlessly. He feels incomparable joy. He has finally managed to complete the construction of the last remaining piece for the Gunslinger trait. Right in the middle of the chaos, his panel is incredibly fully complete. Now, on top of being an excellent warrior, he can also be called a professional gunslinger. Now he can finally hunt down the bastards behind it all, the ruthless cowards who were not afraid to use someone else just to get to him. He knows his only chance is to play the madman and strike down every single target that moves. That is why he spares no ammunition. Even though the enemies wear light protection and hold shields, they are simply no match for him. It all happens faster than they can even process. This leads to only the damn traitor remaining. The coward crawls on the floor and looks up at the warrior, begging for mercy. He needs to drag the truth out of him. A crawling worm like this could never come up with such a plan on his own, especially when he cannot even execute it properly. That is why he crouches down. He looks straight into the traitor's eyes and demands to know who is behind all of this. At this point, only the mastermind matters. In that exact instant, the warrior notices an active call on a cell phone discarded on the floor. Unfortunately, it seems that the warrior Kim has fallen into a trap. Now he hears that person say through the cell phone that he will receive a gift. It is certain that he is being watched, and so he wants to know where the bastard is. And when he imagines what this gift could be, he only sees a flash of light. That is the warning sign that a massive explosion is about to consume everything. It is exactly as he expected. Not much is left of that building. The impact brings everything down. However, the hero, being a skilled warrior, needs to use another one of his traits, and so he gains the agility to dodge and escape the rubble. It is a good thing he does it in time. If he took a little longer, he would have fallen into the trap made with the entire building. But now he has a clear view of what is really happening, and he uses a trait. If his enemies are crazy enough to cast aside all manners and morals, then they are going to pay. He uses his trait, which creates several red lines pointing towards something. Being skilled, the warrior Kim starts to run around that building, radiating a red light. Still running, he knows that with the right traits he could find worms like those blindfolded. However, while running, the warrior spots a projectile. It seems they are timing the warrior Kim and his steps so they can take the lead. They seem like cunning enemies who want to play, and he knows a good game that everyone can enjoy. But the warrior Kim is willing to end that cursed cycle from this moment on once and for all. And once again he resorts to his trait bar, picking the best ones. He is ready, so let the game begin. Now he revels in those trait changes. He can imagine he is playing a game of hide and seek. Of course, for him it is a bit like cheating since he can see through heat and motion sensors, making it a piece of cake. If the game is free, he wants in. He is at the very top, and he will not let his little friends escape without a good time. He is not the one who started it, but he will also not leave without having enough fun. Right now, the enemies think they are hidden well enough to never be caught. After they are hit and fall to the ground, it loses a bit of its charm for the warrior Kim. It is strange because they purposely hid in the building. So how did the enemy find out? The warrior thinks they should hide well, because the shots he is firing right now cannot be stopped by walls. Those are special bullets that pierce the tangible to strike the intangible. They are called soul bullets. It is a fact that he has not eliminated them completely since those munitions strike the soul instead of the physical body. The warrior thinks it is better this way so his friend can take care of the rest. When Kim Steel Fists arrives, he only sees the two scumbags thrown outside the warehouse. The big guy gets startled when he hears someone call for him, and when he sees his loyal subordinates carrying his younger brother, he feels relieved. Even though that game is filled with betrayals and manipulations, there are still a few loyal NPCs. Even as a leader, Steel Fist is a fair person, and he wants to know where the other loyal members who were imprisoned are. And when the younger brother asks what the older one plans to do from here, he says that he will immediately clean up all the mess and traces the others left behind. That scum did horrible things in the name of the Steel Fist group, and of course those responsibilities will fall on the leader's shoulders. But thanks to precious allies like the protagonist, that leader can properly punish the traitors. After waiting a while at the designated spot, the protagonist thinks Iron Fist's Kim is taking longer than expected. Suddenly, he hears his name called, and turning around, his eyes widen at a scene he never imagined. His friend, someone highly valuable to him, is simply on his knees, prostrated, as if begging for help. Seeing a face he never dreamed of seeing like this, the protagonist wants to know what is going on. However, the man says he wants to learn how to get stronger, and is even willing to beg for it. Clenching his fist, he says he learned from that incident, and needs to get stronger to protect his people. Hearing his friend offer to become his slave, the protagonist feels disappointed since he doesn't need all that a large monetary reward would be enough. It seems the man is slowly understanding that this hellish game is full of cruelty and betrayal. He thinks that if this is the method, he can become the ultimate soldier, even more enhanced looking at his prosthetic arm. That man says aloud that he can make a magic contract with the warrior, one that guarantees his absolute obedience. Seeing the tragedy that struck Iron Fists, the warrior cannot leave him behind. That is why he guarantees he will do it, telling him to be prepared by the next morning to meet death itself. Warrior Kim thinks he should forge a loyal subordinate, since he is going to do this anyway as they leave the place. It seems the guys who betrayed Iron Fists must be behind the illegal businesses in those ruins. The warrior knows the body modification facility they took from the Caretakers Association is being used by the traitors. Just thinking about it makes Iron Fist furious, especially since he let those bastards use the warehouses. Of course, he didn't know their true motives, yet the man wants to know if they are there to modify his body even further. Warrior Kim knows that place is perfect for upgrading superhumans into the enhanced soldier category. He will undergo biological mutation and prosthetic implantation at the same time, though there are many cases of people losing control of their mana after doing it. They are already approaching the massive doors of the laboratory, and the mutations can be executed well if their corresponding factors align. Once inside the laboratory, Warrior Kim places Iron Fists into the fusion chamber, controlling everything remotely through computers. Despite lacking the necessary tools, he thinks it can still be done, and he will manage to turn him into a level 3 enhanced soldier. Inside the container, Iron Fist knows he might endure immense pain, but warns that he is ready. Hearing this, the protagonist simply clicks, and with that click, the modification begins. A spectrum of green light begins to travel through the body to forge a modified soldier. Only a very determined person would undergo this deconstruction process for an upgrade. And as he imagined, the whole session really starts to prove extremely painful. However, giving up no longer seems to be an option. Moments later, he will be ready now, able to use the prosthetic arm as a weapon in close combat and for medium range. He will use a submachine gun, making him an all-purpose attacker, but instead of doing what happens in the game and focusing on short or long-range materials, the warrior chooses dexterity, paving the way for him to become a transformed demon. They will also add a mana core at the end because beyond the traitors and the cruel ones in that game, there are also lunatics like the protagonist. Despite the madness of injecting mana into the veins and expending an entire core, it somehow seems to lessen the pain a bit. At least that is what the warrior thought. But as soon as the mana begins to circulate through the veins, he feels a pain 100 times greater. The pain seems agonizing, but the process is the path to supreme strength. Even Warrior Kim, watching the procedure from afar, has doubts if it will actually work. But he would never give up on a project right in the middle of the modification. There is only one option, and that is success. and as Iron Fist leaves the container, the warrior asks how he feels, by the large paws and huge claws that emerge from inside, as well as monstrous fangs. It looks like Iron Fist has transformed into a hairy beast. Thanks to the mana extraction for the prosthesis, the werewolf mutagen serum is able to work perfectly. Kim says that if he starts to improve, he will have no problems achieving his goals, but Iron Fist asks what his gang should do. The warrior tells them to start expanding their influence all over Guanakgu and thinks he needs someone to maintain public order and watch the other gangs. But suddenly, gang members appear calling for their boss. They ask if that is really their boss, and Iron Fist says he modified his body to become stronger. After finding out it really is their boss, they mention they found the sites the traitor used, and also biological experiments, and Iron Fist says he already told them to destroy everything. But the henchman explains they could not, because there is a young witch shooting lasers everywhere, and hearing this, Kim becomes interested. Meanwhile, in the building where the experiments were done, everything trembles, because inside lasers are being fired everywhere. They all shoot out of a cage deeper inside. Iron Fist, seeing this, says that if they do not hurry, the entire building will collapse. Kim, seeing all that power, is certain that this is without a doubt Jeanette, one of the 3 strongest in the game, an SSR grade character. He thinks that Baek Soren has the heaven-destroying star, and Jeanette has innate energy. He believes the reason she is using so many lasers is because she is on the brink of death from mana exhaustion, and instinctively she uses magic to defend herself. But without much time to think, Kim continues to dodge that relentless barrage of lasers. Iron Fist, barely able to dodge, says that at this rate, they will not even be able to get close. After saying this, he sees Kim running towards the cage. He yells for him to be careful as several lasers head in his direction, but Kim does not stop, and as expected, all the lasers hit him. From inside the cage, a face can be seen, and activating all his defensive traits. Kim emerges unharmed from the lasers and breaks the bars with his bare hands. He says it hurts more than expected, but his eyes widen, seeing that the girl is preparing another attack, but now at point-blank range. Iron Fist, seeing him take that attack, panics and screams for the warrior. After the explosion, looking at the smoke, he asks if Junsu is okay, but he is startled to see a mana potion fall to the ground. Out of the smoke steps the warrior Kim, carrying the child responsible for all that destruction. He tells him to be quiet because he managed to calm her down with a potion. Steel Fist asks if he should take her to the hospital. Kim says no, since he plans to take her home and assume responsibility for healing her. Later at the warrior Kim's house, Baek Soren calls for her master and announces her arrival. Seeing her, Kim congratulates her for reaching level 3, and she celebrates knowing he would notice. She asks what kind of training he wants to do by calling her there, and Kim replies that the situation is a bit complicated. He explains that his second disciple candidate is currently sick. Baek crouches down and asks what happened to the little girl. Kim says she cannot control her own power, but he intends to teach her as his disciple. He asks if she could take care of her as a senior student, and Baek agrees without a second thought. A few days later, a beautiful sun shines outside the house, but down in the basement the two fight fiercely against the little girl's lasers. Baek Soren asks how long they have to keep dodging lasers, and mentions they have been doing this for a week. Kim thinks of an answer and dodges one more projectile, which grants him the deflect trait. Looking at the empty mana potion pouch, he notes that her mana should be normal by now, and she will soon regain her senses. The good news is that the attacks have finally stopped. However, the young girl seems a bit confused. Soren rushes to her aid, showing deep concern for the newcomer. Holding the girl's hand, she expresses her worry and wishes for a quick recovery. The first thing the girl wants to know is where she is and why she was brought there. After becoming aware of the situation, she introduces herself and expresses her gratitude for the help. She recounts that her parents died while escaping the magic tower, but she was caught. The protagonist knows that, as expected, this is the exact same story from the game. Crouching down to her level, he tells her that if she wants, he is willing to accept her as his disciple. Quite restless, the young girl says she has nothing to offer in return. She pays close attention when told she could repay him once she gets strong enough in the future. This ignites a unique strength within her, declaring she wants to become a superhuman to repay her savior. He feels she is more than welcome since he knows the girl is a precious talent. She will be the one to teach him one of the 3 most powerful swordsmanship skills in the game. However, right now, her powers are a bit unstable, and the moment she gets too happy, she launches another one of those attacks. Realizing what she just did, the young girl starts apologizing profusely, but everything is fine, and no one was hurt. With that, the master informs her that they should start practicing mana control. He begins by explaining to her that this ability is called innate energy, and it is very similar to the heaven-destroying star. Either way, she needs to train her body to withstand the power of the aura she wields. Looking at her small hands, she worries she might not develop any physical skills. However, the protagonist plans to use this opportunity to train her transmission system. The diamond body trait hardens the body and mind of the user simultaneously. That is exactly what Jeanette needs right now after suffering so much physical and mental damage. But first she must eat. Since she looks so frail, she needs to consume as much as possible to withstand the heavy training. 2 weeks pass inside that house. The intense physical training never stops for an instant. Jeanette always takes the opportunity to spar with Soren. She is visibly stronger and more agile, and she controls her mana in a spectacular way. Even though they are close friends, Soren does not take it easy on her during training. The protagonist watches with pride as he notices they reach level 2 in just 2 weeks. This is naturally due to the swordsmanship traits they both learned, and of course, he will also participate in the sessions. He wants her to start practicing blocks. To do this, she must deflect the strike he is about to launch directly at her. If Jeanette pushes herself hard, imagine how ruthless the master will be during this exercise. He goes all out, training like a madman to ensure his disciple soon becomes one of the best. After all, he is forging a warrior destined to reach the SSR rank. At this point, he can already feel that her movements exude a solid presence from the mana of her innate energy. This is to be expected. Her mana circuit looks incredible, with a few abilities already forming a perfect combination. With this in mind, he continues attacking without mercy to measure exactly how precise her defense really is. It goes exactly as he imagined. She stays focused through every strike and manages to block them with a much more solid stance. He smiles as he sees her controlling her new trait with absolute precision. It will not take long before she is ready to claim her position at the SSR rank. As soon as Soren notices that Jeanette successfully used her powers, she gets emotional and leaps toward the young girl. The warrior also offers his congratulations for her successful awakening. Looking at Jeanette, he knows that the SSR rankings are entirely different. Still, he never imagined she would instantly reach level 3 right after her awakening. Now his team is truly ready. He has the 3 best fighters. Of course, Soren must now dedicate herself completely. She does not want the junior member to surpass her own power level. The protagonist shares the exact same thought. He refuses to be left behind at any point. He still has something to do. Before the personal quest of his 2 disciples begin, he needs to take care of a few things. To achieve this, they must catch a flight to a completely different location. After everything, he finally feels like he is truly abroad. They have arrived in the city where the Divine Annihilation War will take place. He knows that a massive structure lies hidden beneath that hollow shell. That place is the extra-dimensional space known as the Great Labyrinth. It is a chaotic place where the ghosts of forgotten gods launch constant attacks. Even so, there is no need to worry. The strongest organization of humanity, known as the Guardian League, protects this city. There is a very real reason why he decided to come to Ashley. There is a specific technique he intends to inherit from this place. As soon as he walks in, he is greeted by an elegant woman with large horns. She politely asks if he wants a specific drink. He cuts straight to the chase and states he is not there to drink. He just needs to acquire some information. When she asks what kind of information he needs, he mentions a man named Sing Mundi. He guarantees he will pay handsomely for a lead. The horned woman explains that money will not work. The wife of the man he is looking for is currently in critical condition with an incurable disease. Hearing this reminds him of what he read about the loss of this man's wife. In response, he stands his ground and insists he really needs this information. He promises to take a look at the wife and suggests he might be able to do something for her. If that is the case, she offers to announce his arrival. However, she warns him it will be difficult since Sing is currently very sensitive. Proceeding with caution, she enters the room slowly. She announces that a guest has arrived who is concerned about his wife's illness. But upon stepping inside, he notices that other guests have beaten him to the punch. 2 priests surround the sickbed. They promise a cure and have clearly been attempting this procedure for quite some time. With his usual gentleness, he grabs the arm of one of the archbishops and asks him to stop. He suggests it is best to leave them in peace for now. The man dislikes being approached by a stranger and hates having his procedure interrupted. As soon as he lays eyes on these 2 individuals, he knows they belong to the Order of Thor and Gaia. Their clerical treatment is completely obvious and has yielded absolutely no results so far. Still gripping the old man's hand, he states that this procedure is entirely meaningless. The holy light will only aggravate the sick woman's wounds. The archbishop is utterly shocked. He has no idea how this stranger even knows the name of the treatment they are performing. Overhearing this conversation, Sing demands to know why this intruder is speaking like this. He asks if he actually knows an effective treatment, and doubts a mere superhuman could understand anything about healing. Seeing the commotion, the horned woman steps in to mediate. She explains that this guest has already claimed to know a way to treat the lady's condition. While they argue, Jordice begins to deteriorate rapidly. She thrashes violently in her bed as her body moves almost on its own. In response, the archbishop tries to resume the procedure. However, the protagonist simply will not allow it. This severe worsening in Jordis's condition is directly caused by that fraudulent cure. Even against his strict warning, the priestess begins to radiate divine light. This leads to the woman spiraling further out of control. Jordis violently arches her back as her body is thrown upward. With her eyes wide open, the priestess seems completely unable to control her own power anymore. The desperate husband demands answers from the archbishop. He tries to force the man to resume the treatment immediately. The priestess realizes the protagonist is absolutely right. It is too late, and they cannot stop these brutal convulsions with mere light. In that instant, the warrior announces the grim truth. The woman's disease comes from receiving the stigma of the demon god of the dark chambers. Hearing this, the husband is stunned that this stranger knows so much about their plight. At this point, he finally begins to believe in a possible cure. Naturally, the warrior reminds everyone that he has spoken nothing but the truth since stepping into the room. In response, the desperate man drops to his knees and begins to beg. He swears on his own name that he will give this man anything he desires if he can truly cure his wife. Hearing this is quite refreshing, but now it is time to act. That is why he begins to alter his characteristics. He initiates a fusion of all his traits and begins his performance. He unleashes what looks like a blast of light upon the woman. He states his intention to cure the disease right then and there. After that, the husband will have to fulfill his solemn promise. Only he knows that the stigma disease is contracted from the demons of the labyrinth. It is a terrible affliction where a dark divinity leaves permanent marks on the soul itself. From there, the demon's soul gradually drains the victim's vital life force. After the warrior finishes his treatment, the woman's convulsions stop. He explains that he put her to sleep using his mana, and that she should not be woken up anytime soon. Following these measures, the archbishop and the priestess return with the requested materials. Now they can begin the ritual immediately. Candles are already lit at the edges of the sigil drawn beneath the sick woman's bed. The pieces are almost in place to start the ritual. While crushing the herbs, the protagonist shifts his traits. The archbishop worries if this procedure will be enough to fully restore the woman. In reality, surviving this ordeal is even more important than the cure itself. Holding the formula in his hands, the protagonist realizes that this curse is incredibly hard to break, even back in the game. The logic is brutal and simple. The more healing she receives, the more the entity's vitality grows. That is why she must personally overcome the stigma. First, he needs to draw out the hidden root causing the affliction. In that instant, the woman begins to levitate amidst a dense black smoke. Demonic horns start to erupt from her head. Meanwhile, the husband watches in sheer terror as Jordis nearly transforms into a demon right before his eyes. He begins to doubt if this treatment is actually working. Even so, he must maintain his faith and wait, trusting entirely in his wife's inner strength. Gripping an artifact tightly, the warrior tries to calm the husband, assuring him that this method will work. He remains calculating, waiting until the demon fully manifests its horns and wings. He knows he can only succeed by confronting and punishing the creature face to face. He activates the artifact with the exact right words, forcing the great demon to spread its wings as a blinding light consumes the entire room. Everyone watches as the intense light violently purges the demon from the woman's body, expelling it like a violent burst of toxic sludge. After the purge, the woman is thrown back onto her bed with brutal force, alarming her husband and everyone else in the room. Minutes later, the chaos finally settles. The woman regains her consciousness. As soon as she looks at her husband, she recognizes him, bringing the man to tears. She asks how long she has been unconscious. Weeping, he tells her that she has been in a coma for half a year. He admits that she would have surely died if not for the warrior's intervention. The warrior then turns to the archbishop and the priestess, informing them that the rest of the treatment is now in their hands. Much calmer now, the husband shares a cup of tea with warrior Kim in another room. First, he wants to know exactly what made warrior Kim leave his homeland to travel to this specific place. The answer is simple. He came specifically looking for Sing, as he needs to learn the cultivation technique the man secretly guards. The protagonist knows that Sing's ancestor is the most famous immortal hero in Norse mythology. This supreme cultivation technique has been passed down strictly through his bloodline for generations. It is an absolutely superior method of cultivation. Just by beginning to learn it, he can feel the very molecules of his body reacting almost instantaneously. That is not all. It feels as if his heart is beating in a completely different rhythm, energizing his entire body from a single core. He quickly acquires this new trait, and his total mana capacity instantly increases by 30%, perhaps even more. He knows that with this massive growth, he will no longer have any trouble mastering a different swordsmanship technique. Just as they finish the cultivation training, the archbishop and the priestess return with good news. The treatment is finally complete. They congratulate warrior Kim, praising his absolute mastery in curing stigmas. Their eyes shine with pure joy when they ask if he knows how to cure other types of demonic marks, and he confidently answers, Yes. The protagonist thinks he can use this opportunity to become more familiar with those two orders. He also says he will not charge anything from either order and will do it for free. While the two say he is practically a saint who appeared in that era, he just smiles on the inside. Of course, everything has a price, and he will gladly collect it since this is the start of a hidden mission. Everything in that place feels like endless fun. The three raise their glasses to make a toast to Mr. Kim. Since he is now the hero of the village, the woman with braids encourages him to drink fast so he can drink a lot. The warrior prefers to drink slowly. He says it is to taste it better. He remembers that a week ago, he was on a stage presenting a kind of seminar to some special people. He told two orders that he had released information on how to overcome stigmas. He did everything so well that even his voluntary experiment seems fully recovered after the entire procedure. With this, he changed the fate of Aachen, so it is understandable that they are organizing a grand festival. But what he needs most right now is a good rest. He is distracted thinking he has barely managed to escape those festival-loving northerners. He then runs into another fan who says he has been looking for him to talk and express his gratitude before he leaves. The man in front of him is the director of the Guardian League, who says he is there to see him after recovering. He says he wants to have another conversation with him, but the warrior refuses. He says it is a shame since the president wants to see him. He says there is nothing he can do since Warrior Kim is so tired. Almost by a miracle, the protagonist recovers and says his fatigue has just disappeared. He cannot miss the opportunity to see the youngest disciple of the heavenly demon. Not much time passes, and he is already in front of the Blood King. The president of the Guardian League and Blood King Chen Wei is curious about that person. The warrior says he is aware of the dedication to protect the labyrinth. The man is more interested in the information the warrior spread about how to treat stigmas. The Guardian president says there is no information in that world that does not pass through the League. He is very direct and asks the warrior if he has ever thought about becoming his disciple. That is a shock to the protagonist. The man continues by saying that the person in front of him has an aura that reminds him of his master. The heavenly demon is called the greatest of all time, and the one whose martial prowess reached the heavens. The master had trained only 3 disciples. They are the Deity Lord, the Demon Lord, and the Blood King. This is all because of the Demon King martial art. It is a supreme technique that combines attack defense and mana cultivation. Making a demonstration, he says his heavenly demonic blood divine fist is not weak. Warrior Kim knows it is a tier 1 fighting technique, so that condition is not so bad. Despite being very excited, the warrior feels sorry and honest enough to decline. To avoid seeming presumptuous or looking for trouble with such a great person, he decides to show him something. He explains he has already rejected another offer to become a disciple and ends up showing the Black Tiger Sword. The man says emotionally that he finally found a promising disciple, but as always that old man arrived first and ruined everything. But he refuses to give up so easily, so he offers him a token as a symbol of his consideration. As he places his hands on it, he knows it is the totem of the heavenly demon. The warrior knows the only reason he is giving him this is a way of saying he can return if he changes his mind. It is the exact same reason the unit commander gave him the sword. He has 2 living legends showing so much interest in him, and this is a bit terrifying. He does not even know why he suddenly starts to tremble. After that brief conversation, he expresses his gratitude, feeling deeply moved by the gift he received. With a malicious look, he thinks it is time to claim his reward for completing the secret mission. With that, the scene shifts and he returns to speak with some of the priests. Standing before them, they both prepare a grand reward for everything he has done. As always, the warrior pretends he does not need a reward, claiming he acted out of pure generosity. And as soon as he opens the box, they insisted so much upon his eyes fail to hide his joy. He pulls a hammer out of the box, a gift he received from the Order of Thor. Of course, he knows it is Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. He also received a gift from the Order of Gaia, which is the incredible shield of Athena. Putting on an innocent face, he asks the two if they really want to give him such precious gifts. And when they tell him there is actually more, he becomes even more thrilled. There are 10 nectars and 7 diamonds along with an angel tear, but one item among them all catches his full attention. It is a demon heart prepared so that he can consume the nectar. He thinks for a moment and decides to push further, asking if they happen to have a fire dragon heart. The priestess explains that it is meant for fire attribute mages. In response, he decides to show them that he can also use the black flame. Seeing the protagonist desire, the elder steps forward and says he will offer something out of gratitude, and it is exactly the heart he needs. This makes the protagonist extremely excited since he truly loves doing secret missions. Even though he is very happy, the priests are even more thrilled, telling him he is always welcome in their orders. For the protagonist, it is essential to grow even stronger. He expresses his thanks and says it is an honor to become an honorary paladin of both orders. To fight against the Old Father order, he might need the power of those two factions later on. But meanwhile, the festival on that island seems to never end. Walking among the crowd, the warrior can hardly wait to leave. That is, until he seems to hear a familiar voice calling out to him. When he notices, it seems a hooded figure is looking for him. The blonde boy with terrified eyes and a white hood is Priest Kim. As soon as the protagonist says the boy's name out loud, he begs for silence. The reason is simple, because he is being hunted by the Order of the Old Father. Because of this, they move to another location, while he mentions hoping they have gained some distance for a moment. All this is because he found a treasure, and thanks to the golden items, he discovered he reached level 5. In response, he became a target for the Order of the Old Father. The poor guy has been through so much that his judgment seems completely compromised. Thus, he begs his old friend for help to complete his mission. He admits this is the exact reason he was looking for the warrior. He fervently begs his friend to escort him to the Great Labyrinth. The priest says he needs to reach the 10th floor in the Fortress of the Beginning. The warrior assumes he is choosing to hide in the Great Labyrinth until he can accumulate enough power. He thinks that despite the young man being very calm, he has come up with a brilliant idea. Despite speaking so confidently, there are 2 guards up ahead, and he knows it will not be that easy. The guards immediately turn their attention to the 2 men walking calmly. Seeing the boys approach, one guard demands to know their business, as protocol requires stating their purpose inside the Great Labyrinth. In response, the warrior chooses the obvious answer and states they just want to enter the Great Labyrinth. Realizing the guard wants more details about their true intentions, the protagonist quickly claims it is for personal reasons. It is not uncommon for fugitives and criminals to use the Great Labyrinth to commit even worse crimes, thinking they can escape justice. The man says he will register him as a level 4 superhuman and clears them to enter, but warns their IDs will be checked when they try to leave. Looking at the priest, the warrior thinks the guard is not entirely wrong, since his friend is a dangerous cult member. Inside the Great Labyrinth at the Seal of the Fallen Gods, the priest asks the warrior if he is famous, since the guard did not even recognize him. His answer is sharp, because if he had been recognized, his friend would be in deep trouble, a reality the priest clearly had not considered. Thanks to the previous events, the warrior has rearranged his skills and now senses something with his enhanced smell. He tells the priest he is starting to catch a strange scent of sulfur. Ahead of them lies a very dark corridor where, despite the many lit torches, the shadows refuse to lift. As they walk a bit further, they realize the demons dwelling there are frantic to taste their flesh. The warrior asks the priest to bless his weapons, deciding this is the perfect moment. They have magic weapons they can use whenever they want, and the warrior is eager to test his newly acquired gear. Being weapons of the gods, they are neither weak nor meant for games, and he feels a visceral thrill as his weapon glows with the golden blessing. Wasting no time, he launches into the clash, wanting to slaughter as many of those unbearable creatures as possible. He grows excited because the hammer of Thor works perfectly, and its power doubles after receiving the priest's blessing. Standing together, the priest confesses his fear of the Order of the Old Father, even as they reach the door to the 9th floor. Even though the priest is already satisfied, the warrior orders him to keep his guard up at all times. It seems things are not going as he expected, and of course those hellish soldiers start appearing right in front of them. The Order of the Old Father is led by a pink-haired woman who looks even more insane. She tells the priest it is a pity since he took longer than she imagined, and waiting around all this time was a bore. Observing everything unfold, the warrior knows they must have been followed this whole time. The warrior notices the woman shares his exact traits, and that is how she managed to track the priest down. In a crazed manner, she announces that the savior has no other choice but to join the order. It seems that woman wants him to chase her down no matter what. She claims his body and soul will become part of the Old Father, as if she wants to simply devour warrior Kim whole. Faced with such a bizarre proposal, he makes it clear that while she appears insane, he is quite normal and will not go with her. She replies he does not need to worry because the process for his session will be prepared right there. It is clear they want to overpower him, lock him up, and sacrifice the warrior on the spot. He even asks if doing whatever she pleases will not put her in a bad position. She warns that she is certain they already know this is the Great Labyrinth, free from the laws of the surface. There are no restrictions down there, and although it seems impossible, the warrior has found a woman even crazier than himself. The First Order arrives to eliminate the wicked follower who deceives people in the name of a false entity. That is why she demands the warrior hand over the priest willingly. However, the warrior reminds the woman that the rules of this place are indeed not subject to the laws of the surface. While warrior Kim speaks, the priest does not quite understand what he means by those words. Assessing the situation, the priest grows worried since there are 2 double-S rank warriors and most of the others are rank 3 or higher. This is why he wears that sarcastic smile, and he is also prepared with some magical grenades, and this leads him to quickly request the assistance of the priest. He wants him to use his golden blessing on every weapon they use, including the magical grenade. Then that thing approaches approaches the woman. And after the priest fulfills his wish, the warrior simply hurls the grenade at incredible speed toward the paladins. As soon as it gets close, a massive explosion occurs. The pink-haired woman says those are useless tricks, and none of it can harm them. Even so, they lack information, while warrior Kim seems to have a few tricks up his sleeve. That is why the warrior adjusts his skills to make better use of his weapon, which he gladly uses to bombard all sides. The woman raises a huge shield and screams that these useless efforts are a waste of time, so she clasps her hands and asks the Great Father to protect his children. Meanwhile, the ammunition continues to bombard that barrier, as she tells the Savior that this is the true power of the Old Father. Every time the warrior is called Savior, he gets extremely irritated. Therefore, he says this is just a little warm-up, and the real pressure starts right now as he modifies his skills once more. He is so excited that he flashes the beastly smile and glare he always shows off. It began possessing him completely, and he felt his blood start to boil. As the mana level surpassed his limits, his head was burning. He was not about to waste a second and charged forward to crush everything. His heightened senses captured every detail of the world with absolute clarity, turning everyone before him into mere playthings. He was ready to use his sword. Acting like a maddened swordsman, he slashed through everything in his path. The paladins shouted at each other to fall back into formation, since that was the only thing that could save them. However, things did not seem to be playing out that way. Everyone there looked at the warrior and knew this was going to end very badly. The proof was the bloodthirsty look the protagonist shot back at the paladins. They had no idea what was happening until they saw that massive tiger manifested as pure power right in front of them. The warrior was ready to unleash the Tiger King power, and once he did, people could no longer even try to stop him. And the more he displayed his strength, the more the pink-haired woman coveted him. Now she was even more certain she had to capture and take away their savior. In response, she gave the order that they must do whatever it takes to capture the warrior Kim, since it was a great opportunity that should not be wasted for anything in the world. But a bunch of paladins led by a crazy woman was not going to intimidate the warrior. It was already done, since the power of the great tiger had been activated, and all the paladins felt firsthand what he was talking about. The crazy smile vanished from the woman's face, and now she was beginning to fear her mission might not be as successful as she initially thought. That is why she told her paladins their deaths would in a way satisfy the Old Father, so they should gladly accept their fate. She just kept watching the massacre unfold in front of her, thinking all those paladins would make a fine offering to the Old Father. Meanwhile, the warrior continued to manifest. Using the powers of the great sword, he seemed even more thirsty for power. Holding that sword, the warrior became increasingly violent. That woman could barely contain herself as she started panting, thinking that man was delicious. She knew this whole scene was delicious and savory to watch, considering it an honor to witness the true light. The protagonist liked her attitude and asked if she was finally ready to send out her strongest fighters. Just as the priest had warned earlier, there were 2 SS rank paladins, and those were the ones the protagonist was going to face. She was going to send them, but told the warrior to do his best and give his all, warning him to be careful not to die prematurely. The crazy woman advice was completely ignored, since the protagonist did not care and charged forward. The enemies were not going to stand still either, and when one of them launched at the protagonist, his attack was blocked. And as soon as the attack hit the shield, he suffered severe internal damage. Since there were 2 of them, the moment one was hit, the other launched a counterattack, thinking he could catch the warrior off guard. But this was the warrior Kim, a young man who used to dominate that game and had spent hours playing it. That is why he was not going to be shaken by an adventurer trying to catch him by surprise. In response, the warrior Kim attacked him violently. After humiliatingly defeating the 2 SS rank warriors, he looks down at one of them and states that if this is all they have, he cannot even get warmed up. The man, who was thrown far away and already has his face shield broken, does not understand how they could call someone like him a savior, since he is much more like a demonic apostle. But realizing that this pest is a demon, he decides to simply destroy him and deal with the consequences later. Poor fool, since the consequences arrive much sooner than he imagines, and so the warrior helps that man lose his head even faster. The pink-haired woman grows increasingly deranged, thinking that this man is perfect, and that this is the true savior. She asks the warrior as he shifts his traits if he still has more powers to show, since she is eager to see them. Kim is not playing around. While the priest aids him with a golden blessing, he warns that crazy woman to think carefully about the last words she wants to say. But as expected from a deranged person, the woman is in a frantic state of arousal and tells him, after intertwining her fingers, that all she can do is calmly wait for him to reach the divine land. In response, the warrior launches an attack so formidable that it is difficult to see anything. Moments later, the woman is thrown to the ground alongside her paladins. His priest friend is in awe. He knew from the start that the warrior is incredibly brave, but he just did not believe he could defeat all of them alone. He asks if he saw how that woman kept saying those things until the very end, and adds that this is why they should never mess with fanatics. Then he complains that because he used too much force, he ended up breaking everything and leaving nothing useful for them to take. He thinks back to the battle from a few minutes ago, making those crazy expressions that the warrior always makes. He thinks to himself that the battle helped secure the materials needed to create a high-tier trait. After that minor setback, the priest raises his hands in satisfaction since they are now on the 10th floor of the Grand Labyrinth. The way the priest looks at the warrior is almost terrifying. He is incredibly excited and satisfied and grateful all at once, because if not for his friend, he never would have made it this far. Once again, the warrior reminds him that everything was thanks to the support the priest provided the entire time. That is why the priest extends his hand with a necklace and explains that it is the heart of abundance. Warrior Kim knows that this artifact increases all luck-based attributes and traits, and is also an SSR rank artifact. As soon as he places his hands on that necklace, he becomes radiant. The hero is extremely satisfied with this, and even pets the head of the priest as if he were a good dog. After receiving that display of affection and friendship, the priest wants to know where the warrior is heading next. That is when he reveals that he will return to his home country. He does not say it aloud, but he needs to go back to find the final item required to reach level 5. Sometime later, he is finally breathing the air of his homeland. But while scavenging through a forest, he gets caught. A strange man in a cloak and hat places a pointed object on the shoulder of the protagonist and asks what he is doing in that place. Observing the man out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist wonders why this person is completely covered up. But based on his traits, he is the Skeleton Snake, a senior level character. It seems the protagonist has stumbled upon the mutant hideout once again. The man asks, demanding to know what this strange outsider is doing on their lands. The protagonist simply states that he has matters to attend to. The covered man warns that this area is forbidden and orders him to leave in a hurry. In that instant, the protagonist skillfully utters the password. This is the keyword that circumvents the situation, as he asks if by chance this is the way to Hope Village. Immediately, the mutant skeleton who previously wanted him gone now demands to know how he knows that name. He knows that anyone aware of that name is a suitable person to enter the place that monster came from. It is the monster village currently known as Hope Village. This makes the hero satisfied since the one on patrol that day is the snake skeleton. Unlike the other mutants, this one is quite flexible. The place is different and full of mutants of various races. It is also where the item he needs is located. As he thinks this, a large deer appears and asks the snake skeleton why he brought a human to the village. That mutant deer is a colossal being. Since that deer is the one responsible for the village, the snake skeleton speaks quickly to say that this human knows the true name of the village. He also warns that the human has business to discuss with the great deer. The great furious monster with hungry eyes looks at the young man in front of him. He leans in slightly and growls to ask what kind of business he could have with someone he has never seen before. Now he has a problem to face, since all the mutants antagonized by society are hostile and closed off towards humans. This makes the situation worse because the protagonist needs to ask a favor. When he speaks, the monster darkens his expression and asks what kind of favor someone would ask of him. Without delay, the protagonist says he needs a mutant core. Just as he's about to say he could buy one of them, the monster becomes infuriated and strikes the protagonist almost immediately. The only time he has is to try to dodge and activate his shield to lessen the damage. Despite knowing the reason for that unreasonable anger, the protagonist needs to insist. He does this even knowing that mutant cores come from the corpses of that mutant deer's race. That is why the still enraged monster asks the protagonist if he would have the courage to sell a family member's body for a few gold coins or something similar. The bone-faced deer is now using an aura blade. This is quite striking even for the protagonist, who does not expect to find something so far ahead of his time. He raises his hands up and tells that great mutant to calm down, because he can name whatever price he wants. He is willing to reach a fair negotiation for both of them. The mutant insists that he does not need human money. The warrior replies while taking something shiny from his coat that he never said he would pay in money. He pulls out the illuminated object, and even the great mutant has difficulty seeing. After the glow fades, the protagonist is on his knees, showing a large pot of ramen. He says he will pay with that. The great mutant still does not know if this human is crazy or just trying to irritate him further. However, the warrior goes even further. He grabs a thermos, pours hot water into the ramen, and asks the mutant to not be so difficult and just take a sip. The animal looks angry and shouts that he does not need this. He says he will tear the human apart if he does not leave quickly. However, the smell of the ramen begins to take effect, and that big bad bear now looks like a good little bear. He knows that even if he is a horned mutant with a big bad bear face, he still cannot resist that smell. Now calmer, the mutant sits next to the human and says he has never smelled that scent before. It is then that the warrior says he heard from a friend that the people in that village have difficulty getting proper food. He asks him to try it and says that only then will he know why humans like instant noodles so much. The The bear makes a somewhat enigmatic face. He does not know whether to try it or let it pass, but the smell seems delicious. While some other mutants observe what is happening, the Great Bear says he is the boss of Hope Village. While tasting it, he says he is only eating it to learn more about human culture and not because the smell is delicious. The bear widens his eyes at the taste of those noodles. As the Great Bear eats, he feels a strange sensation dominate his body. He seems possessed by the noodle god. It is as if the fine strands of noodles slowly intertwine with his taste buds, while the succulent broth satisfies his hunger. In the end, he feels a warm sensation, as if he has found the supreme flavor. After he finishes, he asks how there could be something so tasty and if that human has more of that succulent meal, but the hero is no fool. He knows it is useless to win over just the leader because he needs to win over as many mutants as possible. That is why he states that he has already prepared many other things. He knows that not all mutants possess highly developed senses like the bear, so he prepares sweet ice cream to appeal to everyone. In an instant, the village transforms into a place of amusement, and everyone starts laughing at the funny sight. This is because the massive bear eats almost everything in a single bite. While everyone laughs and enjoys themselves, the protagonist thinks that after feeding them properly, he can finally call them his friends. The most special item is saved for last, and that is when the snake skeleton notices the jar of powdered monocore. Hearing this, the bear asks if he can eat that as well. The mutants who were previously satisfied suddenly become cautious. The protagonist knows this reaction is natural because consuming mana could simply make them go mad. But he is also prepared for this scenario, so he tells the bear that if he is so worried, he can ask his guardian angel. He makes it clear that he is referring to the being possessing the full power of prophecy, the one known as the godmother of the monster village, the tree god. The ancient tree is known as the guardian angel of the monster village. Although the power she possesses is weaker than that of transcendent beings, she is in fact a divine being. The word of that tree is widely accepted by all mutants, so she makes all the important decisions. That day is no different as they seek out another piece of her advice. The divine being provides clarity by stating that the child used a level 0 mana core powder, acting just like purified holy water. She explains that the person has given these poor creatures a great abundance of food. All the mutants become euphoric as they can now continue feasting on all the food the warrior brought. Everyone raises their arms with great joy and gratitude for the tree god's teachings, while the massive bear leading all the mutants bows to thank that godmother once again for her wise advice. Somewhat awkwardly, the skeleton snake mutant admits the doubt has been cleared up, and he apologizes for all the commotion he caused over the powdered cores. However, the protagonist tells him to put it behind them, holding a platter of spices and meat as he invites everyone to a traditional barbecue from his homeland. It does not take long for several of them to gather around the grill, ready to devour all the succulent food the young man brought to the mutant village. The hero appears more charismatic than usual. Of course, he is only there because he needs something, and he is very close to getting it. The great tree is also satisfied since it has been a long time since she saw the village of Hope so lively with all those mutants eating and enjoying themselves. The bear mutant is having the most fun, as he even tries human alcohol. Now he understands why people become so joyful when they drink such liquor. After so much conversation, the protagonist becomes curious and asks the bear why he keeps calling him human all the time while refusing to call himself the same. The story is long, but since the bear is already intoxicated, he is quite talkative. He explains that it all traces back to an invasion by foreigners years ago, which easily turned the mutants into targets for their recreational hunts. The protagonist steps forward, immediately telling the large bear that despite being treated as targets, they are all incredible, especially the bear who stepped up to lead all the mutants with an iron grip. The warrior also knows that all the mutants made a massive contribution to the country by helping to expel the foreign invaders, so now they all deserve equal rights. Despite everyone being incredibly strong and brave, it has been a long time since the entire village enjoyed the company of an outsider, simply because they do not trust or believe in humans. But with his cunning approach, the protagonist proves himself trustworthy by bringing delicious food and the famous ramen, which acts as the god of meals. This is why the bear feels so sensitive and even gets emotional. This moment of peace and happiness where everyone can simply rest is exactly what he always dreamed of for the entire village. In that instant, the bear remembers how the protagonist previously mentioned needing a mana core. Wanting to repay the human's kindness, the bear opens his hand, revealing not just one core, but 4 of them, offering them willingly to their illustrious visitor. Despite appearing calm, balanced, and incredibly grateful on the outside, the warrior internally makes his typical savage expressions. After receiving his payment, he prepares to leave and stops by a specific place on his way out. He walks away entirely excited with his mana spheres, knowing that he will reach level 5 at any moment. However, right in front of him stands the skull skeleton. As always, he proves to be a rather enigmatic figure, but once again he wants to apologize for all the misunderstanding he caused earlier. He also wants to thank the human for all the joy he brought to the village. Then he he says that if by any chance he needs another mana core in the future, he would not mind giving up his own. While saying those things, he places his hand on his heart as if offering himself as a living sacrifice. The protagonist finds it just as strange as the situation truly appears. He tells the snake skeleton mutant that it is unnecessary, as he would never think of ripping out someone's heart. Even so, the mutant keeps insisting. He says that for all the good things and the brief joy, he is willing to do whatever it takes. This is part of his predestination, and he must surrender a piece of his own body to the one who would arrive one day. The protagonist knows that something like this really exists in the snake skeleton's path, but he does not expect to have to take a core from him just yet. That is why he decides to treat it as a joke. He wants to believe the snake skeleton is speaking figuratively and not literally. This leads him to change the subject as fast as he can. He says goodbye to the snake skeleton and states that it would be a great pleasure to seek him out if he ever needs to, and the two could be friends. As soon as he leaves that strange situation, Warrior Kim stands in front of a mansion, even larger than the one he was in before. It brings him great joy, and once again he makes those weird faces only he knows. He is finally in the mansion he desired since the beginning of the game. That house is absolutely perfect, with 71,000 square meters, and a leisure area with a pool. Even more interesting is that the house is so large it has an elevator, and a secret training room where no sound can be detected. Now he can train without any worries. He even hugs himself, thanking his own immense luck. He is so carefree while doing this that he does not even see Director Choi arrive. As soon as he notices the director's presence, he becomes a bit shy but thanks him anyway, because that is the ideal mansion. Still, he wants to ask about the sudden change. It is obvious since the warrior now has his disciples, and as time passes, the girls take up even more space. After that, the director informs him that he has everything prepared so the warrior can make the transition to level 5 as comfortably as possible. For this, he shows him an incredible mechanism. It is a large capsule that even includes a magical being. Now the warrior has his own butterfly. The half-woman, half-butterfly girl informs the human figure in front of her that she is the magical spirit born to support the master. She is very interested in starting the preparations as soon as possible. He says he first needs a more precise meditation, while internally thinking it would be good to have a spirit guiding that whole process, with a snap of that magical spirit's fingers. Warrior Kim's abilities, as well as other information, begin to be extracted. They are checked one by one, and at first it seems things will not go so well. Errors start appearing, and Warrior Kim begins to worry. However, the magical being warns him that the first circuit failed because she did not account for so many active and inactive skills. That is why she will restart the process, keeping the warrior's number of skills in mind. She becomes thoughtful for a moment. She knows a normal elixir might not work since the warrior is not a normal person. He needs the right measure of the elixir for the master. Despite everything, Warrior Kim knows that a corresponding performance demands a high price. That is why he places all his abilities in that spirit's hands. She asks him to list all his active and inactive skills one by one. By that moment, she manages to register a total of 133 skills. Based on this, the project is concluded using the elixir of the heavenly throne. Now the warrior believes there is no way for things to go wrong. Everything has been meticulously calculated for him, and now he can easily reach level 5 with that elixir of the heavenly throne. After that feat, the house becomes a bit calmer. That is until the girls arrive, bringing gifts to congratulate the warrior on his transition to the 5th level of superhuman. Although he is grateful since he always likes receiving gifts and treats, he wants to know how they found out about this news. However, when he looks to the side, he notices that the director has also invited Iron Fist. He is smiling just as much as the director, and they are all incredibly excited holding gifts. The protagonist asks who else the director has told. Then he notices a garland and fireworks in the sky. He becomes irritated because now it seems everyone knows, not just his female apprentices and Iron Fist, but also his male apprentice and his family. And when the director mentions that he also placed a large, flashy garland on the door to congratulate him, the warrior says he has lost his mind. He goes outside and begins to crush that flowery and flashy garland with his own feet. It is unbelievable he wanted to go through that transition calmly without drawing so much attention, but instead the director ruins everything by showing everyone that he is now a level 5 superhuman. While the crazy hero throws a fit outside, a fancy car pulls up and a violet-haired woman slowly steps out. Upon noticing the woman, the warrior Kim becomes cautious. He looks her way and wonders what she wants with him, as it seems that day will never end. Just as he suspects, she also knows he has reached level 5 and even congratulates him. He thanks her but demands to know what she is doing there, knowing she did not come just to celebrate. She then introduces herself and states that she works for the Kumo group, revealing that the woman standing before him is the third daughter, a level 6 superhuman. Because of this, he puts his hand on his hip and asks what brings her there, questioning if by chance she wants him to interfere in the succession battle. He is not entirely wrong, as she confirms she came because she has a request to make. He then remembers that the succession battle will be a brutal cannibalistic affair, where they will all enter an insane fight to see who inherits the position of president. He is ready to simply ask her to leave, as he does not want to get dragged into a fight that will bring him no benefit. But she is clear, stating they want the warrior to participate in the 5 consecutive duels held to define the succession to the champion title. And when she mentions the prize she will give him if he sides with her, he shudders. She promises the compensation will be more than satisfactory, and once she reveals that weapon, everything becomes clear. The hero simply drools, as that is an incredible pistol that could be called the absolute destruction among the Dasan weapons. With such an offer, his plans quickly change. He immediately grabs the pen and asks where the contract is, eager to sign as fast as possible. Faced with such a tempting proposal, he has no choice but to head to the group alongside that woman to hear more about what she has to say. She explains that she offered the weapon precisely because she knows he already has 2 from the same series. This sharpens the curiosity of the warrior even more. He wants to know exactly how much he will be paid after winning the duel, since the initial fee is so massive. She replies that if he wins at least 1 more duel, she will give him another Dasan series weapon, the one that has the ability to stop. This drives the warrior crazy. It is almost too good to be true, and the proposal coming from that woman is not so bad after all, especially when she adds that he only needs to win once, which is all she asks for. The warrior looks around and sees that the arena is truly massive, a place where he can show his full potential. As soon as they arrive, it does not take long for her brothers to start mocking her, mostly because they did not believe she would actually show up. They seem to think the real battle is only between the 2 of them, the oldest and the youngest son, completely writing off their youngest sister. The warrior can tell from the hostility the brothers show their younger sister that they consider her presence nothing more than a brief decoration. One of them gets annoyed. It seems the oldest brother depends on the attention he gets by bothering people. However, he is nothing special, just a level 6 superhuman like his brother and sister. Even so, the youngest brother calls his attention, wanting him to focus since the fight will happen exclusively between level 6 superhumans. With this, the warrior asks her if the brothers are really not taking her presence in the tournament seriously. She asks him to drop it and focus on observing the duelists for now. That cyborg would definitely be a stumbling block, and right now he is fighting a superhuman with firepower. The warrior finds it strange to see a level 6 cyborg using fire powers, and thinks this must be the magic towers doing, since he did not expect them to stoop so low as to expose their secret powers like that. If observing the duel is his job, then that is exactly what he will do, and he immediately notices the cyborg charging in with everything. However, the man with the fire powers does not seem the least bit concerned. Even with the man's body covered in flames, the warrior has a pretty good idea of who that lunatic might be, especially when he unleashes that power and overwhelming force. The warrior Kim knows this all too well since he has taken a direct hit from an identical or similar power before. However, the woman who hired him is stunned because the cyborg is defeated with a single strike, making him look like a total amateur. Down in the arena, the only one left standing is that fire-crazed maniac. One of the brothers who bet on the cyborg can hardly believe it, practically tearing his hair out. Meanwhile, the eldest brother is incredibly pleased since his investment, despite being steep, was worth every penny. Seeing that person's nature, the warrior now has no doubts and knows him very well. Only he could use the solar eclipse debuff. That is why he announces he wants to duel next while she can continue handling the preparations. She wants to be sure he is really going through with it, but for the warrior this is nothing. Maybe he can warm up a bit while mocking that guy's face. It is also a nice way to get his revenge since he did not have time for it back then. That lunatic caused him plenty of trouble, and now is the perfect time to provoke him again. However, her brothers think the woman's move is reckless. They think she should not have sent her little dog in so quickly, since he will be butchered just like the cyborg. They make it clear that against the flame lunatic, no one stands a chance. Then he tells them to watch the arena closely to see this unpleasant little fight. It will not last at all, since even if the warrior has the black tiger sword, it will be completely useless. It is a pity because the solar eclipse is a colossal power, too much to be stopped by a simple sword or whatever technique that guy has. And of course, he has not just one, but several tricks up his sleeve, so he quickly lets the kid know that he remembers exactly who he is and will not let him walk away this time. The Flame Maniac's only doubt is if this man actually withstood the magic tower's solar eclipse power, and if so, he should warn him that his power is much stronger. Big deal after all. Warrior Kim already got a few lessons about this man on the way to the arena when Director Choi told him everything he needed to understand. And that is why absolutely nothing that little Flame Maniac does can throw the warrior off balance. He can spin a story about how the Magic Tower leader already knew and sold out for a good price, but it will not change a thing, since he does not care about the tower's drama. All that matters and will ever matter to the warrior is getting skills, and the more the better. He knows facing that power again will not be easy, but he is ready, so if the guy unleashes his power at once, he will handle it with everything he has. In the opponent's mind, somehow, he will emerge victorious. That is why he unleashes his flame burst to its maximum limit. An intense light begins to dominate the area. It is an interesting spectacle that causes a certain astonishment in the director. She initially imagines it might have actually hit and finished off Warrior Kim. For her, it is easy to believe he would succumb to such power, since his enemy is level 6 and he is only now entering level 5. He only needs to activate his shield to reduce that enemy power to nothing. After doing this, he figures that if it had lasted a little longer, he really could have been in serious trouble. But that is not the case. So since he has withstood the enemy attack, now it is his turn. And he makes this clear when in one movement he shows all his grit by gripping Thor's hammer. Meanwhile, his enemy is still somewhat terrified. He does not know how that useless warrior simply bypassed his power and remained standing. Not only that, he has the audacity to try to strike back. Even so, the enemy's stance changes as soon as he sees how the warrior handles the hammer. He has already altered some of its characteristics, and now he is about to wreck everything on a level everyone enjoys. In response, the warrior attacks that little man, who despite liking flames will not withstand the electricity of Thor's hammer. And to finish it all, the shockwave descends, and the hammer simply obliterates him. It finishes off that person who had already caused difficulties for the warrior in the past. This is enough to leave the director with her mouth hanging open. Worse, her brothers are now furious. They do not believe that level 5 superhuman rat can be better even than them. Of course, he will never stop with just one little battle. He wants more. After that splendid demonstration of power, he is shown with the highly impressed president. She presents several items to generously show how grateful she is. The hero is now eager and delighted as he holds another weapon. He already imagines his collection growing from 2 to 4. This is truly a colossal advance. He is satisfied even though the woman says there is an addition that is not a big deal. To him, those boots are incredible. He is going crazy on the inside. On the outside, he has to present a lucid warrior Kim. It is impressive. In the arena, he won 3 consecutive fights, and he could have done more. However, he cannot show his full potential, with several people constantly watching his actions. He must save some of his brilliance for future battles, and this way he will never be caught off guard again. Knowing the duel is about succession, he asks the president if she is now protected by the victories. She says no, as the duels were just a pretext to accept her as an official competitor. He thinks it is somewhat unfair since they were the winners of the duels. Even so, he is not willing to interfere in their family fight. But of course, he offers his future services in case she needs them. And before he even finishes speaking, she has a request to make of him. And there is no way the warrior can refuse, not after the generous gifts given by that president. He needs to hear what she has to say. That is why she removes her earring. It seems to contain a sort of hologram related to what she wants to tell him. Through the earring, a raven shape appears, and she explains. She explains about the chip, which is something that makes contact and reacts only to the DNA of that family. She needs this to guarantee level 7, and this way she can turn the tables in her favor. The warrior knows she is willing to risk the dangers of the mutant gene. Even so, he asks if she is sure. If she is, he is in and will help her with whatever she needs. Especially since he would be an idiot to refuse something like this. And this is why he accepted, because he knows exactly where it is, and for him it will be a piece of cake. He only needs to deliver the raven chip to that woman. If he pulls this off, she will double that amount. She puts her hand on the gold, which is worth around 10 billion won. And if that woman secures the position of president, she will obtain the Kumo helmet and belt that her brothers have. But he pauses for a second. She asks if the warrior is okay because he has a strange look on his face. Warrior Kim apologizes while thinking that the Kumo equipment the 3 of them possess will ultimately be handed over to the president. This means the equipment set that has an effect comparable to an SSR tier item will be his. While the warrior makes that face, the woman says that her brothers cannot find out, so he must keep it a secret and just let her know if he needs anything. The protagonist then asks if he can take a few diamonds. In another location, the protagonist says he can see the entire city from up there. He notes that having money is really nice as he tosses one of the diamonds into the air. We can see a detection helmet and schematic speed shoes, the Axe of Fury, a crisis detection ring, and other artifacts. Then he clenches his fist with great force. Raising his arms, he declares that it is time to absorb the traits of those magical items. Then a massive power begins to flow into the protagonist. All those characteristics are revealed one by one. A notification appears stating that the protagonist has acquired a movement trait. Now all preparations are complete. The warrior jumps off the roof thinking it is time to begin. He lands on top of a bird statue with agility and control. Warrior Kim says that as expected, those boots are in a league of their own. He takes out his phone and calls Seong saying he has found it. Then she asks where he is and he replies that he is in front of the raven statue in the hall. Then the warrior says there is a problem. and the woman asks what problem that might be. Already holding his hammer, the protagonist says he needs to make a little noise to get the chip, so she has to take responsibility for what is about to happen. In that instant, the protagonist grips the hammer with all his might and smashes the statue to pieces. A golden bird turns over with something in its claw. The protagonist grabs the object and tells the woman that he has the Raven chip and asks where he should go next. The woman tells him to head to the Body Modification Center on the second floor and that she will meet him there, or rather she mentions that her brothers have probably noticed by now, so he needs to hurry. Approaching the door, she mutters that she hates being born before them, but this time she will not lose. The attendant gets startled and asks what the president needs, and she replies that the modification center is empty and orders them to turn it on immediately. Then the woman starts powering up all the necessary equipment. The attendant asks what she is planning to do, but she completely ignores them, noting that the protagonist has arrived right on time. She says she is ready, and he confirms that the chip is ready too, so they can begin. The protagonist places the chip on the panel, while the attendant cannot believe that it is actually the Raven chip. The woman enters the capsule and says she is leaving the rest to Warrior Kim. He tells her not to worry. That artifact begins to glow, and the protagonist says he will stay right there. He promises to watch over everything until the end and tells her to speak up if she needs anything. Both the protagonist and the person beside him hear a noise and go on high alert. The two men enter the room. One of them asks how she could act behind their backs. The other says he thought she had already started the procedure. The protagonist steps in front of them and says he cannot let them go any further. One of them scoffs at a mere human trying to intervene and asks if he knows who he is. The warrior replies that he knows him as the president of Kumo Electronics, or rather if he should call him the former president. The other brother holds up a hand to keep him quiet. The long-haired man says that no matter how powerful he is, he cannot fight two level 6 superhumans. He guarantees a reward if the protagonist steps aside. He suggests making a deal instead of fighting. One of them offers the position of vice director of security at Kumo. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. The protagonist makes his typical grimace and says that idea is garbage. He states he will not betray his defenseless client. He notes that this is a typical way of thinking for the past generation. The protagonist admits he might have considered it if the offer was double or triple, but he puts trust above all else, so he never would have accepted anyway. The furious man says that siding with trash makes him trash as well. He grips his sword with hatred in his eyes. The protagonist readies his shield to protect himself from the strike. The protagonist admits the attack hurts more than he expected. He realizes this is the raw power of a level 6 and that he should not have provoked them. He thinks that just as they said he cannot handle them both at the same time. Then the man spits blood as a vicious wound opens on his stomach. The protagonist points out he barely missed. Since they lack practical experience, he can use that fatal flaw to his advantage. The other man grows angry and asks how he could do that while holding two weapons. He then starts shooting wildly at the warrior. It is revealed that he has gained another trait. The protagonist notes that his shield feels much sturdier now, and that the man can shoot as many bullets as he wants. One of them tells the other that this is their chance. The protagonist widens his eyes, caught completely off guard. One of them reaches out to grab their sister inside the machine. The long-haired man stops for a brief moment, unable to process what is happening. The short-haired man takes a heavy hit. Neither of them expected the gun to misfire. The man curses and asks where he got that weapon, but freezes when he notices the warrior is no longer there. He realizes it was a jump boosted by the aerial attack trait. He exploited the opening in a split second and switched his traits. He then unleashes a brutal barrage of strikes like an aerial bombardment. The protagonist asks if he is already considering giving up as he points a sharp object right at his face. The man smiles and calls the protagonist ridiculous for thinking he could defeat him with such a meager amount of power. Then something begins to happen. Black and red smoke starts filling the room. The man states that this is the Raven of Total Darkness. A swarm of guards appears and aims their weapons at the warrior. The man declares he will put an end to his insolence. One of the guards then helps the long-haired man to his feet. Kim thinks that not even he can guarantee they will make it out of this dangerous situation safely. Suddenly, a yellow light bursts forth, and a voice commands everyone to stop. Some are surprised, but Kim feels satisfied. The two brothers are completely terrified by the situation. That golden being is the third daughter of the Como group. Now a level 7 superhuman, she tells them they are late. The woman has now transformed into the Solar Raven. The guards are terrified at the sight of the Solar Raven. The man asks who she is trying to scare and declares they can fight if she wants. However, a person appears behind the man and warns that if the youngest president fights seriously, this building will not last a single minute. The founding collaborator of the group thought the outcome was already settled by the last confrontation. He asks if the young man is disrespecting official procedures involving the shareholders. He grips the young man by the shoulder with more force. The young man tries to say that is not what he meant, but the older man presses him on it. The man asks if the youth is scheming something else following the death of the president. He congratulates the woman for finally reaching level 7. Bowing respectfully, the man says he will see her at the shareholders' assembly to elect the next president. A few days later, in a luxurious house, the woman explains that following tradition, her brothers have retired from all business ventures and moved to the United States. The protagonist congratulates her on nearly becoming the president of the Como Group. She calls the gesture sweet, but admits it was all thanks to him. She asks if he has received her brother's items as promised. He confirms he has, while silently celebrating that he finally completed the Como set. The warrior tells her to call him if she ever has another request in the future. In response, the woman mentions she has one more proposal for him. The protagonist smiles and asks what kind of request it is this time. The woman reveals an SSR rank ring. Finding it a bit strange, he asks why she is holding a ring. The woman gets down on one knee and asks the protagonist to marry her. The protagonist raises a hand in apology and firmly refuses the proposal. She asks why he refused, since she genuinely wants to be his partner. He admits to himself that she makes a strong case, possessing boundless wealth and beauty. Kim simply states that she is not his type. She calls that absurd and asks why such an insignificant detail would matter to people like them. He replies that it actually matters a lot. The protagonist wants the attention of a normal girl, not someone like her who just wants to use him. He is 22 years old and does not want his pure heart betrayed. Slightly upset, the woman remarks that he truly is an unpredictable person. In that case, she asks for a cooperative relationship where they can mutually help each other whenever possible. She asks if that works for him. The protagonist smiles and gladly accepts. The two clink their glasses as the protagonist adds that such an arrangement is more than welcome. Elsewhere, he is on the street inside a car. The protagonist thinks that throwing away the chance to live in luxury for no reason leaves a bitter taste. He reflects that he is still in his 20s, so maybe a marriage would be too much, but a relationship might be fine. However, the protagonist slaps his own face for thinking about those things and startles even the driver. He realizes the situation is unfolding differently than the game. He knows he now needs to focus on Elder Joe from the Magic Tower of the Sun. He remembers the moment that Man of Fire spoke about his teacher. He thinks they are acting suspiciously. He stops thinking about those things when he sees that someone is calling him. Elsewhere, he arrives at the Phoenix Village. The protagonist finds it strange because he sees no phoenix in that place. The Tower Master says it has been a while since he saw the superhuman Kim, owner of the Black Tiger sword. The protagonist agrees that it really has been a while. The man notes that the protagonist is warmed up and would like his grandson to attend with him. The grandson asks to get straight to the point. He thinks that Kim's magic has awakened and he is starting to show his true nature. The young man offers payment and says he is sure the warrior already expects this, but called him there to make a request. The warrior asks why all the phoenixes have disappeared. The young man says the warrior is correct and that he does not know where the phoenixes ended up. He assumes a mystical beast took all of them. He says that is possible, but asks if they considered the possibility of illegal poaching. The man states that is unlikely because their security is impeccable. The protagonist asks what if someone on the level of an elder from the Magic Tower made a move like that. The grandson thinks that is possible but wonders who would do that. The furious man declares that the improper use of a phoenix is a clear violation of the rules. A very angry man asks if the protagonist could find the culprit. While the man bursts into flames, the protagonist says he can find the culprit. The protagonist states he will find all the phoenixes and whoever is behind this. However, he thinks he must charge an extra fee for it. Elsewhere, the young man asks what his grandfather thinks of that red car. He says that sports car is incredible. He notes that the steering system is linked to a spirit and the autopilot. The young man mentions that he thought of using that car as payment since he could never have dreamed of driving it because his grandfather loved it so much. They need a very fast car to catch those things. A few moments earlier, the young man asks what the warrior is planning to do. The protagonist asks the young man if he can recognize what that is. He says it is a phoenix. The young man replies that it certainly does not look like a phoenix. The protagonist says he can save the compliments for later. He thinks he managed to get a lot of creation traits. The protagonist raises his hand and says he needs a small favor from the young man. He says he will take a little of his blood. Returning to the present, the young man says he never thought a little of his blood would transform into an artificial phoenix. The protagonist explains that the young man's blood possesses the essence of a phoenix, so they can use its instinct to their advantage. He adds that they might be able to find the others. Realizing this, the young man asks if that is where they are. He notes that they do not seem to be in good condition. He notes that all of them should have lived for more than 20 years, but they look completely drained of energy. The warrior tells him to check their mana. The young man does exactly as the warrior asks. That phoenix is crippled, collapsed, old, and bloated. He says that someone stole the mana from its heart down to its blood vessels. Everything is completely devastated. The warrior realizes the young man's true potential, knowing he can find out exactly who did this. The young man pushes his senses further and reveals it was someone from the Eclipse School. The protagonist notes his success, impressed by his sharp intellect. The warrior states they better contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than Elder Joe of the Eclipse School. A dark aura spreads in all directions, explosions as someone curses that woman, calling her a crazy bitch. The Tower Master is the one shouting. His grandson asks him to calm down a bit. The Tower Master explains she was caught trying to keep all the phoenixes for herself. The protagonist asks if he means Elder Joe has also vanished from the tower. The Tower Master confirms, saying he went straight to her office. By the time he arrived, she was already gone, leaving only a clone behind. The furious man yells that the woman is mocking him. The protagonist asks about the clone. The grandson explains it is a magical construct, an identical body that simply vanishes after a set time. He says she was just buying time. The death of the Como Group president, whose heart was reduced to ashes, the exiled mage resurfacing as an enhanced soldier. The fiercely pillaged phoenixes were used to generate energy, and Elder Joe is now retreating to her hideout. The warrior calls out to the Tower Master, asking if he sees what is right in front of him. The man cannot believe what the protagonist implies. The man asks if that elder really got her hands on the forbidden ritual of the Eclipse School. This ritual is conducted by emitting mana to block out the sunlight. It is an event that manifests in the polarization mansion of the Sun Magic Tower. The warrior figures this could be the result of his involvement with Elder Joe's disciple. The young man asks what this means. The man explains she is using the power of the phoenix to corrupt the solar magic, but it goes beyond that, reaching through the sky, the earth, and the sea. She is absorbing the mana of every living thing. The young man asks if this magic ritual will damage the tower. The protagonist warns they need to hunt her down immediately. If she reaches level 8, there is no telling what she might do. He says he can feel a massive amount of mana from a distance. He tells them to follow him, certain he knows exactly where that woman is hiding. A portal tears open. The protagonist concludes she is hiding inside while the ritual takes place. The man agrees, but notes the labyrinth is incredibly resilient. They cannot simply destroy it since it was built to withstand a solar eruption. The man tells them to stay back while he handles everything. However, the young man points out that the elder must have prepared countermeasures specifically for the Tower Master. The warrior agrees it is far too dangerous, offering to go in himself. The man questions if he is truly willing to do this. He confirms, arguing it is better for a stranger to catch her off guard. The man holds out his hand with a few items, telling him to take them. He hands over magical dice and a ring, explaining that the Ring of Great Escape will save him if things spiral out of control. The protagonist thanks him, realizing he just gained an extra life. With this safety net, he can risk his life without hesitation. He considers the fact that Elder Joe possesses one of the 8 treasures of the Magic Tower. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland of shattered buildings and debris. The protagonist notices the young man approach and asks why he followed him into the labyrinth, and if he has a death wish. The young man replies that it is not about that, and that it is the Magic Tower's responsibility. The young man speaks while holding a few more dice, explaining that 2 are better than 1. He adds that it would be a disaster if an enemy appeared while he installs them. The protagonist admits he has a point but wonders if the Eclipse School actually likes this kind of dark atmosphere. The boy confirms this, stating that the Eclipse School is deeply connected to black magic. In that instant, the protagonist spots a monster lunging toward the young man, so he fiercely throws his sword at the beast. The protagonist states that the boy would have been eaten alive if he had reacted a second later. He believes the creatures have already caught their scent. The protagonist tells the young man to stay behind him for his own safety. He then switches his traits once again. The protagonist warns that dozens of them are about to swarm their position and tells the young man to brace himself. Just as he predicts, a massive horde of monsters begins their savage attack. As always, the protagonist ruthlessly slaughters every single monster in his path. He grips his sword with every ounce of his strength. With this brutal display, he acquires yet another trait. Striking enemy weaknesses now inflicts massive extra damage. This leads to a massive explosion erupting across the battlefield. The young man points out in shock that all those monsters have simply vanished. Suddenly, a voice commands them to halt. It is an old woman who demands to know how they dare set foot in that place. She declares that the crime of obstructing such a grand cause will not go unpunished. As the protagonist speaks to the young man, they watch dangerous voids opening up one by one around them. He thinks to himself that the elder is indeed a difficult and opportunistic enemy. However, he refuses to lose his life to a mere trick like this. The warrior orders the young man to hold on tight. This is because the warrior has already survived this exact attack pattern countless times in the game. Therefore, he can see straight through the illusion. He immediately breaks into a sprint with the young man thrown over his shoulder. In that instant, a series of violent explosions begins. The scenery then violently shifts once more. The protagonist asks if the young man is unharmed. The boy confirms he is fine and asks about their location. The warrior explains that they are in a place where the mana fish is concentrated. The protagonist commands him to install a neutralizer. The young man promises to do it quickly. Suddenly, the old woman appears again and calls them little rats. She declares that this place will become their grave. In response, the protagonist yells at the young man to dodge the incoming attack. The ruthless attack is launched, forcing the boy to dive desperately to the ground to survive. The protagonist realizes that this is exactly what he expects from a level 7 mage. He knows he would have died instantly if that strike had connected. The warrior states that he will distract the old woman and orders the boy to move. The young man quickly agrees, while the protagonist decides it is time to use his own ace in the hole. The old woman turns around and demands to know where the little rat thinks he is going. However, the protagonist loudly calls out to her. The protagonist screams and calls her an old hag. He knows he has to provoke her as much as possible to keep her distracted. The old woman glares at the protagonist in outrage, and he immediately gains another trait for provocation. He asks if she is using the chairman magic circuit to stay young, or if she has simply gone crazy from old age. The already irritated old woman says she wanted to obtain the solar crow through her disciple, but he completely ruined everything. She says none of that matters anymore, because the crow of the deepest darkness will serve just fine, and asks if he can keep dodging the power of the Eclipse School. The protagonist mocks the woman and calls her school nothing more than a third-rate institution. He asks if her vision has gone bad since she cannot land a single shot. The furious old woman curses him and says he is pushing his luck. Meanwhile, the young man announces that the magic station is finally complete. Several points of light begin to appear, and he confirms that it is activated. The old woman watches in disbelief and asks if he has already installed the neutralizer. The young boy calls out to his grandfather. He thinks they finally have a chance since the power of the dimensional space is growing weaker by the second. The Tower Master declares that it is time to show a glimpse of his true strength. In that instant, severe cracks begin to form across the area. The young boy tells the warrior that the labyrinth is falling apart. The protagonist agrees and notes that the Tower Master has clearly done his part. The old woman sees this collapse and refuses to believe it is actually happening. She cries out that her magic and her entire world have been completely ruined. The old woman drops to the ground in despair and repeats that everything is ruined. She says her plan would have been complete in a matter of seconds and blames the warrior Kim for everything. She screams that it is all their fault while unleashing another wave of power. The warrior blocks the savage attack with his steel fists and thinks about how incredibly heavy the blow feels. The enraged old woman relentlessly unleashes a barrage of brutal attacks. Gripping his sword tight, the protagonist decides he will absolutely not fall behind when it comes to speed. The old woman demands to know why not a single one of her attacks is landing. She screams at the protagonist to just disappear and die. After the blast, she wonders if she has finally finished off the protagonist. In response, the protagonist activates a critical weakness identification skill. He quickly spots that her main weak point is right on her back and realizes he has found the perfect opening. Without a shred of mercy or hesitation, he attacks the old woman with all his might. The devastating strike violently launches the old woman far across the battlefield. She desperately cries out that it simply cannot end like this. Raising her trembling hand, she swears that she must at least take his life with her own hands. She holds her hand high while her eyes glow with a bloodthirsty red hue. The man restrains the old woman and coldly tells her that it is finally time to go. Back in the magic tower, the master is incredibly impressed by the raw talent of the warrior. He takes a deep interest in these gifts, having previously thought the warrior relied on anti-magic. But today he has proven himself by fighting as a practical and deadly swordsman. The Tower Master says he believes people call warriors like him a celestial star. Warrior Kim remembers hearing something similar from the spirit when he evolved to level 5. Regardless, the Master wishes to reward the warrior for the entire incident and is willing to give him the Eclipse Ring. He explains that the SSR item is a treasure he found alongside Elder Joe. The warrior is euphoric. He already understands that this is one of the 8 treasures of the Magic Tower and the most powerful item of the Eclipse School. He is thrilled to have the flying car he won and a ring that serves as a precious treasure. Sometime later, he is back at his mansion. He hardly notices the time passing, and it is already autumn. Baek Chorin trains her heaven-destroying star skill, while Jeanette hones her natural energy. The warrior is satisfied since Soren will reach level 5 very soon. It will not be long before she learns the Sword of Mars technique. Having far surpassed the 4th level of the Iron Fist, Kim is expanding his territory across the entire country. Thus, Arcane faces December 24th. It is an interesting turn of events, but now they stand inside the embassy of that country. Soren and Jeanette watch the snow fall, fully aware that a meeting between the honorary paladins is taking place. To ruin all the fun, the warrior arrives and tells the 2 girls to make the most of that day. That is why Jeanette decides to head inside first. It is undoubtedly December 24th. The day of divine annihilation is the exact day the Old Father was officially eliminated. It is also the day to celebrate the Westphalia Treaty. The warrior realizes this is why the date is celebrated like Christmas worldwide. In this world, Christmas simply does not exist. Naturally, all the young women, including Beck, Sorin, and Jeanette, drop their jaws at the sight of the paladin Cha Dujun. The protagonist has been invited as an honorary paladin of the orders of Thor and Gaia. However, that is clearly not the true reason the warrior infiltrates their ranks. From afar, a man calls out to the warrior to ask if he is the one who won the great black tiger sword. That man is Asim Kurat, the ambassador of India. The warrior introduces himself formally as a level 5 superhuman warrior and expresses his gratitude for the invitation. The man introduces his wife and his only daughter. The daughter finds it fascinating to meet the warrior. The hero knows that Kali is the last of the 3 most powerful warrior units in the game. She will become an SSR warrior with impressive attributes, as well as the future owner of Kalahari. Satisfied, he decides to use his girls as an excuse to talk longer with the young woman. Because of this, he introduces the girls as his disciples, but he is interrupted by a man standing right behind them, asking if he truly owns the Black Tiger Sword. Once the question is asked and others overhear, the crowd is amazed by Warrior Kim. Everyone wants to speak with him at the exact same time. However, all he wants is to chat a bit more and befriend Kaylee. With no other choice, he has to leave the rest to his disciples. He hopes they manage to forge a friendship with Lady Kali. He barely manages to escape the crushing crowd. With his legs still trembling, he leans against a pillar to catch his breath. He looks up to see several trees already covered in snow. It brings a comforting sensation, making it truly feel like the end of the year. Standing outside alone, he hears someone call out to him. The person asks if he would mind sharing a brief conversation. He immediately recognizes her as the holiness of the ancient order of the Old Father. She looks different now. Before, she wore a helmet that kept her face entirely hidden from view. He asks what she is doing outside. He assumes she would be busy, considering it is the very day of divine annihilation. She tells him he is mistaken, clarifying that it is not the day of divine annihilation but the day of revival. The woman says she knows he believes she is already showing him a lot of consideration, prompting him to ask what kind of consideration she means. She asks if he never found it strange, looking at him this time. With a mocking expression, she questions if he didn't find it odd that he is still alive after annihilating one of the Inquisitors. He finds the conversation bizarre. Even her tone of voice is strange. Everything she is talking about happened inside the labyrinth. She reveals that if she hadn't intervened, his pathetic life would have ended before it even began. Outraged, he demands to know why she did such a thing when he never asked her for anything. That's when she leans in and whispers in his ear that she had to do it so his great